Basketball scientist. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Defending the Home Ground. In the first round of the playoffs, the Hawks defeated the Wizards for 2-0. The Cavaliers and Magic played a full 7 games before the winner was decided, which gave them a physical advantage in the Eastern Conference semifinals. In the Eastern Conference semifinals, the same situation happened again. The Hawks swept the Cavaliers 4-1. In another matchup, the Celtics played a full 7 games in the first round, and then played a full 7 rounds with the Pistons in the second round, to win 4-3. 2 rounds of series, 6 away games, and no one was won. The image of the Celtics as away bugs is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Whether it is the strength of the big three in the team or the ability of head coach Rivers, they have encountered considerable doubts. In the Eastern Conference Finals, facing the strongest Hawks without the home advantage, even the most confident Celtics fans feel very difficult. On the morning of the 21st, the Celtics players came to the Phillips Center for adaptation training. They finished shooting and running tactics without confrontation. There was no way. After the Eastern Conference semifinals, the Celtics only had 1 day to rest. Not to mention that the players had not had time to adjust. Even the coaching staff had not developed an effective way to fight against the Eagles in front of them. After the training, Rivers called the players together and fed each of them a bowl of chicken soup. This was all the preparation he made for G1. In the evening, the game started. The Celtics basically collapsed at the first touch. At the beginning, they were beaten 14-5 by the Eagles, which opened the score. In the past less than a month, the Celtics played 5 more games than the Eagles, especially in the second round. The team faced the Detroit Pistons, who had a very tough style of play. This puts the Celtics at a natural disadvantage in terms of physical fitness. In the game, the Celtics' steps were obviously heavy, and they could not keep up with the Hawks' frequent off-ball pick and rolls on the defensive end. Joe Johnson frequently seized the opportunity to hit shots from various positions. On the offensive end, Ray Allen, one of the big three, became a spot shooter in this game. Without enough physical strength to run without the ball, the threat of Gentleman Ray was greatly reduced. Unable to beat the Hawks, the Celtics played out-of-the-box tricks. Facing his lifelong enemy Paul, Rondo approached and provoked with various small moves. Paul was not a pushover either, and the two soon started to butt heads again. One of them received a technical foul, and then was pulled apart by his teammates. These two people are like destined enemies, and they can have some disputes in any situation. Fortunately, this episode did not affect the Hawks' victory. The Celtics were unable to fight back due to physical problems. Killian was afraid of the potential more despicable off-the-box tricks of the Celtics, and also replaced the main players early to prepare for G2 2 days later. 108-83. The Hawks beat the Celtics at home, and won the first game of the Eastern Conference Finals. In the whole game, Joe Johnson made 13 of 21 shots, scored 32 points, 4 rebounds and 3 assists, and was named the best player of the game. In the press conference after the game, Rivers blamed the schedule for the whole process, saying that the schedule was too tight and the G1 game was more like a welfare bureau that was given to the Hawks. Laoli is famous for his stubbornness. Historically, after the Warriors won the championship in 2015, Rivers once said, "The Warriors won the championship without meeting the Clippers." As a result, because of this sentence, in the next 3 years, Rivers and his Clippers were basically beaten to death in every game against the Warriors, with a minimum consumption of 20 points. When Killian came on stage and was asked this question, he also laughed. "My experience is completely opposite to Doug's. I think the schedule is too relaxed. In today's game, the string in the players' minds has never been tightened. We played too relaxed. Maybe it's because we rested too long." This is a joke on the surface, but it is not completely a joke. Too long of a rest period can indeed make it easy for the players to fall behind. Fortunately, the Hawks are already a fairly mature team, which prevented this from happening. After a day of rest, the two teams immediately started the G2 competition. Compared with the easy win in G1, In the G2 game, the Celtics showed a better state to match the intensity of the Hawks game. The two teams did not test each other after the opening and directly fell into a stranglehold-like defensive battle. Compared with the single-core combat Cavaliers, the Celtics not only have the big three, but the other two starters Perkins and Rondo are also people who can fight hard battles. The team's bench includes two high-level rotation players, Posey and Castle. The shortage of manpower caused by Ainge's heavy bleeding to form the big three has been largely repaired with the reinforcement in the middle of the season. Rivers' tactical ability has been criticized, but Celtics assistant coach Thibodeau is the league's top defensive assistant coach. In response to Joe Johnson's efficient scoring output in the last game, the Celtics arranged for Pierce to give Joe Johnson more close confrontation to limit his output. In this game, the referee's whistle was slightly loose, which was also a more favorable arrangement for the Celtics. Thibodeau's arrangement has achieved obvious results. Compared with the last game, Joe Johnson's hit rate dropped sharply in this game, 9 of 21 shots, and 23 points and 6 rebounds. Pierce put more energy on the defensive end, and Ray Allen became the main firepower point on the Celtics' offensive end. In this game, Ray Allen was in excellent form, scoring 34 points. He made 5 3-pointers in the first half alone, helping the Celtics to gain a slight lead in the first half. But when his physical strength declined in the second half, the Celtics' offense was stubbornly blocked by the Hawks. The Hawks relied on Garnett's score to even out the score difference and overtake the Celtics, and maintained it until the end of the game. Although the Celtics launched a counter-attack in the fourth quarter, Garnett's ubiquitous defense made the Celtics feel depressed. Garnett used his actual performance to prove that the decline in his data this season was more of sacrifice and saving strength, rather than degeneration and aging. In the whole game, Garnett contributed 23 points, 12 of which appeared in the third quarter chasing points overtaking stage, and in the fourth quarter, the defense led by Garnett interfered with the Celtics offense again and again, and also made an indelible contribution to the final victory. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Celtics 106-99, leading the series 2-0. After losing 2 away games in a row, Rivers has already smelled a hint of danger. The team's away record in the playoffs this season has reached 0-8. Even if the next 2 home games can be defended, the home advantage is still in the hands of the Hawks. But even so, Laoli is still the Laoli who gives him 1 or 2 divisions. He dares to play Taylor. At the press conference after the game, he kept emphasizing the Celtics' glorious history of 8 wins and 0 losses at home in the playoffs this season. Counting the 2 games just won, the Hawks have only won 7 home games. On May 24th, the lottery ceremony for this season's draft was held at Madison Square Garden. The Bulls miraculously won the number 1 pick with a probability of 1.7%, becoming the winner of the number 1 pick with the lowest probability in history. Cheerful with the Bulls management was this year's number 1 pick favorite Derrick Rose. He is a native of Chicago. He has been a fan of the Bulls since he was a child. He has always dreamed of playing for the Bulls. Like James, playing for his hometown team is a very happy thing for Rose. Rose even plans not to try out for other teams. The Timberwolves drew the 2nd pick. The position they urgently need to strengthen is also the point guard, and the player they need most is Rose. However, if they want to get their wish, they still have to see the face of the Bulls. The 3rd pick belongs to the Grizzlies, who are accelerating their reconstruction this season. The Grizzlies are currently penniless and lack people in all positions. So, no matter whether it is Rose, Beasley or Ojmeo who falls, they can do it. The Thunder, who hold the 4th pick, are in a similar situation to the Grizzlies. They have the Gemini of Durant and Jeff Green, but there are still obvious vacancies in other positions. Experts are optimistic that they will choose Kevin Love, who is modeled after Bird. The 5th pick went to the Hornets, whose team was snatched away by Kellyanne from Paul. The Knicks got the 6th pick, followed by the Clippers, Bucks, Bobcats, Nets, and Timberwolves. The Hawks had their own number 30 pick, and also had the 2nd round pick number 59 from the Pistons. According to Kellyanne's proposal, they still had to find a way to trade up as much as possible to get Batum. The summer of 2009 was a very important summer for the Hawks. Paul's upcoming 5-year, $80 million contract officially took effect. At the same time, Garnett's 5-year, $100 million contract signed in 2004 also officially expired. Joe Johnson entered the contract year. Most importantly, if Kenyan did not reach an early contract extension with the team, his stay or departure would be unknown. Without considering Kenyan's own stay or departure, if he were to manage this summer, he might choose to renew Garnett's contract at a suitable price, and at the same time, send Batia's contract away, letting Batum take over. In this way, the team's combat effectiveness is basically preserved to the greatest extent, while reducing some expenses. As for the renewal of Joe Johnson in the summer of 2010, it is not something that Kenyan can solve. To put it bluntly, the establishment of a giant team is something that can only be encountered by chance. In a market of the size of New York and Los Angeles, it may be able to accommodate the huge economic expenditure, but Atlanta is still a little bit worse, and Wrestler is also a little poor. The Bulls drew the state lottery with the lowest probability in history, which caused a lot of heated discussion in the United States. After all, the Bulls are not like a weak team in the traditional sense. There are many good players in their lineup, but they just happen to lack a leader. As the number 1 pick, Rose may face the best environment among all the number 1 picks. Just as the frenzy caused by the lottery ceremony swept across the United States, the Hawks lost the Eastern Conference Finals G3 to the Celtics in an incredible way, with a big score of 0:2 behind. From Rivers to the players and fans, they all knew that if they lost another game, the Celtics would basically say goodbye to this season. There has never been a precedent in the history of the NBA that a team could turn the tables after falling behind 0:3. The pressure of 0:3 is unprecedented. In this desperate situation, the Celtics, who had returned to their home court for 3 days of rest, were united. Ray Allen was in great form in this game, and one 3-pointer after another made Kenyan in the coaching seat dazzled, and he could only see the waves rolling at the basket. In the whole game, Ray Allen made 8 of 11 shots from beyond the 3-point line. This efficiency and output were even more exaggerated than Curry. Kenyan even cursed several times on the sidelines. As the defending champion, and also a war-hardened team, the Hawks' performance today was really tough. With Gundam on the opposite side, they dragged the suspense of the game to the last 4 minutes. However, when Pierce scored 3 consecutive singles against Joe Johnson at the end of the 4th quarter, and scored 7 points in a row to widen the score, the Hawks lost hope of winning. The final score was 108-91, and the Celtics defended their home court, and won a crucial victory in the series. Chapter 302, Breaking Through the North Shore Garden Center. Once is enough. May 27th, Game 4 between the Hawks and the Celtics was held as scheduled at the North Shore Garden Center. Compared with the semi-final opponent, the Cavaliers, the Celtics are the first team to defeat the Hawks head-on in this season's playoffs. Although O'Neal's giant quality is much less than Garnett's, Ray Allen and Pierce are still genuine tough guys. The former has a unique outside shooting threat in the league today, and is a standard big-hearted player. The latter is one of the most comprehensive wing singles in the league, and can always use the most simple and unpretentious technical moves to complete the most stable score. After defending Game 4, the Celtics still have 2 chances to try to break through the Phillips Center. If the Hawks expand the total score to 3:1 with the Celtics away bug attribute, it is basically unrealistic to want to win all 3 games in the next 3 games. Under the encouragement of Rivers, the Celtics really treated this game as a life and death battle. At the beginning of the game, they used high-intensity double teaming to limit the 2 players' offense. Rondo, Ray Allen, and Pierce's defense severely hindered the Hawks' outside attack, and Garnett had to attack more from the inside. As Garnett's offensive touch was average today, the Celtics' defensive strategy was considered effective and successfully suppressed the Hawks' offense. After the first quarter, the Celtics led by 5 points 28-23. In the second quarter, the Celtics still made a fuss on the defensive end. The defensive biteability of the substitute lineup of Castle, Tony Allen, and James Posey was even better than that of the main lineup. Especially Tony Allen, who shined in this game, stole the ball from barrier one after another, and used fast break opportunities to score points, helping the Celtics expand the score difference to double digits. The Hawks have a strong lineup, but they do lack an organizer on the bench. Usually, Berrier would lead the rhythm or Joe Johnson would adjust his playing time to rotate the lineup and organize the offense. Today, when they met a strong enemy, Berrier was strangled again, which made it difficult. In this round of the series, Rivers' on-the-spot command was not as good as Kellyan's, and he made many mistakes. But at the critical moment of this game, he made a very correct decision. When Kellyan replaced Paul and Joe Johnson, in advance to enhance the offensive firepower, he did not let the main lineup keep up, but continued to let Tony Allen and James Posey, who performed well, go up to consume them. In this way, we can not only gain more time for Allen and Pierce, but also maintain the current defensive quality. Consume more physical energy of the main players of the Hawks. Tony Allen, who is somewhat of a people pleaser, has begun to show his future characteristics of I don't understand offense, but you don't want to understand it either. He went up and down, front and back, and entangled Joe Johnson desperately, making the contemporary Jordan play very uncomfortably, and the score difference has been maintained at 812 points. At the end of the first half, the Celtics led the Hawks by 10 points 57-47. In the second half of the game, Kellyan changed the lineup to a small one, arranging Sefolosha to replace Dio to play as an outside space point, while defending Ray Allen. Garnett was pushed to the center position. This adjustment really worked, and Perkins became the breakthrough of the Hawks as expected. He and O'Neal's partnership has the advantage of height and size in the interior, but there is no way to kill Garnett on the offensive end. On the defensive end, Perkins couldn't defend in various ways, and the Hawks' 3 passes and 2 falls easily found an opportunity to shoot in an open position. If Sefolosha had not only made 2 of 5 shots in open space, the Hawks would not have overtaken by only 1 point after the end of the third quarter. 79-80. The Hawks overtook them by 11 points in a single quarter. Rivers finally learned his lesson. In the fourth quarter, he replaced Perkins with James Posey and played with 1 big and 4 small players. The 2 teams that were supposed to have a meat grinder battle suddenly played offensive. Paul vs. Rondo, Sefolosha vs. Ray Allen, Joe Johnson vs. Posey, Battier vs. Pierce, Garnett vs. O'Neal. In such a matchup, it can be clearly found that the Celtics have a certain advantage in height and body shape, and these advantages are soon reflected in the rebounding data. The Celtics overtook the score, and Rivers on the sidelines was very excited, not only because the team regained the initiative on the court, but also because he seemed to have found the advantage of the Celtics lineup. Maybe this round of Series 4 will change because of the trend of this quarter. Seeing that the game was developing in a direction that was unfavorable to the team, Kellyan called a timeout with 4 minutes left in the game. First, he replaced Sefolosha, who had better defensive ability, with Berrier, who had better ball handling ability, and arranged Paul to defend Ray Allen. Secondly, he made arrangements for Rondo, cutting off his passing route as much as possible, and letting him shoot outside the 3-point line. The Celtics had a size advantage, and the Hawks won by speed. In the first round of offense after the timeout, the Hawks' double point guard configuration made the Celtics defense at a loss. Berrier easily used pick and roll to break into the basket, attracted the defense, and then passed the ball. Battier, who cut into the basket, scored on the rebound. 99-97. Looking back, the Celtics attacked. Rondo held the ball at the top of the arc, with no one within 3 meters in front of him. Seeing that the Hawks didn't take him seriously, Rondo stopped looking for his teammates, adjusted his rhythm, drew his bow and shot a 3-pointer. Bang! The Hawks dared to defend like this because they were prepared for the backcourt rebound. Joe Johnson, who was retracted, protected the backcourt rebound, took 2 steps forward, and launched a fast break, passing the ball to Berrier, who was advancing at a very fast speed. The latter attacked the basket on the counter-attack, but was pulled down by Pierce. Facing the boos of the whole audience, Berrier made 2 free throws to tie the score. 99-99. Berrier's appearance was like a sharp knife stabbing into the heart of the Celtics, but at this time, Rivers had no cards to deal with him. Back to the offensive end, Rondo was still left open. This time, Rondo did not choose to shoot rashly from the outside, but forced a hand-to-hand cooperation with Pierce, and helped Pierce block Battia's defense while passing the ball. Pierce took the ball and took a step into the free throw line, attracting Garnett's backup defense, and then passed the ball to the inside. O'Neal received the ball and faced Battia's backup defense and shot the ball into the basket. This wave of cooperation has been fully played out. It's purely a problem of ability that he couldn't make this shot. O'Neal didn't score this goal, which basically sounded the death knell for the Celtics. Influenced by this goal, the Celtics players had problems on the next defensive end. Paul leisurely broke through to the restricted area and easily scored with a throw. 99:101. The situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse, which puzzled the home fans. What puzzled them even more was that Rivers didn't call a timeout for a long time, allowing the situation to ferment on the court. The Celtics finally got their offense going. Ray Allen made a quick stop shot after an off-ball screen. Paul's defense was already in place, but unfortunately he was a little short. 101:101. Before the home fans could recover, the Hawks came again. It was still a high post pick and roll between Paul and Garnett. The Wolf King stayed at the horn, received the pass from Paul, and made a tentative step to dodge Ray Allen, and then easily made a pull-up shot. 101:103. In the final moments of the game, the Hawks used the most commonly used scoring defense to score points, while the Celtics could only rely on the personal abilities of their stars. Pierce, the expert in drawing fouls, made a mistake this time. The game entered the last 2 minutes, and the referee would not blow the whistle easily. Even the home team was the same. Berrier quickly advanced and passed the ball to Joe Johnson before Pierce came up to foul, and the latter scored a fast break dunk. 101:105. When Joe Johnson dunked the ball, Kellyan also celebrated with his fist on the sidelines. At this point, the Hawks' advantage was more obvious. Rivers finally called a timeout. With the help of this timeout, Kellyan replaced Berrier with Anderson, and in the following sideline ball tactics, he saw through Rondo's trick of directly catching the basket. Anderson directly intercepted the ball and called a timeout at the first time. After this wave of ball possession conversion, the Celtics completely lost the possibility of a comeback and finally lost to the Hawks 104:113, falling behind by a big score of 1:3. After the game, the visiting team's locker room became a sea of celebration. In this game, the Celtics' resistance was strong enough. Because of this, the Hawks' victory is even more worth celebrating. In contrast, there was a dead silence in the audience seats of the North Shore Garden Center. After losing G4, it would be too difficult for the Celtics to come back. After all, it was an away game, on someone else's territory. In the press conference after the game, Kellyan did not choose to show off. "I will always remind my players that the Celtics are a powerful team that has won 16 championships in history, and they have been working towards the 17th championship. We need to pay attention to this opponent, whether it is before the end of the series or in the next season. Do you think the Celtics still have a chance?" the reporter asked. "I can't give an answer, but I don't want to come back. Breaking through the North Shore Garden Center once a season is enough." The big score came to 3:1, and Rivers' spirit was basically gone. However, when talking about the reason for the failure, he did not blame O'Neal, but took the responsibility himself. "I hope this is not the last time we play in the North Shore Garden Center this season. Our goal is to fight back." Except for the last few minutes, when he had no way to deal with Berrier, Rivers' performance in this game was pretty good. At least the Celtics' small lineup suppressed the Hawks' one big and four small for a long time, which was also a bold attempt. Chapter 303 Forget Who You Used to Be. Like the Eastern Conference semifinals, Game 5 of the Hawks vs. Celtics series was the easiest game of this series. In the last game, the Celtics had an advantage in the one big and four small lineup. The combination of Rondo, Ray Allen, Posey, Pierce, and O'Neal played a considerable plus-minus value, reversing the situation where the team was once suppressed by the Hawks. It is precisely because of this that Rivers took the initiative to change the lineup in this game. He replaced Perkins with Posey in the first 3 minutes and used one big and 4 small to compete with the Hawks. However, in this way, the team's weakness in the interior was completely exposed to the Hawks. Posey defended Dio alone on the defensive end, not allowing the opponent to find an easy scoring opportunity, but was unable to stop the Frenchman from passing the ball to Garnett, allowing the Wolf King to suppress O'Neal in the open space. It's not just Dio. After the Celtics exposed their weaknesses, the entire Hawks team seized this opportunity and focused on attacking the Celtics inside line, laying the foundation for victory. The Celtics changed their formation to 1 big and 4 small, and the effect of opening up space on the offensive end was not obvious. Although Dio has gained a lot of weight this season and his fast break ability is not as good as last season, he is not a column center like Perkins, and he can still control the 2 bottom corners. Posey is not incapable of shooting from other angles, but his deterrence is not enough, and he can't hurt the Hawks. This wave of gambling attempts at the beginning ended in failure. The Celtics did not pose much threat to the Hawks almost throughout the game, and the difference between the two sides remained in double digits. The final score was fixed at 108:90, and the Hawks won at home, ending the series with a total score of 4:1. After advancing to the finals with a strong 12:1 last season and winning the championship, the Hawks only lost one more game this season. Winning the division championship means that the Hawks can celebrate a little and enjoy a brief ceremony to celebrate the team's victory in the Eastern Conference. The players quickly took a shower, put on the Eastern Conference champion t-shirts that had been prepared long ago, and came to the podium set up outside to celebrate this glorious moment with the fans. After a few simple words, Killian walked off the stage and came to Juan Liffen in the audience. He showed his affection openly, which also caused a commotion at the scene. To be honest, the biggest gain from winning the division finals is to advance to the finals. No team will be satisfied with the title of division champion. So, for Killian, this celebration came too early. I consciously avoided the domestic content at this time node, whether it was the commentary or the fans' perspective. The finals will have more interactions with the domestic team. After sweeping the East and entering the finals, the opponent in front of the Hawks is Killian's old team, the Lakers. It is interesting to say that the Hawks swept and gentlemen swept all the way to the finals with almost no effort, but because the Cavaliers and Celtics played 7 games in the previous series, the Hawks entered the finals after the Lakers. The Hawks are both defending champions and regular season champions, and are also recognized by neutral fans as the strongest team in the league. The Lakers are the Western Conference champions, and after getting Gasol, they are also the team with the highest winning rate in the league in the second half of the season. The competition between the two teams is very interesting. At the press conference after the game, Killian also talked about the Lakers. Being able to play against the Lakers in the finals is something I have always looked forward to. I'm very grateful to the Lakers for giving me the opportunity to coach an NBA team and give me the opportunity to work with the best players in the NBA. It was also in Los Angeles that I met my wife, and that was the beginning of my beautiful life. But now, I need to temporarily forget about these beautiful things and win this war. It will all be very interesting. Phil Jackson once said that his 9 championship rings are the biggest confidence of the Lakers. What is your response to this? The reporter asked. Remember who you are, forget who you used to be. At 11:23 p.m., Killian sat in his study, looking at the computer screen in front of him. The room was very quiet, and the soundproofing effect of the study was very good. No one would disturb his work. The light of the desk lamp was slightly dim, dyeing the area it illuminated with a layer of dark yellow. Only the rustling sound of the pen tip sliding across the paper sounded from time to time, intertwined with the slight hum of the computer host cooling fan, creating a quiet atmosphere. On the computer screen were various statistics of the Lakers' entire playoff journey, as well as examples of some commonly used tactics. Although there was still a week before the finals, Killian couldn't wait to start studying this opponent. The Lakers' main tactic is of course the triangle offense. The essence of the triangle offense is to use a supporter as the axis, and a single strong player moves between the wing and the low post to involve the opponent's defense and create a 1-on-0 opportunity for other players. This is the husband and wife harmony between Gasol and Kobe. The former's ability to assist, rebound, and play one-on-one just meets Kobe's need for air access, and Kobe's presence just happens to make up for Gasol's weakness of being easily deflated when facing the highest intensity defense. When the Hawks play against the Lakers, Garnett should be able to form a relatively obvious suppression against Gasol. Next, it depends on the effect of Battier, Sefolosha and Joe Johnson on Kobe. Historically, when the Celtics played against the Lakers, Posey, Tony Allen and Ray Allen did a great job in restricting Kobe. Pierce also blew up Radmanovic on the offensive end, forcing Kobe to switch defense at certain times, which also caused a lot of damage to Kobe. These are all points that Kellyan can learn from. As the progress bar moved forward little by little, Kellyan also turned over page after page in his notebook, constantly recording the key points, which will be the basis for his speech at the coaching staff meeting tomorrow. Finally, the progress bar came to the end. Kellyan flipped forward and looked at the contents on the notebook with a thoughtful look on his face. He slid the mouse back to several nodes in the PPT and watched them repeatedly. While Kellyan was studying the Lakers by combining various materials, Phil Jackson was also trying his best to find a way to beat the Hawks. As the king of the league in the past 2 seasons, the Hawks have always been the object of everyone's study. Even some ball experts know the types of players they are afraid of, such as Iverson and Wade, who can break through their defense. Big organizers such as Turkoglu and James who have stable passing under high pressure. Duncan and Nowitzki, who can ignore defense and score steadily in the interior. Howard and Josh Smith, who are very strong in rushing for front court rebounds. It looks harsh, doesn't it? What's more terrible is that, even if the Magic team has Turkoglu, they can still seize the weakness of the Hawks' insufficient rebounding protection ability to make a fuss, and they can be regarded as the most restrained Hawks. The record between the two teams is only 2:2. The reason is very simple. The Magic team also has its life in the hands of the Hawks. Back to the Lakers. If Kellyan is worried about whether Battier, Joe Johnson, and Sefolosha can limit Kobe, then Phil Jackson wants to complain that Ariza's injury has made him lose an important card. Radmanovic is tall and accurate in 3-pointers. Walton has excellent tactical awareness and strong passing ability, but the athletic ability of both of them is very weak in the wing position. In front of the Hawks' fast and swift offensive system, they may suffer a big loss. Phil Jackson is also in a headache. On June 3rd, the eyes of NBA fans all over the world gathered at the Phillips Center today, looking forward to the upcoming Finals G1. At this time, the Phillips Center was already full, and the ticket prices, which had soared several times or even dozens of times compared to the regular season, could not stop the enthusiastic fans. With half an hour left before the game, the fans entered the stadium early, wearing white t-shirts that the staff had put on the backs of their chairs in advance, and began to cheer for the Hawks players who were warming up on the court, not sparing any energy. The Hawks, playing at home, wore white jerseys. The Lakers wore purple away uniforms. During the pre-match training, the photographer captured Kobe's stern expression. Similarly, Garnett's expression on the Hawks side was quite cold. The two have a good personal relationship, but before the end of the series, the two are just opponents. Dear audience, good morning. I'm very happy to meet you on Sunday morning. Today we bring you the first round of the 2007-2008 NBA Finals, the Atlanta Hawks home against the Los Angeles Lakers. We are honored to have invited Coach Zhang Heli and Coach Yang Yang as commentators. As Yoga's strong voice sounded, the players of both sides appeared in the broadcast camera, and the cheers of the fans rang out. The starting lineups of both sides remained unchanged. With Garnett winning the jump ball, the game officially began. On the court, Paul received the basketball, slapped it forward, exhaled a long breath, and dribbled across half court slowly. At the top of the arc, Fisher stopped in front of Paul, opened his hands, and waited for the opportunity. Paul observed the running position of his teammates, raised his right hand, made a gesture, and then passed the ball to Garnett in the low position, and ran to the weak side to open up space. Gasol held Garnett tightly, not giving him the space to turn around easily. Garnett turned his back, and forced himself to dig in. Gasol resisted twice, a little bit struggling, and was bound to open up some space. Garnet immediately turned and cut in. Gasol went to make up for the defense, but it was too late. Although the Wolf King's forced attack on the basket did not score the ball, it caused Gasol to foul. Snap. Gasol clapped his hands regretfully, expressing his dissatisfaction with himself. In contrast, Garnet pointed at Gasol provocatively after making 2 free throws. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Details, Secret Weapons, and Anti-Routine. The Lakers attacked. Fisher passed the ball across half court and passed it to Odom. He ran to the left corner. Radmanovic opened up 70 degrees on the left. Odom attracted Dio's defense at 70 degrees on the right and passed the ball to Gasol in the low post. Kobe went around the right corner to the basket. Battier and Garnet, who were defending him, restricted Kobe's receiving the ball very much, not giving Kobe any chance to receive the ball easily. Kobe kept starting and stopping, adjusting his pace, but Battier's defense was very tenacious, and he didn't give up an inch, forcing Kobe to go around the restricted area to receive the ball in the end. There was not much time left for the attack. Kobe forced Battier, headed to the basket and turned halfway, and passed the ball to Gasol at close range. After receiving the ball, the latter bumped into Garnet in front of him and made a hook shot near the reasonable collision zone, but failed to hit the ball due to interference. The Hawks were on offense. Garnet set a screen for Paul one step inside the 3-point line. Paul dribbled to the left and found that the Lakers formation had shrunk to the restricted area. He passed the ball to Garnet in the middle. Facing Kobe's switch defense, Garnet held the ball high and rushed to the inside. After attracting the defense, he passed the ball to the right. Dio received the ball and took a step outside the restricted area to take a jump shot. No one interfered and the shot missed the basket. Dio made Hawks fans love and hate him. His passing and organizing ability can benefit the big three and make it easier to score. However, his personal scoring ability is very unstable. Sometimes he can even complete singles by changing the rhythm. He also often misses some open shots. Gasol easily got the backcourt rebound and passed it to Odom to advance. The Lakers switched offense and defense. Kobe changed direction and broke into the basket. Battier didn't keep up and watched Kobe lay up and score 2:2. The Hawks attacked. Paul passed the ball to Garnet. Garnet challenged Gasol in the middle corner. He faked and then pulled up, raised his shooting hand very high, avoided the block, and the ball went in. The ball was changed. Kobe went down to the low post to receive the ball and singled out Battier. Batman used a blindfold block to cover Kobe's eyes, but the effect was average. The ball bounced on the basket twice and still fell into the basket. 4:4. Letting Kobe execute more singles was also in Kenyan's plan. He loudly encouraged the players on the sidelines, indicating that Battier's defense could be more oppressive. In the first few rounds, the Hawks focused on the inside, which was a confusion for the Lakers' defensive configuration. In the following time, Paul began to occupy the main attack position, using his speed to break through to the inside, scoring 2 goals, and also sent assists to help Battier hit a 3-pointer. On the other hand, the Lakers were a little too obsessed with the triangle offense system. When Gasol was somewhat frustrated by Garnet, Phil Jackson did not transfer the ball to Odom, but increased Kobe's ball rights, which made the Hawks' defense more clearly directed. In this way, the situation formed was that Kobe could score, but the other Lakers players could not open up their offense. Kobe scored 12 points in a single quarter, more than half of the Lakers' total score, but the Lakers fell behind the Hawks by 6 points with 20-28. When the players from both sides left the court, Phil Jackson's face was very solemn. As a long-term winner in the finals, Phil Jackson saw his losing move in the first quarter. He saw where he lagged behind Kenyan in adaptability. The 6-point difference is not big. The key is that the Hawks' multi-point blossoming offensive situation has not been restricted. After the start of the second quarter, both sides sent out rotation lineups. The Lakers had Odom with Farmer, Vujasic, Walton, and Chiriaf as 4 substitutes. The Hawks had Joe Johnson with Berrier, Cephalosha, PJ Tucker, and PJ Brown. Strictly speaking, Berrier, Cephalosha, and PJ Tucker were all on rookie contracts. To prevent them from having problems due to their lack of game experience, Killian arranged veteran PJ Brown to help calm the situation instead of Anderson, the first substitute in the regular season. Facts have proved that Killian's concerns are not unreasonable. At the beginning of the second quarter, Berrier made a mistake and defended looking at the ball instead of the player. Farmer opened up the distance through off-ball running and broke into the basket and dunked. The Hawks attacked. Joe Johnson suppressed Walton, attracted double teaming and then passed the ball. After 3 passes and 2 guides, Tucker received the ball at his best foot, but the 3-pointer he shot hit the rim in an outrageous way. The young players are still tight-fisted. The Lakers switched offense and defense. Odom advanced quickly and then cleverly passed the ball. Chiriaf inserted into the attack frame and was fouled by Joe Johnson. Chiriaf was named Butcher by Chinese fans, but he looked honest and simple, and his personality was also happy fruit and mascot. On the stage of the finals, his mentality was not very stable. He failed to grasp the 2 free throw opportunities. That is to say, Kobe was not on the court, otherwise he would have glared at him again in a minute. After mistakes on both sides, the young players' thoughts slowly stabilized. The Hawks attacked, and Cephalosha used Joe Johnson's containment to find an opportunity to single out Vujasic, and broke into the basket to score. 30-24. Vujasic's defensive intention was not bad, but the physical confrontation was too anxious. Even a defensive warrior like Cephalosha could chase him. Looking back, the Lakers completed another attack. Farmer took a 3-pointer from the left side through running, and hit it accurately. 30-27. The Hawks attacked. Berrier carried the ball to the baseline at full speed, attracted Chiriaf's defense and Vujasic's defense, and passed the ball to the middle by shooting. PJ Brown followed up, received the ball in front of the reasonable collision zone, jumped up, and dunked the ball with one hand. In the Gasol trade, the Lakers lost 3 inside players, Pachulia, Kwame Brown, and Maxiel, leaving only Chiriaf and Benga as substitutes, which was relatively weak. Therefore, Odom's responsibility was even greater. In the next attack, Odom used his advantage in mobility to force Tucker, attracted the defense, and then separated the outside. Vujasic missed an open 3-pointer. The rebound was grabbed by Brown. The Hawks attacked. Joe Johnson suppressed Walton point to point, used the rhythm adjustment to stun the opponent, and steadily hit the mid-range shot. 34-27. The game continued, and the Lakers gradually fell behind. Odom's physical strength reached a critical point, and was unable to continue to support the team's offense. Phil Jackson saw that the situation was not good, and replaced Walton and Odom with Kobe and Radmanovic, but the game was still not easy to play. Cephalosha, Joe Johnson, and PJ Tucker played against Kobe in a round-robin matchup, and they could all provide above-standard defense. Although Kobe could score steadily and help the team score with his personal ability, the game was very hard. On the defensive end, after Odom left the court, the Lakers' rebounding protection had problems again. Chiriaf was not tall enough and his bounce was also average. Radmanovic was out of position repeatedly, and Tucker went around to the front to steal the front court rebounds and complete the second attack. Kobe outputs like a tiger, and when he sees the score difference, he stands still, and his mentality is even more explosive, and he almost had an attack on the spot. After the official timeout, Killian replaced Paul, Battier, Garnett, Anderson, and Cephalosha, and offered the strongest defensive lineup, playing a defensive effect like Iron Lock Boat. Even though the Lakers are known for their gorgeous offense, they couldn't find a good solution for this lineup that combined single defense and system defense for the first time. At the end of the first half, the Hawks led the Lakers by 13 points, 58-45. The 15 minutes of halftime passed quickly. The audience took advantage of this short break to go to the souvenir shop to buy jerseys, team peripherals and other products, which is also one of the important sources of NBA commercial development. At the beginning of the third quarter, the Lakers broke the norm and Kobe and Gasol launched pick and rolls for 2 consecutive rounds. Kobe assisted Gasol to score after restraining the defense. The Lakers are the team that launches the least pick and roll in the league. Kobe is also the superstar who is most resistant to using pick and rolls to reduce the difficulty of offense. But it is precisely because of this mindset that Kobe is defenseless. In 1 minute, the score difference was reduced to single digits. 58:49. Chapter 305. Victory but still a defeat. On the sidelines, Kobe gestured to Paul, signaling him to steady himself. Paul took the ball to the front court and passed it to Dio, who was one step inside the right three-point line. The latter leaned on Odom to turn around and face the basket and pass the ball from Odom's head to the low post. Battier cut to the low post to get the ball, leaned on Radmanovic, and turned around to get under the basket, jumped up with all his strength in one step, and steadily hit the ball into the basket. 60:49. Battier's athletic ability is not strong, but he still has an advantage over Radmanovic. On the court, the Lakers attacked. Kobe and Gasol were playing pick and roll, and after a simple screen, Kobe went straight to the Hawks' restricted area, but as soon as he entered the paint area, Dio immediately came to help defend, and even left Odom open for this. Kobe's designated defensive strategy was very clear, that is, Kobe could play singles in the mid-range, but he must not be allowed to score easily in the restricted area. As long as he dared to break through, he must help defend. Facing the situation of being surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind, he still did not intend to pass the ball at the first time. Instead, he passed the ball to Odom in the restricted area after his breakthrough route and shooting space were completely blocked. He passed the ball very low. Odom bent down to catch the ball, dribbled it, adjusted the rhythm, and stood up to dunk. But at this moment, Garnett's backup defense was in place, raised his hands, jumped high, and blocked Odom. Snap. Garnett slapped his right hand heavily on the basketball. As the two wrestled, the basketball was squeezed to one side, hit the backboard, bounced back, and fell into the hands of Gasol, who followed up to grab the rebound. The latter stretched his arm lightly. Dunk. 60:51. There is no way, no matter how powerful Garnett is, he can't defend three people. The Hawks attacked. Paul and Dio played hand-to-hand cooperation, which attracted Odom to switch defense. Then they passed the ball to Dio, who followed behind. Gasol made up for the defense. Dio passed the ball to Garnett, who received the ball on the left baseline and forced his way into the basket. He dunked and scored. 62:51. The score difference was between 9 and 11 points. Although it was only 2 points, it was the difference between single digits and double digits. The psychological impact on the players was completely different. Looking back, Kobe had to stand up again, singled out Battier, and made a steady jump shot after a tentative step. 62:53. Kobe felt very good today, and Zanghelli was also very confident when he was explaining. He said proudly, "Kobe is in very good condition today. The Hawks can't stop him from scoring at all." Zanghelli's words were terrifying, but Keyan, who was sitting on the Hawks bench, was very relaxed. He didn't seem to be worried about Kobe, who was killing everyone on the court. Dio played a general role on the defensive end, but on the offensive end, he suddenly changed his running route, and after making an off-ball pick and roll for Joe Johnson, he unexpectedly reversed to the basket, deceived Odom's defense and easily scored a layup. 64:53. The Lakers played another pick and roll offense, but the Hawks had seen through the Lakers' single screen routine. Battier and Garnett double-teamed Kobe, who stopped the ball and passed it to Gasol, and the Spaniard missed the mid-range shot. Compared with the Hawks, everyone can hold the ball. The Lakers did not have enough people who could initiate the offense, barely, only 2.5. With Gasol being clamped by Garnett, they could only hope that Kobe could stably beat Battier. Otherwise, they could only hope that Odom. The Hawks attacked. Dio and Garnett played high-low cooperation again. The latter reasonably rushed to the line of the collision zone to receive the ball, flexibly shook his shoulders, deflected Gasol's defense, and turned over and jumped. 66:53. The Hawks were about to pull away from the Lakers without a chance to continue. In the next attack, Kobe knew there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still went there. He forced his way into the basket against the defense of Battier and Garnett. Although he failed to score the ball, he caused Battier to foul. Battier subconsciously denied it after landing, but under the insistence of the referee, he showed a warm smile. Star whistle is inevitable. Kobe made 2 free throws to help the team narrow the gap, but in the subsequent games of the third quarter, he could not always use his personal ability to cover the team. After 3 quarters, the Hawks led the Lakers by 14 points, 87-73, and were very close to winning the game. At the beginning of the last quarter, Kellyan and Phil Jackson both played according to the rotation lineup, but after a short transition, they both changed to the main lineup to start the decisive battle in advance. Maybe it was because the score difference had been maintained at around 15 points, and the Lakers struggled hard, but still couldn't narrow the gap, and the players' morale gradually became depressed. However, with 4 minutes left in the game, an unexpected scene suddenly occurred on the court. During a face-to-face breakthrough, Garnett sprained his left knee and looked very painful. This scene also made the entire Phillips Center fall into a dead silence. The importance of the knee is self-evident. It is no exaggeration to say that, if Garnett has any accidents, it will be enough to destroy the efforts of the Hawks this season. Even Kellyan, who has experienced things like rebirth, can't stand the pressure at this time, and his face is quite ugly. But as a head coach, he can't let others see he's in a panic anyway, so he can only try his best to maintain his posture. After a simple injury treatment, Garnett was carried out of the court on a stretcher. He needs to go to the hospital for an MRI to determine the extent of his injury. The hearts of the Hawks fans at the scene also follow him to the hospital. Everyone knows that, if Garnett bids farewell to the stage of the finals, the Hawks will have 100% no chance. Atlanta Hawks players. In front of the bench, Kellyan called all the players together and stretched out his hand to sweep the audience seats. Around us are all the Hawks fans. Kilograms is not here, and the rest of us still have to fight for them. We also want to show the Lakers a determination. To be honest, I don't know the specific situation of KG's injury, but I believe that, if we can win one more game, we can buy more rest time for Kilograms before he recovers from his injury. Keep the hope of competing for the championship. I believe that Kilograms is now trying to overcome the pain, and all of us must guard the good situation he has brought us. Please, keep the victory of this game. Please. After returning from the timeout, Kellyan sent out a lineup of Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Anderson, and PJ Brown. Garnett was not there, and Dio was directly replaced, and all the focus was on the defense. 4 minutes, 15 points advantage. It is not easy for the Lakers to catch up. Odom dribbled across half court and then handed the ball to Kobe. Kobe took the ball from the wing and passed it to Gasol, who was asking for the ball in the low post. Then he made a flexible crossover step to Shake Battier, cut into the inside, received the pass from Gasol and shot directly from mid-range, hitting the ball accurately. 103-90. The Hawks attacked. The Lakers defense expanded, leaving only Gasol to protect the frame in the inside, and the others pressed the defense, forcing Paul to pass the ball to the inside. Anderson faced Gasol and forced to go up, but failed to score the ball due to interference. Attack and defense changed. Kobe received the ball at the waist, backed Battier, shook his shoulder twice, turned right and shot a backward jump shot. Battier blocked in front of Kobe, but Kobe entered his own rhythm and still shot against Battier's defense. 103-92. Without Garnett on the court, the Hawks' offense and defense were seriously affected. The Lakers recklessly placed all their defensive focus on the periphery. Fortunately, PJ Brown was very experienced in handling the ball in this offensive round, causing Gasol to foul. PJ Brown then made one of 2 free throws, and this wave of offense was rewarded. 104-92. After 2 consecutive offensives, Kobe was full of confidence. In the next offensive, he dribbled the ball to the right baseline, leaned against Battier with his back, turned to the baseline to avoid the block, and made a fadeaway jumper. The action was very beautiful, but the arc of the ball was a bit flat and bounced out of the frame. Anderson blocked the position and grabbed the backcourt rebound. There were still 2.5 minutes left in the game. Keeping this ball was of great significance to the Hawks. If they scored another goal, the game would basically be settled. At the critical moment, Joe Johnson became the hero of the Phillips Center. After receiving the ball in the half court, Facing Kobe's defense, Joe Johnson called Anderson's pick and roll, used this little space to directly pull up and shot, and hit the death 3-pointer, completely killing the game. 107:92. Wow. With a loud bang, the entire Phillips Center was in great jubilation. On the court, the entire Hawks team surrounded Joe Johnson, pushing and shoving him. Their excitement was beyond words. Looking at Kellyanne, he also put his worries aside at this time, turned around and celebrated with other members of the coaching staff and the players on the bench, celebrating the team's first victory in the general game. Although Garnett's injury cast a shadow on this victory, at least the team won. The teammates did not let Garnett's efforts in the first 42 minutes go to waste. As for whether this season's efforts will disappear, we have to wait for the results of the MRI at the hospital. The final score was fixed at 109:97. The Hawks won at home and won the first victory in the finals. At the press conference after the game, the media reporters were most concerned about Garnett's health. Everyone knew that without Garnett, the Hawks would basically have no chance of winning. To be honest, I'm also concerned about KG's injury, but the doctor has not given a definite report yet, and I don't want to say anything to put pressure on the players. In any case, my players and I will choose to face it bravely. Kellyanne's words were slightly sad, as if he was resigned to his fate. As for not putting pressure on Garnett, it is also Kellyanne's consistent style of protecting players. After Ibaka played with a closed shot, he was no longer a flying medical insurance card. Durant played with injuries, but ended up resting for a whole year and a half, and his athletic ability also declined significantly after his comeback. These are all living examples in front of Kellyanne. In addition, Kellyanne is also showing weakness to the enemy. Without Garnett, the Hawks certainly cannot win a whole series, but if the Lakers' arrogant bad habit is broken, it may not be impossible to steal 1 or 2 victories. In the 2009 Western Conference semifinals, the Rockets dragged the Lakers into a tiebreaker in the absence of Yao Ming and McGrady. Kellyanne's idea is somewhat fantastic, but another interpretation of this idea is finding joy in suffering. Chapter 306 Take Back the Home Advantage. That night, Kellyanne almost stayed up all night, paying close attention to the latest news from the hospital. It's not just Kellyanne. Many fans, whether they support the Hawks or not, are concerned about Garnett's injury. This not only directly determines the ownership of the championship, but also affects the excitement of the finals. 6 hours later, at 4 in the morning, Garnett's examination results are finally out. The results of the X-ray test and the MRI test are both negative. There is no structural damage. The anterior cruciate ligament and the medial collateral ligament are intact, and the final injury diagnosis is excessive knee bending and bone contusion. The estimated recovery time is 1 to 2 weeks. According to the staff, Garnett can already walk independently slowly, but it is inevitable that he still limps. Thank God. Kellyanne breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that a stone fell from his heart. It is really distressing to encounter injuries to core players on the stage of the finals. It is expected that Garnett will miss at least G2 and G3 games due to the expected absence of 1 week, and it is unknown whether he can catch up with G4. Fortunately, the schedule of the finals is slightly relaxed compared to other stages of the playoffs, and Garnett still has a chance to turn the tide. The difference is whether he returns in Game 4 or Game 5. This depends not only on his recovery from injury, but also on the development of the series. After 2 days of rest, the Hawks continued to stay at the Phillips Center and ushered in Game 2 of the finals against the Lakers. For the Hawks, this is a back-to-the-wall battle. Without Garnett, the team is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength. They can only hope to play with momentum at home. It would be best if the referee would be biased appropriately and there would be a chance to fight. When it comes to Game 3, the game will only be more difficult when visiting the Staples Center. In this game, Kellyanne also took the initiative to change the formation, replacing Garnett with Warwick, who has excellent running and jumping abilities, into the starting lineup, trying to use the run and gun tactics to catch the Lakers off guard. However, with the Lakers having an absolute advantage in the interior, they were determined to slow down today and drag the Hawks into the quagmire of positional warfare at all costs. Kellyanne lowered the team's interior height to speed up, completely liberating Gasol. the Spaniard dominated the interior on both offense and defense, scoring a large double-double of 27 points and 11 rebounds in the first 3 quarters alone, even overshadowing Kobe. In the final quarter, Paul suddenly broke out, breaking through the pick and roll and the positional warfare, breaking through in a singles match during the counter-attack, scoring consecutively and attracting assists from Joe Johnson to hit a 3-pointer, and the Hawks played a 13-2 wave to catch up with the score. At the critical moment, Fisher became the key man of the Lakers. He first received Kobe's pass and hit a key 3-pointer to help the team stabilize the situation. Then he successfully restricted Joe Johnson's singles on the defensive end, helping the Lakers complete the key defense and slowing down the Hawks' offensive edge. One effort, then decline, and then exhaustion. The Hawks' momentum of chasing points was lost by Fisher, and they never continued. In the end, the team lost to the Lakers 98-109 at home, and the series score was tied. Throughout the playoffs, the Hawks won all home games, but they fell on the stage of the finals because of injuries to core players. Both fans and the media felt sorry for them. In the post-match interview, Killian did not say too much, but just firmly believed that this round of the series was not over yet. Even if they lost the home advantage, the Hawks still had hope of winning the championship. At least winning one game in G4 and G5 is also the general policy of the Hawks in the series. Although there is no specific time for the return, both Garnett himself and the team coaching staff assume that Garnett will return in G4 to prevent the team from falling into a more passive position. In the finals, you have to take a risk no matter what. In contrast, the team has subjectively given up the game of G3. This kind of abandonment is not a passive game in the absolute sense, but a kind of helplessness under the reality. If it is a regular season, or a matchup between the weak and the strong in the absolute sense, Killian will still come up with some new tricks to compete with Phil Jackson. But in the game of the finals, as the commander and operator of the team, Killian has to put away his scientist side and invest more resources in places that can bring benefits. However, Killian's notorious reputation makes Phil Jackson dare not be careless. In the game of G3, he still makes a fuss about Gasol in the interior, using Gasol's point to launch a comprehensive suppression of the Hawks' interior. After scoring a big double-double of 34 points and 14 rebounds in the previous game, Gasol scored 30 plus 10 again in this game. He overshadowed Kobe. If the finals were a best-of-3 game, the Spaniard would be the undisputed FMVP. 112-99. The Lakers defended their home court and led the series 2-1. After G3, fans began to eagerly call for Garnett's comeback. Barkley, Kenny Smith and other media people also analyzed Garnett's role in the Hawks in the program and cut out Gasol's performance in G1, G2 and G3 to compare, highlighting Garnett's great value. However, within the Hawks, Killian explicitly prohibited anyone in the team from talking about Garnett's comeback in interviews. This is both a smoke bomb and a way to avoid pressure on Garnett within the team. Although Garnett has resumed training and performed well in training, only Garnett himself knows what kind of feedback his body has given. After the training, Killian also met with Garnett and the team doctor as soon as possible to understand Garnett's specific situation. After getting the okay permission to play and no need to limit the playing time, the two men clenched their fists at the same time. Fight back, from now on. June 11th, Los Angeles, Staples Center. Garnett stood on the court, listening to the cheers like a tsunami in his ears, staring at Gasol standing opposite him, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, his face full of excitement. 4 years ago, in the 03-04 season, that was his peak moment in the Timberwolves. In that season, the Timberwolves, who had lost in the first round of the playoffs for 6 consecutive years, overcame all difficulties, defeated the Nuggets and the Kings, and made it to the Western Conference Finals. In that season, Garnett reached the first peak of his career, winning the All-Star Game MVP and the regular season MVP. In that season, it was the Los Angeles Lakers who finally blocked the Timberwolves from the finals. With Garnett at his peak, being restricted by the aging Malone, O'Neal dominated the inside line and led the Lakers, who were on the brink of civil strife, to the finals, which basically ended Garnett's last hope of leading his parent team to the championship. The Timberwolves entered a dark period, and until now, there has been no hope of entering the playoffs again. From this perspective, the Lakers, as an opponent, are really special to Garnett. For a long time in his career, he was defeated by the Lakers. In the last days of the Timberwolves, Garnett even considered the possibility of joining forces with Kobe and the Lakers. Of course, the two of them almost teamed up in the Hawks. If Kellyanne hadn't overturned the deal at that time, perhaps the opponent standing in front of him today would not be the Lakers, right? Garnett gathered his mind and stopped thinking about these things. The opponent in front of him is the Lakers, and his goal is to defeat them. Everything else is not important. Beep. The referee on duty blew the whistle and threw the ball into the air. The game officially began. Garnett was already eager to try, and he beat Gasol to win the jump ball. He passed the ball to Paul and then ran to the front court. He first came to the inside line, then looked at Paul, always paying attention to his movements, ready to go up to the top of the arc and cover him at any time. He did not stay directly at the top of the arc, but came to the inside line first, not multiple times in one go, but to first impose a deep threat on the Lakers, press Gasol in the restricted area, and then go up to cover, move Gasol up and down, and in the process, look for flaws in the Lakers defense line, so as to find offensive opportunities. The depth brought by Garnett's offensive threat is exactly what the other inside players of the Hawks don't have. After Paul dribbled across half court, he made a gesture, and Garnett immediately came to the corner to provide an off-ball screen for Joe Johnson, who was diagonally inserted into the penalty area. Kobe was afraid of the Hawks' off-ball pick and roll, so he grabbed half a step of space in advance, but he didn't expect Joe Johnson to run back and directly land on the outside. When he wanted to chase him, he was firmly caught by Garnett. Joe Johnson got an open opportunity and quickly completed the shot. Before Kobe squeezed through the screen, he made an open three-pointer. The Lakers attacked. Fisher took the ball to the front court and passed it to Kobe, then ran to the left. Radmanovic went to the right corner. Odom was on the right at 70 degrees, and all the players were spread out. Kobe broke through from the left, and Battier rushed to the baseline at full speed, pulling away from Gasol. Garnett saw that the situation was not good and quickly filled in. Kobe failed to break into the basket directly. He dribbled the ball under his crotch to his right hand and took a step back to pull away from Garnett. He attracted Battier to chase him at 45 degrees and quickly transferred the ball to the middle. Gasol received the ball, prepared well, and shot immediately. Unexpectedly, Garnett rushed out to interfere slightly. He did not jump, but it also affected Gasol's shot. The ball bounced twice on the basket, but still did not bounce in. Garnett grabbed the backcourt rebound, dribbled the ball, and then passed it directly to Paul, who had already started to speed up near the midline. The Hawks played offense and defense conversion. Paul cut from the right to the left, tied up the defense, and sent a pass. Dio, who was actively moving forward, found an opportunity and followed up with a dunk to score. 0:5. In the past 2 games, the Lakers could easily suppress the Hawks inside line. The Hawks, who did not have air dominance, had no ability to launch a quick counterattack. At this time, the Hawks took advantage of the confrontation in the interior, and the Lakers' defense could not be as relaxed as in the previous 2 games. Perhaps it was because he realized that Garnett's current state was not affected by the injury. In the next round of offense, Kobe did not complete the offense through Gasol, but went directly to the low post to single out Battier. Battier's defense was very good, forcing Kobe to complete a difficult turnaround jump shot. The shot was not strong enough, and the ball hit the front of the basket. Odom grabbed the front court rebound and made a tip in at the first time. 2:5. The Hawks attacked again and played pick and roll. Gasol and Odom double-teamed Paul at the same time. The latter passed the ball to the middle. Garnett had a height advantage over Kobe. While chasing inside with his back, he observed his teammates' running positions. Battier cut to the basket from the side, and Garnett passed the ball to him. Battier forced a rebound against Fisher's defense and sent the ball into the basket. 2:7. At the beginning, the Eagles performed very tough, determined to take back the lost home advantage. Chapter 307. Starting from the same starting line, the Lakers attacked, and the players still spread out and let Kobe play one-on-one. He went to the right and faced the basket at 45 degrees. At this time, Fisher ran from the baseline to the top line, and Odom went to the left. The simple running tactics gave Kobe space. If the defender was not close to him, or if Kobe was double teamed at the baseline, he would have the opportunity to pass the ball to Fisher. The two have worked together for many years, and there is always a tacit understanding. Kobe can easily find people. However, the Hawks' defensive arrangement is not to double team outside the penalty area. Kobe dribbled the ball from the right side of his crotch and came to the basket against Battia's defense. He jumped from the right side of the basket, glided to the left side with a pull-up in the air, and made a reverse layup with his right hand, hitting the backboard lightly 7-4. Battia's defensive awareness and skills are full, but his physical fitness is slightly disadvantaged. The Hawks were on offense. Paul broke through and made a small floater, avoiding Odom's block but missing. Dio got stuck and grabbed the front court rebound. He pretended to dribble to the outside to reorganize the offense, but suddenly turned around and made a comeback and scored with a left-handed layup. 9:4. Beautiful footwork under the basket. As soon as Garnett came back, Dio was alive again. Yoga said excitedly. The Lakers were on offense. Kobe received the ball with an off-ball screen and started a one-on-one duel with Battia. Radmanovic and Odom still pulled out of the three-point line to attract defense. The Hawks also insisted on not double-teaming Kobe. Phil Jackson's way of leading the team is to help the stars with advantages create one-on-one opportunities. With this trick, he won 9 championship rings, more than all other coaches in the league today. This is his confidence. Kobe leaned on Battia on the right side with his back to the basket and turned to the baseline to make a fadeaway jump shot. His posture was beautiful and the shot went into the net. 9:6. He held the ball across half court, played pick and roll with Garnett, and passed the ball to Garnett on the right, but Gasol defended. After dribbling to find the rhythm, Garnett dribbled the ball to the baseline. After Gasol got in position, Garnett turned to the middle and Odom retreated to form a double team. Under the double team, Garnett made a pass error. Kobe was out of position and quickly brought it to the front court. Seeing that the Hawks retreated relatively far, he suddenly pulled up from the right side of the middle, but this time he missed the target, and Dio in the penalty area easily grabbed the rebound. Zangheli, Kobe didn't score, although he didn't score, but we have to play like this. Zangheli's words were powerful, but the development of the game soon slapped his comments in the face. Kobe's excessive shots made the Lakers offense sluggish. While the Hawks side was the East is not bright, the West is bright. Garnett attacked after Joe Johnson's attack at the beginning, and after a small climax of 7:0, the score difference widened to 10 points. Phil Jackson's face looked a little bad. Although the team was leading by a big score of 2:1, the Hawks won both games at the cost of Garnett. Today's game was played at home. If there was a mistake, he would really be a leak. At the same time, Kobe had some problems today. Compared with the past, his desire to attack was stronger, his shooting frequency was higher, and the number of times he passed the ball to his teammates was not as many as his own shots. This was not Phil Jackson's arrangement. In the first 2 games, Gasol performed better and was closer to MVP. Phil Jackson guessed something, and then when he paused to arrange tactics, he used his language philosophy to cleverly point Kobe. Phil Jackson is definitely a master in grasping the psychology of players, especially core players. After returning from the timeout, Kobe's performance has improved significantly. He is happy to share the ball in the game, and he has made 2 consecutive assists to help his teammates score. But the Hawks' offense is still stable. Even though Kalyan replaced Joe Johnson in advance for personnel rotation, the Hawks still maintained their lead and ended the first quarter with a 32:26 lead. In the second quarter, the Hawks were led by Joe Johnson in offense, and the other 4 were Berrier, Sefolosha, PJ Tucker, and Anderson. Unlike the previous organization plus feint in the rotation lineup of Joe Johnson, and Berrier was more likely to hold the ball and blast. In this game, Kalyan directly arranged Joe Johnson to force Vujasic and Luke Walton and open up the offensive situation through this point of suppression. This adjustment caught Phil Jackson off guard. The key is that the Lakers lost Ariza in the previous regular season. Except for Kobe, no one in the team can match Joe Johnson. The offensive end is the only advantage. the defensive end has to take on the task of guarding Joe Johnson, let alone Kobe. Even if you let Joe come, this game will be difficult. Phil Jackson arranged a double team tactic for Joe Johnson, betting on Sefolosha, Berrier, and PJ Tucker's 3-pointers. However, at the critical moment, the three unstable outside shooting points all stood up and made 3 of 5 shots from outside the 3-point line, responding strongly to the Lakers double teaming and helping the team to widen the gap to more than 15 points. At the end of the first half, the main lineup returned and maintained the 15+ lead until the end of the half. At halftime, the Hawks led by 15 points, 61-46. During the halftime break, Killian focused on Garnett's situation. In the first half of the game, Killian did not hold back in the use of Garnett. In fact, in the current situation, there is no room for Killian to hold back, and the team is still behind by a large score. Although the team doctor did not give any time limit order. After all, Garnett's body is his own, and only Garnett himself has the most intuitive experience of what specific feedback he gave. Fortunately, Garnett's reaction was pretty good, and there were not too many adverse reactions. For now, the Hawks have strangled the Lakers. Gasol, who was calling the wind and calling the rain in the Eagles' restricted area in the first 2 games, only contributed 5 points and 7 rebounds in the first half of the game, and was eaten by Garnett. This also forced Kobe to digest more shots on the offensive end. The more so, the clearer the Eagles' defensive goal is. Anyway, Kobe doesn't like to pass the ball. With a 15-point lead in hand, the Eagles don't need to make any adjustments. And Phil Jackson himself is not a very flexible head coach. He is good at maximizing the team's advantages, but he rarely has the experience of winning the strong with the weak. However, in this case, the referee helped in time and blew some home whistles for the Lakers, helping the Lakers to narrow the gap in the third quarter 84-76. The gap was narrowed to only 8 points, and the Lakers saw the hope of winning. However, in the last quarter, Kobe, who had been supporting the Lakers offense, had a lower scoring efficiency. Battier, Sefolosha, and Joe Johnson's round battle is not something that everyone can withstand. Kobe has a heavy workload on both offense and defense, so it is normal for him to have a short-term state fluctuation. Moreover, as his physical strength continues to drain, Kobe's running on the court has gradually decreased, and he even directed traffic on the defensive end. Killian keenly noticed Kobe's physical crisis, and without saying anything, he replaced the main players in advance to launch a general attack. He took advantage of the absence of Gasol, Odom, and Fisher to increase the double teaming of Kobe, causing the Lakers to make more mistakes, to launch a quick counterattack, and in one go, the score difference was widened to 18 points. Killian's operation stunned the Lakers and also plunged the entire Staples Center into a dead silence. The general situation was gone, and the Lakers fans stopped making noise and watched the time on the court pass. Zhang Heli no longer blindly praised Kobe, but learned from Zujichin and played recalling the past. Staples is the arena where Killian has won the second most games. Killian first became famous in the Lakers. Now, winning a finals here must have special meaning for him, right? After this game, the score between the two sides came to 2-2, and the Hawks regained their home advantage, but the decisive battle will continue at the Staples Center. This is the charm of the 232 system. We also look forward to the Zen Master making some changes in the next game and continuing to fight with Killian. The final score was fixed at 97-110. The Hawks defeated the Lakers away and tied the score. Throughout the game, Garnett made 10 of 22 shots, 6 of 7 free throws, and scored 26 points, 3 assists, 10 rebounds, 2 steals and 2 turnovers. His performance in the first game after his return was very impressive. The key is that Garnett fully suppressed Gasol while doing a good job of offense. This is the key to the Hawks' victory. Paul scored 22 points and 8 assists. In most moments of the game Paul's presence was not very strong, but the data was very good. This shows that his performance on the court has been very stable. Although he lacks eye-catching performances, he has grasped most of the points he deserves. Joe Johnson scored 26 points and 6 rebounds. He and Paul are exactly two extremes. Paul is not showing off. If you don't check the statistics, you would think he only scored 10 points. Joe Johnson has a strong presence. Whether it is taking over Garnett's firepower in the first quarter or leading the substitute players to break down the Lakers in the second quarter and widening the score difference, it is impressive. So far, forget it, we won't divide the FMVP in advance. What Philadelphia grand celebration and you have one less than me, TUI, disgusting. At the press conference after the game, the Hawks participated first as the visiting team. As expected, reporters mentioned Kenyan's counter-attack against his former team. Speaking of this, it seems that I have a lucky attribute. The Hawks, Suns, and Lakers teams I have been on have all made it to the finals in recent years. After winning the crucial game, Kenyan was in a good mood and joked to himself, "I have a good winning rate in Staples Center. I hope that this winning rate can continue to improve in the game the day after tomorrow." Does winning at Staples Center mean more to you? I think the key is not the Staples Center, but the finals, right? Defeating any opponent on the stage of the finals makes me extremely excited. Kilograms made his comeback in this game. In your opinion, how much has his condition recovered? Players like Kilograms are a threat to their opponents, as long as they appear on the court. I have no doubt about this. Judging from his performance in this game, he has controlled both offense and defense, and played a crucial role. In the next game, I hope he will continue to perform like this. Compared with Kenyan's high-spirited, Phil Jackson is much more low-key. The current 2:2 score is based on the injuries suffered by the Hawks. Phil Jackson has no way to show off. The Hawks won both games Garnett played, which made Phil Jackson realize the gap in strength between the Lakers and the Hawks. The subsequent games are still not easy to play. Chapter 308, Fighting for the 7th round. Battle of Tenno Mountain comes from Japan, also known as the Battle of Yamazaki, which is a phrase from the history of the Japanese Warring States period. This battle laid the foundation for Hideyoshi to unify Japan in the future. Therefore, people now often use Battle of Tenno Mountain to describe extremely critical battles. In the history of the NBA, after the two sides tied 2:2, the team that won the Battle of Tenno Mountain had a winning rate of up to 82%. The direct impact on the winning trend is second only to G7, 100%. Whoever wins the Battle of Tenno Mountain will have a very obvious psychological advantage. It is precisely because of the importance of the Battle of Tenno Mountain that the change of the finals to a 2-3 schedule has caused great controversy. Some fans believe that such a schedule is more fair. One side has a home advantage, and the other side has the opportunity to play 3 consecutive home games to take the game away in one go. Some fans believe that this is not very friendly to the team with a superior regular season record. After all, the team worked hard to fight for the regular season record in order to have a greater initiative in the playoffs. However, the league must have considered many aspects before formulating such a charter. Especially in a commercial league like the NBA, many rules must not only consider the interests of the team, but also the opinions of the league's top sponsor, the major broadcasters. On June 13th, the Lakers and the Hawks Game 5 officially started. In the first 4 games, the Lakers were obviously suppressed by the full-blooded Hawks. Gasol's bullying the weak and fearing the strong on the technical level was vividly demonstrated. In the 2 games that Garnett missed, Gasol's performance was like a god of war. In the games that Garnett played, Gasol did not play a big role. It is precisely because of Gasol's great variance that Kobe is under great pressure in the game. The Hawks' wing defense itself is also top-notch in the league. Batia and Cephalosha can ensure that the Hawks always have a first-class wing defender on the field during the 48-minute game time, creating more trouble for Kobe. But in this crucial game, Odom, who had been tepid in the previous 4 games, stood up and took over Gasol's position, becoming the second offensive point on the Lakers court. Just like Kenyan's evaluation of Odom when he coached the Lakers, the left-handed magician has very comprehensive technical skills. When he is in good shape, he is also a guy that makes opponents helpless in defense. It's just that Odom has been doing inappropriate things on the court for 80% of his career. It happened that in this game, Llama found his glorious time as the second in command of the Lakers, especially in the first half of the game. Adam shot 10 of 14 shots with an efficient hit rate, scored 24 points, and helped the Lakers lead the Hawks by 17.69:52. Adam's outburst solved the problem of the Lakers' lack of offensive firepower, and the pressure on Gasol was also released. Under his support, Gasol broke through Garnett's blockade in the second half of the game, scored 12 points and 5 rebounds, and cooperated with Kobe to withstand the counter-attack of the Hawks and hold on to the victory. In the end, the Lakers defeated the Hawks 123-116 at home, and won the most crucial battle of the King Mountain. In the whole game, Adam scored 33 points and 12 rebounds, and was the main contributor to the Lakers' victory. Lakers fans also praised him generously, calling him the third giant of the team. Facts have proved that the Lakers' ceiling is higher than that of the Hawks. The finals is a place to compete in talent. Adam may make trouble at ordinary times, but the higher the level of the arena, he can do more than others with his excellent talent. History has given the answer. The team that wins the decisive battle has an 82% chance of winning the series. The Hawks are basically finished. The Zen Masters 9 championship rings were not picked up. Although Kellyan is not bad, he is still inferior to the Zen Master. Winning Game 5 gave the Lakers fans the confidence to be arrogant, and the only way left for the Hawks is to make good use of the team's home advantage and play well in the next games 5 and 6. Before Game 6, in the Hawks locker room, Kellyan was not in a hurry to arrange tactics. For him, the first thing to do was to motivate the players. In the 3 games that Kilograms played, we won 2. The last game was just an accident caused by Adam's sudden outbreak. I never believe that talent can determine everything. The game is played by 5 people on the court, and everyone needs to make every effort for the team's victory. I don't want this great season to be fruitless, and I don't want the O'Brien Cup to be kept in another place. I hope everyone will work together to defend our home court together. In addition to the chicken soup, Kellyan also made some adjustments in this game. He increased Joe Johnson's playing time in the first quarter to ensure that the team has the strongest firepower output for more time. Kellyan has no way out. If the Hawks lose another championship, they will be the Lakers. If they win, they can at least play a 7th game. At that time, they will tie the score, and the Hawks will have the home advantage and psychological advantage in turn. Therefore, Kellyan decided to increase the playing time of the stars and try his best. This change caught Phil Jackson off guard, or the Zen Master thought that Kellyan might play hard, but he could not come up with more ways to match the strength of the Hawks. Adam, who exploded in the last game, returned to his original level in this game. This is nothing new. If Adam can really play at the giant level in the finals, he should get the maximum salary. Kobe, who had been stable before, finally showed signs of fatigue in this game. Not only because the Hawks' defense was better, but also because Paul and Joe Johnson, the backcourt double guns, put enough pressure on Kobe on the offensive end, making the Black Mamba incapable. In a sense, the first half of Game 6 was the halftime game with the biggest gap between the two teams in the entire finals. The Hawks seemed to easily establish an 18-point lead. This is not like the game in Game 5, where the Lakers won because of Adam's amazing touch. It was more about the Hawks' tactical beating of the Lakers. It seems a bit early to say that the defeat is already determined, but it must be extremely difficult for the Lakers to turn the tables in the second half. During the halftime break, Phil Jackson gambled everything and first arranged Kobe as a feint point to tie down the Hawks' defense and then pass the ball to his teammates on the outside. Then Adam, Fisher, and Radmanovich resolutely fired from the outside when they had the chance, trying to catch up with points through more efficient outside offense. However, it is obvious that throughout the finals, the Hawks have been implementing the game strategy of not easily double teaming. No matter how good Kobe's touch is, how he makes waves in the mid-range, the Hawks insist on the game strategy of single defense. It is even more impossible for the Lakers to play an ideal outside offense on the stage of G6. In desperation, Kobe could only continue to perform a helpless scoring performance. His touch recovered in the third quarter, but the team's gap behind the Hawks widened to 21 points. The game basically lost suspense. In the final quarter, the Lakers played half of the game with all their main players, and the score difference remained around 20 points. Phil Jackson replaced the main players in advance, called off the game, and prepared for the life and death battle of the 7th game. The Lakers withdrew their main players in advance, and Kenyon did not need to keep the main players on the court to increase the risk of injury. In the next round, he replaced all the main players and played with a full substitute lineup. However, the strength gap between the two substitute lineups is obviously greater than that of the main lineup. The Lakers' Farmer, Vujasic, and Walton's outside combination can't stand the impact of Berrier and Shannon Brown at all. The two small guards of the Hawks with strong impact frequently broke through the Lakers' weak outside defense line and staged a good show of bombing the basket. The score difference is getting bigger and bigger, and it goes directly to 30 points. It just so happens that at this time, the Lakers players dare not have any dirty moves. After all, it is the stage of the finals. Whoever makes trouble will be famous all over the United States. In this way, the Hawks fans witnessed a 32-point massacre that created the history of the finals. The team defeated the Lakers by 32 points with a score of 128-96 and beat the Lakers players to black faces. This no-holds-barred operation also made the G7 of both sides ignite the smell of gunpowder at the moment when G6 ended. This round of the finals between the Lakers and the Hawks was also selected by the media as the most classic round of the finals in the new century. The process of the series was full of twists and turns. Garnett's injury once broke the balance of strength between the two sides, making people think that the Lakers could easily win this round of the series, but Garnett returned in time and staged a return of the King. Odom played the role of a surprise soldier and helped the Lakers win the Battle of the King Mountain, but the Hawks immediately used a record-breaking victory to bloodbath the Lakers and shattered the Lakers' overflowing morale. Before the final whistle sounded, it might be really difficult to predict the outcome of the game. Even if ESPN invited 25 experts to make predictions for the G7 game, the votes were 13-12, and the Hawks were only one vote ahead. However, when commenting, a considerable number of experts positioned Odom as the winner of this game. Their view is that, if Odom can continue to play like in Game 5, cooperate with Kobe and Gasol, and form a 3v3 with the Hawks, the Lakers will have a greater chance of winning. After all, it is a big city, Los Angeles, and it is inevitable that they have a certain upper hand in public opinion. In fact, there are no secrets between the two teams. The key to victory lies in the performance of the players, the rotation of the coach, the adjustment of tactics, etc. Judging from the past few games, if both sides play normally, the Hawks have a chance of winning more than 70%. Chapter 309. Determine the winner. Because it is the G7 of the finals, it is destined to be the last game of this legendary season, so the sense of ceremony before the game is more complicated than before. The league also invited some celebrities from the Hawks and Lakers to witness the game. In addition, some local celebrities in the United States came to the Phillips Center. Anthony Ressler also came to the scene to greet some wealthy people in Atlanta who came to watch the game. This is also the happiest thing for Ressler. With the influence of the Hawks, he can get in touch with the local bigwigs in Atlanta and have the opportunity to participate in their investment. The money he earns is much more than running the team. Of course, no matter how dazzling the people outside the court are, as long as they are at the Phillips Center, the players on the court will always attract everyone's attention. The director's camera is more focused on Garnett and Kobe. The two have won the most valuable honors in the NBA in these 2 seasons. This game can be regarded as a decisive battle between Kobe and Garnett. Kobe and Garnett are both high school rookies, and they are also 2 of the more stylish superstars in the current league. Kobe, needless to say, still has the most female fans in the world, even with the handsome incident, and his playing style is indeed beautiful as a picture, while Garnett's facial features are not as good as Webber's, but he has a slender figure and excellent proportions, and his good taste in clothes gives him a handsome image. Garnett's nickname Big Ticket is also related to his image. Using Kobe and Garnett's images to represent the 2 teams participating in this decisive battle is a good promotion for the NBA. However, From a universal perspective, perhaps Kellyanne can better understand aesthetics. The starting lineups of both sides did not change. Kellyanne felt that this lineup on the field was the strongest lineup of the Hawks and did not need to make any adjustments, while Phil Jackson had no cards to change. Maybe Luke Walton replaced Radmanovic to add an organization point. Is a change of tactics? Well, in an occasion like Game 7 of the finals, Phil Jackson would not choose to take risks. Garnett won the jump ball and passed the ball to Joe Johnson, and the game began. Joe Johnson dribbled the ball on his own and organized outside the 3-point line in the middle, facing Kobe's defense. Paul stood at the left baseline for a while and ran back to the top line. Dio came to his running route and set a screen for him without the ball, helping him get rid of Fisher. Joe Johnson immediately passed the ball to Paul, and there was a mismatch on the court. The big man defended the small man. Odom kept his distance and focused on defending against breakthroughs. After Paul received the ball, he chose to shoot a 3-pointer from the outside. The arc of the ball was too flat, and it went out of the basket. The rebound was grabbed by Gasol. The Lakers attacked. Gasol hard hit Garnett in the low post, but failed to gain an advantage after several consecutive attempts. He passed the ball to Odom, who was cruising at the free throw line. The latter received the ball, pretended to break through, shook Dio, and then shot a mid-range jump shot, which hit accurately. Before Odom had time to be proud of his goal, Dio quickly served the ball from the baseline. Paul received the ball and accelerated to get rid of Fisher. After Kobe came to help defend, he passed the ball to Battier. The latter, contrary to his usual behavior, did not pass the ball away. Instead, he quickly read the Lakers defense and rushed into the basket. He took 3 slow steps to lay up against Gasol's defense. Not only did he score the ball, but he also caused Gasol to foul and got a chance for a free throw. Damn it. Gasol hammered the basket in dissatisfaction, speechless. Battier firmly grasped the free throw opportunity and helped the team overtake the score. 3:2. The Lakers attacked. 3 people opened up. Kobe faced the basket and played a single, shaking his body, using his speed to shake Battier off, and his right foot accelerated, and he was already shoulder to shoulder with Battier. Garnett made timely help to block Kobe's forward steps. Kobe passed the ball to Gasol, who received the ball, and faced Dio, who was helping defend under the basket. Unexpectedly, he failed to put the ball into the basket. Garnett recovered in time to protect the backcourt rebound. Paul crossed the half court with the ball, dribbled from his left hand to his right hand, and suddenly changed direction from 45 degrees to the baseline. He was very fast, and his movements were perfectly connected. He passed Fisher and easily scored a layup. 5:2. Compared with the fast Hawks, the Lakers offense was much more slow. Odom lobbed the ball to Kobe and ran to the right corner. Kobe leaned against Battier with his back to the basket and turned to the baseline. Battier predicted accurately and blocked the breakthrough route. Kobe failed to break through and stepped back with his right foot to jump shot. With a simple move, he avoided the block and the ball went in. 5:4. The Hawks' position offense was still mainly based on pick and roll. Paul and Garnett's pick and roll broke the Lakers' defense. After 2 steps, he dribbled and threw the ball to Garnett behind him. The latter pushed Fisher away and cut into the basket. After jumping up to catch the ball, he forced the ball into the basket against Odom's defense, causing Odom to foul. Phil Jackson then objected to the referee's whistle, believing that Odom's defense on this ball was not enough to warrant an additional foul. The Zen Master's confrontation with the referee caused boos from the home fans, but this was precisely his experience. After all, today's game was played at the Hawks' home court, and no matter how fair the referee was, he would inevitably lean towards the Hawks under pressure from the fans. Phil Jackson had to use his status to help the team turn the tide. The Lakers' offense was still Kobe's strong play. He forced his way into the inside line with his own footsteps, tied up the Hawks' defense, and then passed the ball to the outside line. Odom took the ball and shot, hitting a key 3-pointer. 8:7. We also mentioned before the game that Odom's condition directly determined the Lakers' chances of winning this game. Obviously, Odom's game today felt pretty good, and this game was interesting, Zanghelli said. As a Kobe fan, his mentality was good. If the Lakers won, he would be happy as a fan. If the Hawks won the game, they would also be compatriots. On the Hawks side, Joe Johnson also continued the team's offensive firepower. He used Dio's pick and roll to suddenly cut to the basket, received the ball, and flashed past Gasol, and scored a layup in 3 steps 10:7. The Lakers attacked. Odom held the ball in the corner and singled out Dio. He passed Dio by changing the rhythm of dribbling, and then changed direction, and accelerated past Garnett, and scored a layup on the right. 10:9. As Zangheli said, Odom's condition is indeed very good. The Hawks' hot offensive feel still can't help the team quickly open the score. But on the other hand, the Hawks' strength is also really terrifying. Under Odom's firepower output as the third giant, the Hawks can still stabilize the situation and establish a 4-point lead at the end of the first quarter. 29:25. In the second quarter, both sides compressed their rotations. The Lakers kept Kobe and Odom on the court and played with Farmer, Walton, and Chirieff. On the Hawks side, in addition to Joe Johnson, who was on the bench as usual, Dio was also left on the court, playing with Berrier, Cephalosha, and PJ Brown. In terms of the firepower output of the bench lineup, it is obvious that the Hawks are better. Killian also ambitiously hopes that the team can play an advantage during this period of rotation. It would be best if it can be directly reflected in the score. If it can't be done, it can consume Kobe more, and it won't be a loss. Killian's idea is very beautiful, but things in the world are usually not as easy as designed. After performing a magical performance in Game 5, Odom once again showed an outstanding performance in this game. Not only did he frequently score singles, but he also did a good job of connecting the offense, allowing Kobe and other teammates to get more scoring opportunities. In the first half of the game alone, Odom sent out 19 points, 5 rebounds and 6 assists, helping the Lakers to overtake the score in the second quarter. 56:61. Guys, we did a great job. In Game 5, we couldn't handle Lam's outburst at all, but in this game, we also faced the opponent's good condition and we did our best. This is a picture I want to see. I coached Odom, and know that his condition cannot be sustained. As long as we continue the performance in the first half, I believe we can win. So far in the game, I have designed a winning tactic for you. It's up to you to implement my intentions on the court. I believe that each of you is no worse than the guy on the opposite side. The third quarter of the game confirmed Killian's words to a large extent. Odom's condition fluctuated as expected. His mid-range hit rate of 8 out of 10 in the first half began to drop sharply, and none of the first 3 shots hit. One of the shots didn't even touch the basket when there was no one defending. When Odom couldn't find the shooting touch, the threat of his pass also decreased. And with his decline in this state, Gasol's performance began to be unsatisfactory. The Lakers returned to Kobe's shooting at random situation. What's more fatal is that Kobe, who had always performed well in the previous games, finally showed some ups and downs in his state. Facing the dilemma of consecutive missed shots, Kobe's choice was to carry the team on his shoulders and insist on shooting. Kobe's success is inseparable from his paranoid character, but not every insist on oneself means the right choice. The Lakers gradually collapsed, and at this time, a calmer brain was actually needed. But Kobe did not play the role of a mature leader at this time. It even exacerbated the situation. The Hawks played a 34:18 advantage in the third quarter, overtaking 11 points with 90:79, and one hand had already touched the championship trophy. The difference behind reached double digits, and Kobe did not rest in the fourth quarter and went directly into battle at the beginning. The Hawks also attacked with all the main players and went all in directly. Compared with Kobe's walking alone, the Hawks' big three formed a linkage of each doing their own job on the court. Garnett supports the team's most balanced defensive system, and on the offensive end, it is a pick and roll or mid-range jump shot. Paul is responsible for the initiation of the team's offensive tactics, whether it is using personal breakthroughs to force Fisher and disrupt the Lakers' defense, or launching pick and rolls with teammates to form a more efficient offense after the mismatch. Joe Johnson directly responded to Kobe's singles. His skilled techniques and strong body made him not at a disadvantage against Kobe on the offensive end. His always strong psychological quality prevented him from having too much psychological fluctuations and showing weakness because of being on the stage of the finals. with Joe Johnson's jump shot in the space, opened up by Garnett's pick and roll. The difference between the two sides widened to 16 points. With 5 minutes left in the game, the Hawks almost locked the championship, and the fans at the scene also stood up and cheered for every offensive and defensive round of the Hawks. However, Killian's expression was still nervous. While Phil Jackson kept calling for timeouts and deploying troops, Killian also kept cooling down the team, reminding everyone to do a good job of defense and not to be careless. At this time, the Lakers had already gambled everything on one throw, and the Hawks at this time needed to grasp their mentality and not make mistakes so that no one could ruin their business. Another 120 seconds passed. The score difference was still 15 points. The fans at the scene had already started the celebration ceremony, and Wang Lefen was already accepting the thanks from the fans around him, hugging and greeting his friends from time to time. But Killian was still serious on the court, shouting from time to time, reminding the players to plug the defensive loopholes. The game entered the last 90 seconds. The score came to 114-101. The Hawks led by 13 points. The players on the bench had already started to high-five each other to celebrate, and veteran PJ Brown buried his head in the towel. This was the last season of his career, and it was completely the last fight for the championship. Being able to successfully win the championship can also be regarded as a perfect end to his 20-year NBA career. When the game reached the 47th minute, the fans in the stadium, led by some fans, began to count down. They started from 60 and kept counting backwards. The moment of victory for the Hawks was getting closer with their countdown. The game is over. The Hawks defeated the Lakers and won the 2007-2008 NBA championship. Congratulations to them. Their performance was worthy of the championship. They won 65 games in the regular season, ranked first in the league, defeated the Wizards 4-0 in the first round of the playoffs, defeated the Cavaliers 4-1 in the semifinals, and defeated the Celtics 4-2 in the Eastern Conference Finals. In the finals, they turned the tables on the Lakers 4-3 even though Garnett was injured for 2 games. This is a legendary season. Let us congratulate the Hawks. Amid the commentators' shouts, the fans in the stadium had already given out continuous cheers, and at the moment the whistle sounded, the players on the Hawks bench had already rushed onto the court and started a crazy celebration with their teammates on the court. Until this moment, they felt genuine joy and felt that their efforts this season had paid off. NBA champion. The highest honor in basketball now belongs to the Hawks. Killian raised his arms high and stood alone in front of the bench. Now there was no one around him. The substitute players and assistant coaches had already rushed into the court to celebrate. No, it was not empty. Countless reporters rushed over and pointed their cameras at Killian. He was a magical coach. Although at the age of 29, he was younger than many players, but he had already achieved many achievements that many coaches could not achieve in their lifetime, and achieved the glory of defending the NBA championship. Now the reporters were just busy taking pictures. They didn't start to ask Killian all kinds of questions until they were satisfied. I feel very dreamy now. I'm very happy to win the championship. I'm proud of the performance of the players. I want to dedicate the championship to some people in my country. Killian answered the reporters' questions one by one. At this time, the reporters only asked some meaningless topics. Killian didn't even need to think about these questions. His answers were very formulaic. He was just immersed in the joy of winning the game and the joy of winning the Champions League. A season of hard work, a season of waiting, and a season of dedication. At this moment, all paid off. As he casually answered the reporters' questions, he saw the reporters suddenly split to both sides, and then a large group of excited Eagles players rushed towards him at the same time. When Killian was about to say something, the players had already rushed over regardless of anything. Anderson and Warwick, 2 strong men, held his head and his feet respectively, and Killian immediately couldn't move. Then Anderson, who was holding his feet, exerted force and easily lifted up Killian, who was 1.9 meters tall. Then other players rushed forward, shouting 1, 2, 3, and threw Killian into the air. After the initial panic, Killian also began to grin. The scenery in front of him was up and down, and his whole body couldn't help flying up and down. This feeling was really great, especially after winning the championship. Chapter 310, Draft. Some come and some leave. The Hawks won the championship, and it was not easy to choose the finals MVP. In terms of performance, Garnett's data was the best. In terms of defensive contribution, he was well deserved, but Garnett only played 5 games, which was a deduction. In terms of visual effects, Joe Johnson competed with Kobe at the critical moment and sat in the highlight of leading the bench lineup to widen the score difference in many games. But his own status was slightly low, and he naturally gave people the feeling of the third head of the Hawks. Throughout the finals, Paul contributed an average of 20 plus 5 plus 9 per game, and the total data can be said to be the best of the Hawks. And as a point guard, he managed to lead the team, not play randomly, and share the ball correctly, but his scoring was very even, without the highlight moments of Garnett and Joe Johnson. It also exposed the powerlessness of a 183-point guard to decide the game in a high-intensity game. The judges voted for 3 rounds, and in the end the honor of FMVP was awarded to Garnett. The Wolf King gave a touching speech and thanked a lot of people. Kellyanne, the #1 contributor to the Hawks' rise and championship, also gave a speech, which was much shorter than Garnett's. I'm even more excited about winning the championship this year than last season. Winning the Lakers means a lot to me. I think it was not until this moment that I was truly relieved of some things. Thank you, my players, you have proved my ability. The fans at the scene applauded and cheered. The Lakers fans who watched the award ceremony without turning off the TV after watching the finals felt heartbroken. It was obviously them who discovered Kellyanne. It was obvious that Kellyanne wanted to stay with the Lakers. It was obvious that Kellyanne had a good record coaching the Lakers. It was obvious that everything the Hawks have achieved now should belong to the Lakers. After the celebration that day, the team continued to hold a celebration party the next day. Anthony Ressler booked the best entertainment club in Atlanta, and everyone played hard all night. It was at the celebration party that the team's general manager Larry Santa quietly found Kellyanne and tentatively talked about the issue of contract renewal again. In the middle of the season, the team discussed the renewal with Kellyanne and set the salary ceiling at Phil Jackson's $10 million. As a result, Kellyanne defeated Phil Jackson head-on in the finals, and setting the ceiling at $10 million was a bit of self-deception. Larry Santa wanted to find out how much money Kellyanne wanted. However, as a 2-time champion coach, Kellyanne chose to avoid talking about the renewal issue. This finals played a full 7 games, which was really tiring. My mental state is not very good now, and it is difficult to give a rational answer. After the draft, I plan to leave basketball for a while, and then talk about these things. Unlike the last contract renewal, Kellyanne now has more confidence. If he regains his free status next year, at least half of the teams in the league will be waiting for him. Of course, Kellyanne's considerations are not limited to this. He did bring the Hawks to the top, but with the success of the team, the operating costs of the Hawks are also increasing. The team has to pay more than $10 million in luxury taxes this season, and the number will only increase next season. No one can guarantee that Anthony Ressler can continue this passion for investment. The boss's investment is one aspect, and there are also undercurrents in the team's locker room. Paul's ambition to rise to the top is getting stronger and stronger. Garnett needs honors to improve his historical status, and Berrier, Sefolosha, Shannon Brown need more opportunities to perform. After achieving success, everyone may not be able to think in one direction and work in one direction as before, which will also test Kellyanne's management art. After being rejected by Kellyanne, Larry Santa found Garnett again and discussed the issue of early contract extension with Garnett. Garnett reached a 5-year, $100 million contract extension with the Timberwolves in 2004, which will expire in 2009. The Hawks can renew the contract with the Timberwolves in advance in the middle of next season. Considering that Garnett will be 33 years old by then, and the league has a 36-year-old clause for older players, the two sides can sign a maximum of a 3-year contract. In the 2 seasons with the Hawks, Garnett won 1 MVP plus 2 championships plus 2 FMVP plus 2 first-team honors, almost firmly sitting on the position of the second power forward in history, and even has the hope of impacting Duncan. There is no doubt that Garnett hopes to stay with the Hawks and continue to harvest honors. In itself, if a 33-year-old inside player enters the free agent market, it is not easy to get a pension contract, even if he is Garnett. Compared with Kenyan's avoidance, Garnett has a clear price tag, $54 million for 3 years. The Wolf King feels that he has cut his salary by $2 million, which is very sincere. After all, he is a hero of the team. However, in Larry Sanders' view, this asking price is a bit spoiled. After all, last season, Garnett's attendance, statistics, and on-court lethality were all declining, and the asking price of $18 million was a bit too high. Considering that Paul's rookie bonus will be exhausted, and his big contract will take effect at the beginning of the 2009-10 season, the team's salary will explode. 2 days later, the Hawks held a grand championship parade in Atlanta. That scene, wow, gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, and a sea of people. The players stood on the tour bus, appeared in front of the fans one by one, and accepted the applause of the fans. There was no benefit, but it was enough to make the players' self-confidence and vanity swell to the extreme. On June 27th, the 2008 NBA draft was held as scheduled at Madison Square Garden in New York. As usual, New York fans gave the warmest boos to President David Stern, who gave his speech. Stern also smiled as usual, as if he was not the one being booed. The Bulls, who hold the number 1 pick, had long been in love with Derrick Rose, and will not marry anyone but him. The Bulls, who have a balanced lineup, also need a leader with extraordinary potential like Rose, to lead the team, to break through the shackles, and truly become a strong team. It's hard to say in the short term, but in the long run, the Bulls will definitely be a force that cannot be underestimated in the league. The Bulls chose Rose, which disappointed the Timberwolves, who hold the number 2 pick. The Timberwolves have a large number of young talents in various positions, but they lack people in the point guard position, and the player they need most is Rose. After Rose was delisted by the Bulls, the team could only choose between Beasley and Mayo. The former overlaps with Gay's position, and the latter, although he is an #1 guard in the United States, has mediocre physical fitness and is not as popular as a year ago. The Timberwolves finally chose Beasley, which is a choice that is completely betting on talent and upper limit. However, after the Timberwolves submitted their selection, the most embarrassing scene of this draft appeared. When the camera was given to Billis, he just burst into swear words, as if he was very dissatisfied with the result of going to Minnesota. Rose and Beasley were selected one after another, and the Grizzlies' choice was very simple. Mayo, who had a superstar face, was selected and was ready to go to the Grizzlies as a leader. The Thunder, who held the 4th pick, made an unexpected choice. Most people would use this draft pick to choose Kevin Love, whose basketball IQ is comparable to Bird. The Thunder itself lacked an inside player, but their choice was indeed based on Tony Allen's Westbrook. No matter how much controversy Westbrook carried at the end of his career, the destructive power he showed in his peak period was the top in history. This choice is definitely a masterstroke of detonator. In the future, no matter which team Kenyan coaches, the mature Thunder will also be an opponent that he cannot ignore. The 5th-placed Hornets encountered the same embarrassment as the Timberwolves. The team has 2 young players with good strength in Marvin Williams and West at the power forward position. It feels like it's their own fault to add Kevin Love, but Kevin Love fell behind, and it's a pity to miss him in vain. At this time, the Knicks, who held the 6th pick, took the initiative to use the 6th pick plus 2 future second-round picks plus $3 million in cash compensation to exchange the 5th pick from the Hornets and selected Love. The Hornets selected Eric Gordon at the 6th pick, which is a position that the team urgently needs to strengthen. The Clippers selected the Italian cannon Gallinari at the 7th pick. This is a wing with strong shooting ability, who can also use his height to complete singles, which is a supplement to the Clippers. The Bucks selected Alexander at the 8th pick. He has good physical fitness and his specialties are dunking and speaking Chinese. The NBA originally arranged for the Bucks to play in the Chinese game, but the Bucks sent Yi Jianlian away for Richard Jefferson. Then Alexander greeted the Chinese fans in Chinese on behalf of the Bucks, which was the deepest impression he left on the fans. Joe continued to play the role of clearing minds for everyone at the draft. The Bobcats selected DJ Augustin at the 9th pick. It is rumored that the Bobcats are dissatisfied with Iverson's failure to lead the team to the playoffs in 2 seasons and may trade away the answer. Augustin may be Iverson's replacement. The Nets chose Brook Lopez, who graduated from Stanford University. Big Lopez is a traditional inside player with solid technical skills. He has a very good back-to-back ability. He is also the former neighbor of head coach Frank, which is more or less nepotism. Big Lopez's younger brother Robin Lopez was selected by the Suns at the 15th pick. The Suns' offense-oriented inside line really needs a hard-working player like Little Lopez. McGee, Hickson, Courtney Lee were selected one by one. The Hawks' first choice Ibaka was also selected by the Thunder at the 24th pick. In the 2008 draft, the Houston Rockets selected Nicolas Batum from France at the 25th pick. In the 2008 draft, the Portland Trail Blazers selected Daryl Arthur from the University of Kansas at the 27th pick. In the 2008 draft, the Memphis Grizzlies selected Don Green from Syracuse University at the 28th pick. In addition to the Spurs who selected George Hill at the 26th pick, several teams at the end of the first round reached a 4-party deal after complex negotiations. In this deal, that has not yet been made public, Batum's signing rights have quietly come to the Hawks. The price the Hawks paid was Berrier, the backup point guard who the team could not afford to renew next season. Mario Chalmers. Killian said as he looked at the list of all the draft players handed over by Larry Sander. After sending Berrier away, the Hawks have a vacuum in the backup point guard position. In the remaining players of this draft, Chalmers and Dragic are both good candidates. In terms of career achievements, Dragic, who has been selected for the 3rd team and has received a big contract, is obviously better than Chalmers, but Killian still chose Chalmers in this 2-choice question, more considering Chalmers' combat effectiveness and the Hawks' ball distribution. Chalmers is the mop of this NCAA semifinals. In history, he quickly grew into the main point guard of the Heat after entering the league. His above-average 3-point shooting perfectly matches Wade, unlike Gibson and Damon Jones, whose ball handling ability is really weak. Chalmers can hold the ball. In the later stage of his career, he also played the role of score-cutting 6th man in the Grizzlies. After sending Berrier away, Chalmers and Batum, who were added, are both rookies with high technical maturity and can be plug-and-play. This wave of blood transfusion has a good result for the Hawks. As for the number 58 pick traded from the Pistons, there was really no qualified candidate, so the Hawks randomly selected a European player who was unlikely to report to the NBA, so that they could use his signing rights to make a fuss in the future. After the draft, the Rockets, Trail Blazers, Hawks, and Grizzlies announced the trade plan as soon as possible. Rockets sent, Batum received, Don Green, Joe Dorsey, Grizzlies 2009 second round pick. Grizzlies sent, Don Green, 2009 second round pick received, Daryl Arthur. Trail Blazers sent, Daryl Arthur. Joe Dorsey received, Berrier. Hawks sent, Berrier received. Batum being able to facilitate the deal among the 3 Western Conference teams shows that everyone got what they needed and was very satisfied with the deal. On paper, the Trail Blazers undoubtedly made the most money, trading for Berrier, a high-quality backup point guard, with a late first-round pick and a second-round pick. The Hawks apparently suffered a loss, but the team's salary space does not allow them to offer Berrier an ideal contract at the end of next season. It is only a matter of time before the Puerto Rican leaves, and this wave can be regarded as stopping losses in time. The Rockets and the Grizzlies have both fine-tuned their draft picks according to their own needs, so there is nothing to lose. Batum and Chalmers are also very excited about joining the Hawks. With Dio, a French fellow countryman, Batum feels that he can better integrate into the NBA environment, which is very important for international players. And Chalmers also likes to slowly adapt to the league in an environment like the Hawks, that has a relatively high tolerance rate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. Be thrifty and save money to build a team. After reaching agreements with 2 rookies, the Hawks' rotation lineup for the new season has been basically completed. PG, Paul, Chalmers SG, Joe Johnson, Sefolosha, Shannon Brown SF, Battier, Batten. There are only 2 players at the point guard position, but Shannon Brown can also swing to the number 1 position. Joe Johnson and Sefolosha also have the strength to play the number 3 position. If there are no particularly serious injuries, these 7 people are enough for Kayan to deploy normally. The next step is to supplement the inside players. Kayan must first ensure Anderson's contract renewal. After all, Dio's defensive ability is weak, and he often relies on Garnett to clean up his ass when dealing with certain opponents. Anderson's defense is still very important. Having never received a big contract in his career, Anderson hopes to get a contract that is enough to guarantee his life in the second half of his life by taking the opportunity of winning the championship. However, there is also an unspoken rule in the NBA that players who have received a minimum salary will find it difficult to get a big contract unless they have a particularly outstanding performance, not to mention Anderson's black history of taking drugs. Birdman also knows his own limitations, so he asked for a lower price than other inside contracts on the market. He hopes to get a 3-year contract worth more than $10 million. To be fair, this asking price is not high, and there is definitely an emotional factor involved. Anderson still wants to play for Kayan. However, Larry Sander continued to press forward in the negotiations with Anderson's agent. His words clearly showed that he was not optimistic about Anderson getting a big contract with other teams, and he took the opportunity to lower the price. Even after Kayan intervened, Larry Sander still refused to give in and was determined to cut the team's salary expenditure. "Kumi, you can't want everyone to stay. Our budget is always capped," Larry Sander said. "It's not as simple as giving Chris more salary of $3.5 million. The team's total salary has exceeded the luxury tax threshold. If you give him $1 more, the team will pay $1 of luxury tax to the league. If it's for a star like Paul, it's okay. Chris is not at this level. I understand that you have to be responsible for the team's budget, so give up the player option of Hajim Warwick and use the saved salary space to increase Chris' salary. Okay." Kayan gave a best of both worlds solution to keep his favorite player. Giving up Warwick's rookie bonus may not save the team much money. After all, Warwick also occupies a head in the team's roster. This sentence is more about Kayan's attitude. He needs to keep Anderson. Larry Sander weighed the pros and cons and finally agreed to Kayan's request. Under Kayan's mediation, Anderson reached a 1+1 contract with a player option with a total contract value of $7 million with the Hawks. The contract period is not long, but if Anderson performs well this season, he still has the opportunity to enter the free agent market next year, and if there is any unexpected situation this season, Birdman's income next season is at least guaranteed. It can be regarded as a compromise that takes into account the interests of both parties, but as the team uses the middle class exception on Anderson, the Hawks, which is already an overcap team, does not have much room to operate and can only sign players with contracts above and below the minimum salary. However, the Hawks have won 2 consecutive championships, and with the addition of the Big Three, it is quite attractive for veterans who are determined to win the championship. The first to show his affection to the Hawks was Juwan Howard, a veteran who had a short stay in the Hawks, was then traded to the Timberwolves, and recently had his contract bought out. With an annual salary of $8 million, Uncle Huo is of course disliked for high salary and low ability, but if he is a minimum salary player, maybe he can be given a chance. Kayan's reaction to this was to refuse politely and politely rejected the other party's kindness. Next season, the 2 teams that Kayan regards as the biggest threat are the Lakers and the Magic. The 2 teams have Gasol and Howard, who is rapidly approaching his peak, respectively. Therefore, the Hawks need a defensive inside player, and the secondary attribute is also strong mobility, with enough shooting ability to help open up space. Uncle Huo, who is strong in offense, but weak in defense and lacks athletic ability, obviously does not match Kayan's needs in this regard. It is quite difficult to sort out the list of players on the free agent market and study the rosters of other teams at the same time to find some pearls covered in dust. It is not that Kayan cannot find the right players, but that the Hawks have no room for operation. In itself, inside players are valuable. For players of the level of Badman Anderson, as long as they do not have a black history, it is really easy to get an annual salary of 4 million. Just to make an analogy, Nestor Rovic, a Slovenian center who only scored 10+7 in his peak period, was able to take a 6-year, 42 million contract from the shrewd Spurs. Humphries has not made any achievements in the Raptors so far, but he has also been locked in by the team with a 3-year, 7.5 million contract. Najera, who is not as tall as Anderson in protecting the rim, and not as threatening as Anderson in attacking, just took a 4-year, 16 million contract from the Nets. How easy is it to use a contract with a minimum salary to shop? Other teams did not have suitable players, but Kenyan unexpectedly found a barely usable player from the assets held by the Hawks, Australian David Anderson. The player selected by the Hawks in the second round of 2002 with the 36th pick, who was released in Europe for 6 seasons, was basically a second round pick that the team had given up. Kenyan had some impression of this player. Firstly, the player had played 2 seasons in the Rockets, and his strength as a substitute was qualified. Moreover, he had good outside shooting ability as a center. In this era when space-type inside players were not popular, such a style of play was considered unique and very eye-catching. Secondly, the Chinese men's basketball team had played various invitational tournaments with the American All-Star team and the Australian team in recent years. In that Australian X team, 2 players played in the NBA, one was David Anderson, and the other was Ingles. At the age of 28, he was in his prime, had good shooting ability, and had the fierceness of the Australians in his playing style. Such a player should be useful as a substitute. Kenyan immediately called Larry Sander to ask about Anderson's situation. Surprisingly, as the general manager of the team, Larry Sander didn't know much about David Anderson and seemed to be completely unconcerned about the development of this second round pick. Go find out about his situation, and if the conditions are right, you can give him a contract. Kenyan said. That's fine. But Kenny, I have to tell you something. Tucker has signed with the Celtics for 2 years and 5 million. Larry Sander said. James Posey, who successfully gilded the Celtics last season, took a 4-year, 24 million contract from the Nets. As a supplement, the Celtics directly poached Tucker, who had been cultivated by Kenyan for 2 years, from the Hawks. Batum's joining has already indicated that Tucker will not have many opportunities in the Hawks. In addition, he just happens to have the aura of champion member and the Celtics are willing to give him a big contract. Tucker left without any hesitation. Some people are leaving and some are coming to the Hawks, and other teams are also making big moves. The Cavaliers continue to strengthen their lineup around James. The team has reached a 3-way agreement with the Bucks and Thunder, sending Damon Jones, Joe Smith and a second-round pick, and getting Mo Williams from the Bucks. In a sense, this is also a robbery deal. No matter how unique Mo Williams is, he is a backcourt player with an average of 17.6 points and strong shooting ability. He is also 26 years old, which coincides with James' peak. The Bucks sent Mo Williams plus Diamond Mason, and only got floor point guards Ridner and Adrian Griffin. They are basically the charity party in this deal. However, Yi Jianlian's fans in China are not as fierce as the local fans in Milwaukee. After all, compared with Emma Buchuan, Ridner, who is the first passer, is more suitable for Yi Jianlian's development as an inside player. But soon, a deal that makes Yi Jianlian's fans even more excited came. The Bucks reached a deal with the Suns, sending Yi Jianlian, Bobby Simmons and a protected first-round pick in 2009, in exchange for all-star power forward Shawn Marion from the Suns. The point guard next to him changed from Emma Buchuan to Ridner, and then upgraded to Nash. Yi Jianlian himself was crazy. When he was interviewed by Chinese media in the national team, he directly looked forward to the expectations for the new season. I'm very grateful to the Bucks for their cultivation of me. This year, I have had a preliminary adaptation to the NBA in the Bucks, and I believe that I will show a more convincing performance next season. Steve Nash is a 2-time MVP. If I work with him, I will not be afraid of not having scoring opportunities. Then I must also perform well and strive for a starting position. Yi Jianlian was extremely excited. Bucks boss Reed did not give his old teammate any face when he was interviewed by the Dream Team, seen as a player that no team can refuse. He can contribute in rebounds, assists, blocks, and steals, and still have enough energy to score 20 points. I look forward to working with him next season. The Bucks were peaceful. The loss of Emma Buchuan and Vane was not worth mentioning compared to the robbery of Marion. But on the Suns side, after completing this transaction, the newly appointed general manager Steve Kerr was questioned. But Kerr had no choice. Marion, who was about to enter the contract year, insisted on a big mouth on the issue of contract renewal, asking for $80 million for 5 years. The Suns could not afford to renew the contract, not to mention that the team had to renew Stoudemire in the summer of 2010. There were two options before Kerr, either to let Marion go for nothing next summer, or to start the trade in advance and exchange some assets. As the number 6 pick in the draft year, Yi Jianlian still had some potential to be tapped. If this lottery ticket was won, he could enjoy the 3-year rookie contract bonus. Although Bobby Simmons had a garbage contract, his contract expired in 2010. Considering this special time node, whether he could keep him until the summer of 2010 and make room to renew Stoudemire, or to make a fuss with this contract in advance, there was a lot of room for him to do so. From an operational perspective, the Suns did not lose as much as imagined. But realistically speaking, after firing D'Antoni and sending Marion away, the Suns' championship window had been half closed. This is the contradiction between business and sports. The free agent market is surging, and the Hawks are still operating under limited operating space. After signing David Anderson with a 2-year, $3.8 million contract, the team signed Louis Amundsen from the Development League with a minimum salary contract. This is a defensive power forward, only 206 centimeters tall, but with good defensive footwork and passionate playing. As an undrafted player, he can wander in the NBA for many years in the future, which can be regarded as the greatest realization of his talent. After completing the signing of Anderson and Amundsen, the Hawks' 12-man roster for the new season is officially released. Point guard, Paul Chalmers. Shooting guard, Joe Johnson, Seth Alosha, Shannon Brown. Small forward, Battier, Batum. Power forward, Garnett, Amundsen. Center, D.O., Chris Anderson, David Anderson. Compared with the dramatic changes in the bench lineup during the off-season last season, the Hawks' core lineup has not changed much this summer. Among the important rotation players, only Berrier was traded away. Although the overall lineup is young, most of them are battle-hardened elite soldiers who can handle all kinds of intensity games with ease. In the new season, the only goal of the Hawks is to hit the 3 consecutive championships and establish a dynasty belonging to the Hawks. Later, the team will continue to look for veteran point guards or swingmen at the 3rd and 4th positions to supplement the lineup. If they find suitable candidates in the summer league or training camp, they will also take action. After completing the initial construction of the team's new season lineup, Kellyan abided by his promise and stayed away from basketball. After returning to China with Wang Lifan, he turned down all interviews and made time to make up for the banquet. Both parents are public officials. Not only can they not accept red envelopes, but even the scale of the banquet is strictly restricted. The state's control in this area is still quite strict. It's okay that the couple can't do big and small things, but they can't enjoy the wedding of their son and daughter-in-law. Kejinghu and Yuan are both guilty, and Kejinghu even plans to retire early. Although it will lose a lot of public servants' welfare benefits, it is better to retire early than the inconvenience brought to Kellyan by this status. It will also give him a good reputation, and not stand in the way of the young people in the unit. Your father is going to retire early now. When Fanfan gives birth, we will go to the United States to help you take care of the child. You told Kellyan about her plan. Old Ka retires early. You ask me if I support it. Of course I support it. I will tell you clearly today, but never is still studying for a doctorate. In the United States, the academic pressure of medical studies is still very high. I'm a basketball coach. It seems to be going smoothly now, but if one of us does not develop smoothly, it is easy to be beaten back to the starting point. We too should not be in a hurry to have children for the time being. Maybe you will have to postpone the days of raising children. In China, getting married and having children are things that are connected in a natural way. The wedding congratulations include the phrase "have a baby soon." Especially Kellyan is already 29 years old. Most of his peers have children. Although his family members don't say anything, they can't help but hear the good news in their hearts. But in the United States, to become a formal doctor, one must complete a doctoral program. This is a hurdle that Wang Lifan must overcome in her career development. Before that, it is difficult for her to be distracted. Kellyanne also helped to take half of the blame, to avoid any conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. If there are some things that may induce labor, don't tell Wang Lifan. Chapter 312. Why not work for money? After a few days in Suzhou, Kellyanne and Wang Lifan rushed to Beijing in August to experience the Olympic Games. The opening ceremony must be watched, which is the most classic in the history of the Olympic Games. The football match of the Argentine team must also be watched, and Kellyanne's favorite player is Messi. The 100-meter sprint battle should not be missed, which is the third consecutive Olympic Games that Bolt has won the 100-meter and 200-meter events. The beginning of the gold medals in the 3 events of 4*100 meters. In Kellyanne's view, Bolt is also a GOAT in the history of human sports, a real deal. On August 8th, Kellyanne and Wang Lifan experienced the opening ceremony of the 100-year Olympic Games held in the Flower Garden for the first time. Lin Myok stood in the center of the bird's nest and sang singing the motherland. It was a bit embarrassing, and it was later revealed that it was lip-syncing. But it's normal. This occasion is more important than the Spring Festival Gala, and everyone who goes up there will lip sync. To put it bluntly, if you put Kellyanne in that position, he may not be able to manage his expression well. Zhang Yimou is worthy of being called the national teacher. Sports fans from all over the world watch the huge scroll on the field slowly open with the audience watching the ancient sounds, the 4 great inventions, Chinese characters and opera, the splendid culture of China magically displayed. This is the history of the flower-growing family, and this is something engraved in the bones of all rabbits. The world gives us 16 days, and we give the world 5,000 years. After the opening ceremony, the various Olympic Games officially started. Kellyanne and Wang Lifan also began to shuttle between various competition venues. While taking photos with Messi, Bolt, and Federer, they were often caught by their own fans. A funny scene that often appears is that a female fan comes to Kellyanne to take a photo, but can't find anyone to take the photo, so she directly gives the camera to Wang Lifan, and then leans on Kellyanne's arm, not taking Wang Lifan seriously at all. Some people actually say that you are married at a young age. Obviously I'm younger than you. Afterwards, Wang Lifan also complained to Kellyanne with a pout. We are a perfect couple as Kellyanne and Wang Lifan often appear in the broadcast. His popularity in China is also high. However, during this period, Kellyanne really stayed away from basketball, did not watch any basketball games, and did not accept any interviews. He participated in this Olympic Games wholeheartedly as an ordinary person, and from the perspective of an ordinary person, it feels quite special. However, even in the Olympics, Kellyanne's popularity is still high, and this situation has attracted the attention of interested people. The great director Chen Kexing contacted Kellyanne through some connections and wanted to learn about his story and shoot a biographical film. Going to Germany to study when he was young, starting as an assistant coach in the Rockets, becoming the first Chinese to coach an NBA team in the Lakers, and coming to the Hawks. After being abandoned by the Lakers, he quickly achieved success like a cheat. Kellyanne's experience is full of stories. If you add some details, it will really be a complete story. At first, Kellyanne was quite tempted, thinking that he could also be like many great men, and it was time for him to make a biographical film. But after repeated consideration, Kellyanne temporarily rejected director Chen's proposal. Not to mention the actor issue, the domestic censorship environment alone would not allow the director to film Kellyanne's experience in a real way. After all, Kellyanne is not a traditional Chinese sports person, and his experience is a subversion of the traditional Chinese sports development model. If the movie fails, it will damage Kellyanne's reputation. On the other hand, if the movie has a far-reaching impact, it may have an impact on the current domestic mechanism. There is no doubt that this will affect the interests of some people, which is something that many people absolutely do not want to see. I'm still young, and there is still a long time before I can publish an autobiography. Let's wait a few years. Kellyanne believes that in a few years, his experience will be richer. He will also accumulate more wealth. By then, he can really publish some autobiography and movies to leave a name in history. The Olympic Games are in full swing in Beijing. The NBA has once again brought exciting news to Chinese fans. The Houston Rockets and the Sacramento Kings have reached a deal, using the number 28 pick Dent Green, Bobby Jackson, and the 2009 first round pick to trade for the Beast Artest from the Kings. Another robbery-style deal. Artest still has 1 year left on his contract with the Kings. He has never been happy in Sacramento. He either competes with Bibby for the top spot or has conflicts with the head coach. He is a real thorn. Because of this, the Kings put him on the trading shelf this offseason. Including the Lakers and the Spurs are interested in Artest, but no one expected that the Rockets could capture the beast at such a low price. Artest's joining can greatly enhance the Rockets' outside strength. However, Artest's explosiveness is also famous. On the forums in China, although most fans approve of this deal, a few fans have doubts. With the completion of this deal, Kellyanne's days of staying away from basketball are over. Zhu Yi called and asked Kellyanne about his opinion on this deal. This deal is a very obvious improvement for the Rockets. Artest may not be a good spot shooter, but he has a strong ability to shoot with the ball and can also rely on his body to kill inside. The key is that his rhythm matches Yao Ming. Both of them are relatively slow in their respective positions, and they can play on the same channel. Kellyanne said. Kellyanne's opinion coincides with Zhu Yi's. Compared with the Rockets' previous big deals every day, championships every year, this deal is really a substantial improvement for the Rockets. But objectively speaking, for me, I don't see the Rockets as a competitor on the road to the championship. Kellyanne continued. The Yao McGrady combination plus Artest, not really. Zhu Yi disagreed with this point. Whether it is from the quality of the stars or the ability of the role players, the Rockets are pretty good. Especially after Mo took office, the addition of Scholar and Landry has significantly improved the team's weakest power forward position, Alston at the point guard position. As long as he does not make mindless shots and simply passes and shoots in open positions, his performance is still commendable. To be honest, I'm not optimistic that McGrady can continue to perform like a star. He had a minimally invasive knee surgery in the summer, which had a great impact on his explosiveness. Mashburn basically faded out of the league after this surgery. I think McGrady's situation is similar. In the 2008 playoffs, McGrady played in the series against the Jazz with a closed leg, even though he had no chance of winning. Although he scored gorgeous data and helped the Rockets bid farewell to the playoffs with dignity, the damage to his body was huge. If Kellyanne was in that position, he would never allow his players to play with a closed leg. As the head coach of the Hawks, which opponents do you fear the most? As for the East, the Magic and the Cavaliers can cause us trouble. Combining their roles on offense and defense, James and Harwood should be in the top 5 of the league. Frankly speaking, it is not easy for the Hawks to hold them down right now. In the West, the Lakers will clear the obstacles for us, so I have nothing to worry about. If there were no injuries, the Lakers' advantage in the West might be greater than ours in the East. The Suns fired D'Antoni and appointed Terry Porter as the team's head coach. In order to save money, they sent Marion away, and their strength has obviously declined. They are bound to go through a period of pain. The problem with the Spurs is the decline of Duncan. The double 21 of Stone Buddha and Wolf King has declined from the MVP level to the ordinary all-star level in real strength, and they do not have the dominance to blow up everything in the interior. The burden of the Spurs' offensive core is being transferred to Parker, but the French sports car's performance is not stable. The Mavericks still have to solve the problem of incompatibility of the team's lineup. The team's second-in-command Josh Howard has been repeatedly involved in trade rumors. Karen Butler and Iguodala are both targets of the Mavericks, but the Wizards and 76ers may not be so easy to get for the Mavericks. As for the second-tier teams such as the Rockets and the Jazz, they are far inferior to the Lakers in terms of talent. On the contrary, if the Trail Blazers and the Nuggets have a chance to meet the Lakers, they may be able to cause trouble for the Lakers. The Trail Blazers have Roy and Aldridge, who are becoming more and more mature. The former's real strength is enough to compete with Joe Johnson for the third shooting guard in the league, and the latter is a representative of the league's new generation of power forwards. With the return of Odin, the Trailblazers are even better than the Lakers in terms of talent. The Nuggets are a bunch of birds and beasts, and what they lack is discipline. However, Anthony has the attributes of being crazy in big games and getting stronger when facing strong opponents. He is a sieve on the defensive end at ordinary times, but in the key games, he can play well with all his heart against the league's top players like Kobe. Kellyanne gave Zuyi a good analysis, which made the other party stunned. You said you would stay away from basketball for a while, but it turned out that a scholar knows everything in the world without going out. Zuyi said coquettishly. In the second half of the season, I may need your help with something. Is it related to your contract? The last time Kellyanne asked Zuyi for help, he used Zuyi to spread the news that Kellyanne had no hope of becoming a regular in the Lakers, and that teams interested in him could contact him. It was also because of Zuyi's help that Kellyanne was able to sort out his target teams and formulate corresponding interview plans in the first place. Yes. Kellyanne agreed. Of course I still hope to stay in Atlanta. But objectively speaking, this may no longer be a wise choice. Neither Kellyanne nor Garnett reached an early contract extension agreement with the team this summer, including the investment in role players, and the overall performance of the team was also stingy. Kellyanne didn't say it, but he was still very depressed. But in the final analysis, the Hawks had benevolent recognition for him, and the comfortable life in Atlanta made him not want to leave easily. Before he saved enough money to buy a team and become the boss, he would help the Hawks win more honors. If the team decided to rebuild around Paul and gave up Garnett, Joe Johnson, and Battier, he could also help the team to cover the bottom line. But the premise is that the salary must satisfy Kellyanne. Why come out to work if not for money? The men's basketball final of the Beijing Olympics was the pinnacle of FIBA in recent years. The Dream Team 8 and the peak Spanish team staged an epic duel. Kobe's 3+1 at the critical moment and Wade's consecutive scoring at the last moment helped the US team regain the Olympic gold medal, and also washed away the embarrassment of returning from the 2002 World Championships, the 2004 Olympics, and the 2006 World Championships. After losing in the finals, the Olympic gold medal may also be some consolation for Kobe, and this men's basketball final may also be the climax of this Olympics. In addition to the diehard fans of certain events, the value of various individual competitions that follow is also reflected in the gold medal list and the medal list. After the trip to Beijing, Kellyanne accompanied Wang Lifan to his hometown in eastern Guangdong province, set up a banquet, and ate hot pot. It may be because there are more people from Fujian and eastern Guangdong in Chinatown, and the traditional culture of these areas is well preserved in Chinatown, so Kellyanne has nothing to adapt to. In September, Kellyanne and Wang Lifan returned to the United States. Amazon took the lead in producing a championship documentary for the Hawks. Kellyanne reviewed the Hawks' championship journey in the studio and expressed his immediate thoughts at different time points. Each player has his own recorded clips, which are finally edited by the producer. This is also the tradition of American sports. After the recording of the championship documentary was completed, Kellyanne expanded his coaching team and interviewed assistant coaches. Kellyanne was annoyed by being poached at the beginning of the season for 2 consecutive seasons. Fortunately, Hamblin and Hornacek, who have always stayed by his side, are both untouchable. The former has a full understanding of his own abilities and knows that he is suitable to play the role of Kellyanne's left and right arms, but does not have Kellyanne's brain. The latter is a family man who has to consider his wife and children when making any decision. Abby lives happily in Atlanta, and Hornacek is also relaxed. Last season, some locker room problems began to emerge within the Hawks. This season, with the increase of new players in the team, the increase of international players, and the pressure of winning the championship and establishing a dynasty on everyone's head, it is easier to cause some locker room conflicts. Therefore, Kellyanne prefers a practical coach with player experience in the selection of assistant coaches. It is better to be smooth, and it doesn't matter if the tactical thinking is a little worse. Following this idea, Mike Woodson finally passed the interview and joined the coaching staff of the Hawks. Woodson, a player, was selected by the New York Knicks in the draft. He played for the Cavaliers, Rockets and other basketball teams, and finally retired from the Rockets. In history, he coached the Hawks for many years. Under his rule, the Hawks got rid of the hat at the bottom of the league and became a frequent visitor to the Eastern Conference semifinals. Later, he took over from D'Antoni and took charge of the Knicks, helping the team stabilize the situation. His advantage lies in easing the conflicts in the locker room, needing the fighting power of the players, and implanting the concept of defense in the players, which happens to be very suitable for Kenyan's needs. Chapter 313 Bullying an Honest Person. In addition to the expansion of the coaching staff, the Hawks have also been shaking their heads in the free agent market. The team tried to pursue Jason Williams, who played as a starter for the Timberwolves last season and performed well, but White Chocolate won the championship with the Heat in 2006 and had no interest in playing as a substitute for the Hawks next season and insisted on fulfilling his retirement plan. Garnett's former teammate Castle also came to the Hawks for a tryout. The best years before the Wolf King joined the Hawks were the 2003-2004 season with the Aliens. In that season, Garnett won the first MVP trophy of his career. Later, due to contract issues, Castle went to the Clippers and once led the Clippers to the playoffs. In the interview training, Castle's shooting touch seemed to be maintained well, but other aspects were lackluster. Kenyan's tactics still pay attention to physical pressure. In Castle's case, Kenyan was not optimistic that the other party could continue to play in the NBA and did not give the alien a contract. After crossing out several names, Kenyan was finally impressed by an unexpected but familiar name, Shaun Livingston. In the 2006-07 season, Livingston was seriously injured in the game against the Bobcats. The scene of the injury was hailed as the most terrifying moment in the NBA. After that, Livingston recovered for 18 months. He did not play a single game in the entire 2007-08 season. Because of this, after Livingston's rookie contract ended, the Clippers had no intention of renewing his contract, just as the number 5 pick of that year went down the drain. The psychological shadow brought to Livingston by the serious injury still exists. Even during the tryout, Livingston was still somewhat afraid of speed and impact on the court, which is a considerable deduction for an NBA player. Perhaps because of this, although Livingston is extremely talented, no one is willing to gamble on his talent. The Hawks have Paul, Chalmers, Shannon Brown and even Joe Johnson who can play as point guards, and Livingston can slowly recover on the training ground and the bench. His height of 205 centimeters can be switched to shooting guard or even small forward, which can be regarded as an insurance for the team's last substitute in multiple positions. After completing this signing, the 13-man roster of the Hawks at the beginning of the season was basically finalized. The team also opened the media day at the end of September and then started the training camp. The team played in the finals last season, playing 2 months more high-intensity games than the lottery team. After that, Paul also participated in the Olympic Games and just rested for a short time. Therefore, the training intensity arranged by Kenyan in the training camp before the start of this season was not high. In a team like the Hawks with more young players, it is taboo to do differential treatment. Let the main players rest more, and let the young players practice hard. This can easily cause the rebellious psychology of young players, and sow the seeds of internal strife. However, the amount of training arranged by the coaching staff is one aspect. Kenyan also encourages the players to practice more on their own, but does not force it. Having said that, these young people also know that whoever performs better in training and is more in Kenyan's favor will have the opportunity to get more opportunities in the new season. Therefore, Shannon Brown, Chalmers, Anderson and others were all very active in training after the whole team training. Among them, Shannon Brown was the most active. The 2008-09 season was also his contract year, and he needed to play well to win a larger contract. Barria's departure made the Hawks lack a ball handler in the bench lineup, and Shannon Brown felt that he was more suitable for this position than Chalmers. As Kenyan's direct descendant, Anderson also thinks what Kenyan thinks, and worries about what Kenyan worries about, and took the initiative to train and take the lead. There are also lazy people. Dio, the dead fat guy, is now lying in his comfort zone and can't get out. When he came back from the holiday, his body shape was 2 times fatter than last season. Looking at his body shape, he looked a bit like Randolph. Other players are looking for their status and physical reserve in the training camp. His main task in the training camp is to lose weight. With 2 championship rings in hand, a big contract, and being able to play in the most comfortable system for him, Dio feels that his basketball career is complete enough. During the holiday, he either drinks coffee or red wine. It's hard not to gain weight. Every player has his own personality. There are players like Paul who strive to be the best and constantly break through themselves, and there are players like Dio who enjoy life. On the other hand, if a team is full of players with Paul's personality, how many group chats will there be between the players? On October 3rd, the Hawks held a media day. As the defending champions, the number of reporters on the scene increased dramatically. Everyone was paying attention to this team that only hoped to establish a dynasty. Kellyan arrived at the scene in a casual suit and was surrounded by reporters for interviews. The Hawks' goal for the new season must be to win 3 consecutive championships. Which team do you think will be the team's strongest opponent this season? Last season's opponent in the finals, the Lakers. Looking back at the Olympic Games, I think Kobe carries the anger of losing in the finals. The Lakers will play with the hatred of losing last season's finals in the new season. Compared to last season's off-season, the team's lineup has not changed much this past summer. The main reason is that 2 rookies joined the team. What do you think of Batum and Chalmers? Nicholas Batum is very similar to another Frenchman on the team. Both are players with high basketball IQs. He can understand most of my tactics and execute them well. Mario Chalmers was the mop of the semi-finals. He has a winner attribute, which is a very good match for our Hawks. The 2 rookies were a little excited by the praise. Chalmers forced himself to restrain his smile, but the look in his eyes could not be concealed. Many teams have made some adjustments to their lineups this summer. Which team do you think has made the most eye-catching moves, or even impacted you? I don't think we need to change the team's lineup every summer. Sometimes, stability is the most terrible weapon. In fact, since the starting lineup of Paul Joe Johnson Battier Garnett Dyer was formed, Kellyan really hasn't changed the team's lineup. Basically, the role players who couldn't stay went out to get big contracts, or the veterans who came to hug thighs and get rings retired after getting what they wanted. For many people, it's not that Kellyan doesn't want to stay, but that the team has no salary space. Although the team's current situation is not very good, after all, there is still nearly a month to slowly adjust. Kellyan is still confident and talks freely to reporters. But at this time, someone mentioned Kellyan's contract renewal, which immediately made Kellyan's face cold. So far, Kellyan's contract renewal with the Hawks has not progressed well, which is not a big news, but the accuracy of the information in the hands of the reporter exceeded Kellyan's imagination. They learned that the contract that the Hawks gave Kellyan was the highest salary in the league, but Kellyan rejected the contract and wanted more. This is to put pressure on Kellyan. If he still refuses, he will be seen as greedy in the eyes of the fans. Obviously, the team released some news to put pressure on Kellyan. If it was a famous local coach, the Hawks' move would only anger him and even cause dissatisfaction from the coaches' union. But Kellyan is a foreigner and does not have such a big influence on the union. Moreover, he himself has a sense of belonging to Atlanta. The disagreement between the 2 sides is more about money. The team management thinks that they can use some methods to confront Kellyan. This is obviously bullying an honest man. The factor that determines whether I renew my contract is not just the amount of the contract. After I left the Lakers, the biggest offer I received was not from the Hawks. A team in the Northwest Division offered me a bigger contract, but I still chose the Hawks. The team's future positioning and development, the degree of trust I can get in the team's plan, these are all factors I have to consider. Kellyan responded very strongly. I also hope that everything can have a good result and the team can compete for the championship in a long-term and stable manner. First of all, the Portland Trail Blazers did offer Kellyan a bigger contract at the beginning. Kellyan even made it clear to the Northwest Division, which clearly increased the credibility of his words. Secondly, he stated the differences between himself and the team. Kellyan certainly hopes that the team will continue to strengthen and compete for the championship, but the management must consider the cost. So the Hawks have lost a lot of positive assets in the past few years just to clean up the junk contracts. Finally, point out your own goal. to be in the championship group in a long-term and stable manner. To achieve this, you must ensure the stability of the lineup, not only Garnett, whose contract expires in 2009, but also Battier, Joe Johnson and others who will enter the free agent market in 2010. Does the Hawks have the money to keep them all? The answer is of course impossible. It is still unknown whether Garnett can renew his contract. After all, he is the team's meritorious service and box office guarantee. Anthony Ressler made up his mind and gave him a big contract. The problem is that once Garnett renews his contract, the Hawks' salary will explode. By then, Battier and Joe Johnson will have trouble renewing their contracts. But if the team has no ambition, then it is not Kellyan's fault. On the other hand, Kellyan has defeated the team management. The next day, it was the team's open training class. According to the previous management, the two assistant coaches Hornacek and Woodson still came to practice. Kellyan watched from the sidelines. Paul, who participated in the Olympics, did not participate in the open training class and watched his teammates fight for 20 minutes on the sidelines. In the end, the red team led by Garnett defeated the white team led by Joe Johnson 47-41. In the duel between the two assistant coaches, Woodson was slightly better than Hornacek. Of course, the outcome of the open training match is not important. What is important is that the strings in the players' minds have officially tightened since this match. And Dio and Sefolosha, who performed poorly in the match, were also assigned more tasks in the next training plan. Chapter 314 Preseason begins. The preseason of the Hawks is still a stage for assistant coaches to show themselves. In the first preseason game of the season, the Hawks played at home against the Miami Heat. At the Beijing Olympics, Kobe was the most popular player of the Dream Team, and Wade won the scoring title of the Dream Team as the sixth man. Even under the FIBA defense system, that greatly restricted him, the Flash's breakthrough was still unstoppable. It can be said that Wade has completely recovered from his previous shoulder injury this season and is ready to carry the team forward again. In the middle of last season, the Heat traded Shaquille O'Neal from the Knicks for Little Shark Eddie Curry, but Eddie Curry, who was strong in offense, but weak in defense, and had a lot of bad habits, obviously couldn't support the team's inside line, and was unable to prevent the Heat's collapse. However, during the off-season, in the training camp, Pat Riley specially arranged for the recently retired Alonzo Mourning to guide the Little Shark. Under the superposition of Pat Riley's devil training and the kidney fighter training, Eddie Curry has made obvious progress. At least his body shape is more like an NBA player, not a fat pig. In the game, Eddie Curry's low post offense is more lethal, even stronger than in his peak period with the Bulls. The Heat's devil training can indeed squeeze the energy of the players and maximize the development of the players' potential. The offensive cores on the inside and outside lines bear the burden of main attack, and role players such as Gibson, James Jones, and Halm have also been motivated and played well. The Heat performed well in the game and firmly suppressed the Hawks, who had some strength left. On the Hawks side, Paul, who had just resumed training, sat out the game. First-year rookie Chalmers directly replaced Paul in the starting lineup. He played for 22 minutes, made 2 of 7 shots, contributed 6 points, 3 assists and 1 steal, and performed quite well. Birdman Anderson replaced Dio, who was not in good condition, as the starting player, and his performance was also average. On the offensive end, there was no Paul to feed the ball, so there was no performance. On the defensive end, facing Eddie Curry, he was completely suppressed by the Little Shark on the offensive end. In the first preseason game, among the Hawks' starting 5, only Joe Johnson and Battier were in good condition. In the end, the team also lost at home 93-110. Losing a preseason game, especially in the absence of Paul, the fans did not take it seriously. Even when there were posts on the forum about the Hawks are in poor condition, there would be Hawks fans who would argue and refute. But Kellyan also noticed that there were some problems with the players' condition. Playing in the finals for 2 consecutive seasons, it can be said that the core players of the Hawks have been 20% to 30% more exhausted than other players in the league in the past 2 seasons. This kind of exhaustion can only be slowly alleviated by taking more rest. Obviously, at the moment, the player's condition is really closely related to fatigue. On October 9th, the Hawks came to Orlando to play against the strong rival Magic. In the second preseason game of the season, the Hawks still did not let the main players play for too long, but the opposing Magic played very seriously, and the starting players played for more than 30 minutes. Magic head coach Van Gundy treated this preseason game as a regular season game, not missing every opportunity to play against the defending champions and striving to defeat the Hawks to get a good start for the new season. It has been 2 seasons since the formation of this lineup, and the Magic's record has not made much breakthrough, and Van Gundy is under a lot of pressure. He needs Howard and Josh Smith to grow faster to help the Magic get better results. The Hawks are their most difficult obstacle. Beating them, even in the preseason, can help the players accumulate more confidence. Howard played for 31 minutes and scored a double-double of 21 points and 10 rebounds. Although the offense of the Warcraft lacks skills, the bug-like physical confrontation is enough to make up for his technical gaps. He easily ravaged the inside of the Hawks, and even Garnett couldn't stop him. The Hawks ushered in Paul's comeback. After playing in the Olympics in the summer, Paul should have been the most tired on the team. But in the game, Paul's vitality was even stronger than others. He was proficient in inside and outside shooting and organizing offense. He got 10 points and 5 assists in 18 minutes of playing time, and his performance was extremely stable. Although he was labeled with various labels such as 183, Western Finals floor, 58, many small moves, etc., Paul, as an athlete, also has his own character. After the 18-19 season, Paul, who had just executed a year of his 5-year, $200 million contract, was kicked out by the Rockets because of his attendance rate and sent to the Thunder. In that era, stars often rebelled, went on strike, and forced the emperor to abdicate. It was not surprising that Paul made any decision. Even the Thunder management asked Paul's opinion and asked him if he was willing to stay with the team. Paul told the truth. There was not much left in his career, and he hoped to leave the team to compete for the championship, not to compete for the top pick with the Thunder. However, the Rockets had to give up the draft pick to get rid of Paul, which shows how bad Paul's market was at that time. The Thunder could not get the chips they wanted and failed to trade Paul. In this case, Paul showed up on time on the day when the Thunder training camp opened and became the leader of the Thunder team that was determined to play badly, leading the Thunder to complete the counter-attack and enter the playoffs. This year's experience not only proves Paul's ability to support the team, but also is the best interpretation of Paul's personal professional ethics. At the beginning of this season, it may also be necessary to rely on Paul to support the team. On October 12th, the Hawks faced the challenge of the Israeli team Maccabi Haifa at home. Because they adopted the NBA rules, the Hawks had a very obvious advantage and strength. In this game, Killian directly rested Garnett and Battier, and the other starters only played for less than 15 minutes, giving a lot of time to the substitutes, constantly experimenting with various lineups and tactics, and blatantly letting the water go. But even so, under the huge gap in strength, the Hawks still defeated Maccabi Haifa 125-98 and won their first playoff victory. Facing European teams and following the NBA rules, the Hawks' advantage is still obvious. In the whole game, Batum made 7 of 12 shots, including 5 of 7 3-pointers, and scored 19 points in the whole game. In addition to Batum, Shannon Brown and Sefolosha also played well. The outstanding performance of the young people also received applause from the fans after the game. After all, Maccabi Haifa is a European team, and playing by the NBA rules is indeed a disadvantage. Inviting them to participate in the NBA preseason is basically aimed at the European market. On October 15th, the Hawks challenged the Memphis Grizzlies away. Taylor Swift, the country queen who has just become popular in the United States in the past 2 years, appeared on the sidelines, and the broadcast camera frequently gave her Taylor Swift. At this time, Taylor Swift was not the later New York Times Taylor Swift. She still had some girlish innocence, which can be seen from her unscrupulous actions on the sidelines. However, the Grizzlies she supported disappointed him. After the draft, Mayo had spoken in front of the media, saying that he was ready to be the leader of the Grizzlies. But as far as the current situation is concerned, Mayo is more like a scoring expert. He is still a long way from being a leader. The Grizzlies, who are in the rebuilding period, have 3 potential newcomers in Mayo, Conley, and Gasol. But the potential ceiling of the 3 is not high. Conley is a typical traditional point guard. It will be a little difficult for such a player to integrate into a team, but when he matures, he will be of great help to the team. Gasol is a typical strong defense and weak offense, otherwise he would not be unable to support the team's inside offense after Randolph left the team. On the Grizzlies bench, Kellyan also noticed an old acquaintance, Iranian center Haddadi. This inside player is also a long-term opponent of the Chinese men's basketball team. He caused a lot of trouble for the Chinese men's basketball team. But in the NBA, Haddadi is just a younger brother. So much so that later, he went to the CBA to make a living, and had conflicts with Yi Jianlian from time to time. P.S. Today's condition is not very good, and there will be a little less update today. I will use my mobile phone to modify it after washing up. I will post it now. Chapter 315. The opening battle begins. After easily defeating the Grizzlies, Kellyan gained a fangirl. Taylor Swift took the initiative to find Kellyan and asked for a photo. Because he had handed over the command, Kellyan did not have to wear formal clothes and could wear more casual clothes. After Taylor Swift posted this photo online, it was also a rare private photo of Kellyan not wearing a suit or sportswear. After being forwarded to China, it also helped Taylor Swift, who is not yet famous in China, to gain attention. Knowing that Kellyan is 191 centimeters tall, this white girl is also about 180 centimeters tall. What a supermodel. A new generation of American country music queen. She is a little beauty, but she is still far behind Avril. Kellyan's appearance is also amazing. Whether it is height or aura, he has no pressure to hold BNUO. It's really rare. Remind you, Kellyan is not only a legendary coach who won 2 championship rings at the age of 29, but also a billionaire with a net worth of over 100 million or even 200 million. From any dimension, he is a top-notch person. There are also many women in the United States who covet him. Compared with Liu Zhang, who was reviled by thousands of people for withdrawing from the competition, Kellyan's fame and popularity are not much different, and his immunity from public opinion is slightly greater. On the one hand, he earns American money in the United States, not to mention winning glory for the country. At least he is not supported by taxpayers' money as everyone says. On the other hand, it is also because he has all 5 dimensions: handsome, rich, capable, low-key, and few messes. Perhaps the only black spot is there are many fans. With a large base, it is inevitable that there will be good and bad fans, and sometimes there will be some remarks that severely step on Phil Jackson and Popovich. In the following 3 preseason games, the Hawks continued to rotate their lineups, not paying much attention to the wins and losses of the preseason games, and more to let the players adapt to the atmosphere of the court, especially several newcomers. After a short adjustment, they have lost their immaturity. In 6 preseason games, the Hawks achieved a record of 3 wins and 3 losses, which is not outstanding, but it is in line with Kellyan's expectations. Despite the poor performance in the preseason, the first official strength list of the NBA still ranked the Hawks first. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that they really do not attach importance to the preseason. The Los Angeles Lakers ranked second. Objectively speaking, the lineup advantages of the Hawks and the Lakers are very obvious, at least half a level higher than other teams in the league. The Spurs rarely fell out of the top 2 and fell to the 3rd place. In fact, the Spurs' strength has declined significantly, but the concept of Duncan is not old. The Spurs will not fall is deeply rooted in people's hearts, and no one believes how badly the Spurs will fall. The Rockets, who got Artest and formed the Big 3, rose to 4th place. After joining the Rockets, Artest showed his gentle side. Whether it was the interaction between Yao Ming and McGrady, or the performance of not fighting or grabbing on the offensive end, and working hard on the defensive end, it made people feel that the beast was turning back. There is no doubt that such Artest can help the Rockets. The Celtics, Mavericks, Suns, and Cavaliers followed in order. On October 30th, the regular season opener kicked off. As the defending champion, the Hawks ushered in the challenge of the Cleveland Cavaliers at home. It has to be admitted that Stern knows how to attract the attention of fans. He is not pretentious in the schedule arrangement. He is completely in attitude of such a focus battle. Everyone hurry up and watch it. The Hawks, who have won 2 consecutive championships and are known as the invincible team, are meeting the Cavaliers, whose strength has been further improved in the new season. Fans all over the world are very curious about what will happen when the 2 Tigers compete. Although they did not win the championship, James has made significant progress in each of the past few seasons, and the Cavaliers' record has also been steadily improving. In addition, the team introduced Mo Williams, whose playing style is very compatible with James, during the off-season, and the Cavaliers are expected to launch an impact on the Hawks in the new season. Labeled as a challenger, James seems to be full of fighting spirit. The first step to show his attitude is to call on his teammates to stay in the locker room and not watch the Hawks championship ring awarding ceremony. Hawks players took turns to receive rings, and PJ Brown also rushed to the scene and received his ring with his teammates. Tucker, Warwick, Berrier and others who have transferred to other teams will receive rings when the team challenges the Hawks away. The players warmed up, and the game was about to begin. This season, the Hawks won the most national live broadcasts in the league, and CCTV5 in China also broadcast the game live. Zhang Heli said, in the preseason, Kayan adjusted Anderson into the starting lineup. Anderson is still the starter in this game. It seems that Dio's condition is really bad, so Kayan likes him so much that he puts him on the bench. Yoga said, the Cavaliers introduced Mo Williams at a very low price. His scoring ability on the outside should be a good match for James. In fact, Chinese fans don't have a good impression of Mo Bachan. Because of Li Jianlian, CCTV has broadcast many Bucks games. Mo Williams' obviously offensive style of play has become a synonym for single force in the eyes of Chinese fans. After Mo Bachan entered the starting lineup, Zerbiak was adjusted to the 6th man position to lead the substitute, and Pavlovic, who has a stronger off-ball attribute, returned to the starting lineup. Anderson won the jump ball and the game began. Paul received the ball and passed it to Joe Johnson. The players all spread out, with Paul and Garnett on the left, and Anderson and Battier on the right. In the middle, Joe Johnson held the ball and faced the basket, one-on-one with James. Through the change of dribbling rhythm, Joe Johnson was testing James' defense. Anderson went forward to make a fake pick and roll for Joe Johnson, who dribbled the ball backwards in advance and fooled James. Anderson suddenly turned around and cut to the basket. This cooperation caused James and Big Zed's defense to crash. Joe Johnson passed the ball steadily to Anderson, who caught the ball, jumped into the air, and completed the first goal of the new NBA season with a slam dunk. 2:0. The Cavaliers attacked, and the formation was also opened. James and Big Ben played a pick and roll in the middle. Anderson switched defense in time, and Battier also bypassed the pursuit defense and formed a double team. After attracting the defense, James wanted to pass the ball, but he saw that Big Ben was left open one step outside the free throw line. He hesitated and passed the ball to Mo Williams on the outside before traveling. Mo passed the ball to Pavlovic on the outside, who was unable to get rid of Paul's defense and could only look for teammates. With 24 seconds almost up, James came out to shoot and receive the ball. Facing the defense of Battier and Garnett, he forced a quick stop jump shot and missed. Joe Johnson, who was inward, grabbed the rebound. The Cavaliers' starting lineup has a black hole, Big Ben, which is really a big problem. The Hawks are attacking. Paul dribbles the ball across half court and passes it to Joe Johnson. The 4 players are separated. After all the players are in position, Garnett goes forward to screen and roll, creating an opportunity for Joe Johnson to challenge Big Ben in a mismatch. Joe Johnson dribbles the ball under his crotch and takes a step to the left. He dribbles the ball behind his back to his right hand, pulls the ball back, and shakes off a body position, and then makes a quick stop jump shot for 2-0. As he gets older, Big Ben's condition has steadily declined. The pick and roll defense can no longer keep up with the speed of the outside players. Even Joe Johnson is not fast among the outside players. Big Ben can't keep up with the rhythm. It can be said that in addition to fame and salary, he is no longer worthy of the team's starting lineup. The Cavaliers are attacking. Mo Williams dribbles the ball across half court and passes the ball to James, who is back in the corner. Can you play one-on-one with your back to the basket? Kellyanne complained in his heart, but before he could finish his complaints, James had already completed a series of actions of receiving the ball and turning around. Facing Battia's precise defensive position, James felt that his breakthrough routes were blocked, and he couldn't even call a pick and roll. Once he called a pick and roll, the Hawks would double team him, and his offensive environment would be even worse. Let's pass the ball. Ben has no shooting ability, and Big Zed's movement speed is too slow. With the Hawks' defensive speed, it is easy to cause interference. The lineup that was boasted so much in the summer was full of flaws when it really came to playing against the Hawks. In desperation, James dribbled the ball sideways, used the impact of his body to force open Battia's defense, and shot a backward jump shot, which was not unexpected. Beep. It was obviously a successful defense, but the referee came out to disrupt the game and called a blocking foul on Battia. Kellyanne lowered his head helplessly. When will this whistle end? Not only Kellyanne, but also Battia, who was called for a foul, was numb. He didn't even argue with the referee, but just casually high-fived his teammates. James made the first free throw, but missed the second one. Garnett picked up the basketball and passed it to Paul. Paul dribbled behind his back near the midfield and accelerated past Mo Williams. He attracted James's defense near the free throw line and quickly passed the ball to the right three-point line. In an open position, Battia received the ball on the wing and shot resolutely. Swish. The ball went into the net 7-2. The Cavaliers attacked, and Mo passed the ball to return one. He ran to receive the ball and shot a three-pointer. Anderson interfered on the right side and the ball went out of the basket. Garnett received the rebound with one hand and threw it directly out, showing his good basketball IQ. Paul still received the ball and passed it to Anderson on the right fast break. Birdman has a good impact in fast breaks, but it is difficult for him to rely on him to handle the ball. Pavlovic blocked his route and stopped him, then took the opportunity to grab the ball and was called for a foul by the referee. I wonder if this is compensation for the foul called on Battia. The Hawks attacked. Paul and Garnett played a high pick and roll. The Cavaliers chose to switch defense. Garnett singled out Pavlovic and failed to hit the turnaround jumper. In the preseason games, Garnett's performance was not outstanding, and his physical condition was not adjusted to the best. Chapter 316 French Double Star. The Cavaliers were on offense, and Mo Williams used Ben's pick and roll to shoot quickly and hit a long two-pointer. 7:4. As a point guard, Mo Williams' passing ability was really unqualified, and his physical fitness was also mediocre. He was often caught up by opponents in fast breaks. His foothold in the NBA depended on this shooting skill. However, his shooting selection was not good, and he often shot a long two-pointer with a small step inside the three-point line, which greatly affected his offensive efficiency. The Hawks were on offense, looking for opportunities through running positions. The Cavaliers switched defense in time. Anderson cut to receive the ball, and James retreated to the penalty area to assist in defense, leaving Battia open. You are willing to sacrifice yourself to pull down the Emperor. Birdman was already thinking about his commentary on the top 10 plays of dunking James in the face. He didn't observe the side situation well and directly took the ball and tried to dunk with one hand, but was blocked by James from the front, which in turn became the background board of James' top 10 plays. The Cavaliers took advantage of the situation and launched a quick counterattack. As the player with the strongest fast break ability in the league, James rushed like a speeding truck. Even Garnett was unwilling to face James, who was already in fifth gear, and watched him complete a one-handed slam dunk. James was domineering in attack and defense, and the Cavaliers' momentum also rose. The next 4 attacks and defenses were completed. After falling behind 2:7 at the beginning, they directly completed an 11:0 attack wave and surpassed the score. When it comes to life and death, the superstar has to rely on his personal ability to solve the problem. Relying on Anderson's screen, Paul got rid of Mo Williams, dribbled sideways, and passed the ball to the right low post. Garnett took the ball with his back to Ben Wallace in the low post, pretending to walk up the line and turn around to shoot a jump shot. Suddenly, he turned around and broke through the baseline, took the ball with both hands, and jumped to the basket. His center of gravity was very low, and he jumped with his shoulders against Ben Wallace's feet. He used his shoulders to knock Big Ben away by half a body length. After jumping up, his hands were far above the basket and dunked the ball in 9-13. This shot was a reflection of Garnett's personal ability, and the next defense was Kenyan's playing tricks. The Cavaliers served the ball in the backcourt, and before Mo Williams could react, the referee's whistle had already sounded. Anderson fouled Big Ben and was replaced by Shannon Brown. Shannon Brown, this player, performed very well in the preseason and may be a player that the Hawks will focus on training in the new season. Zangheli introduced. After coming on the court with Zangheli's expectations, the first data recorded on Shannon Brown's statistics sheet was a foul, and the fouled object was still Ben Wallace. The Hawks began to implement the cut Ben tactics. Although Garnett's attack was successful just now, the momentum of the game was still on the Cavaliers' side. Kenyan wanted to use the foul tactics to disrupt the mentality of the Cavaliers players. Big Ben missed 2 free throws. Garnett stuck in position, helped Batia protect the rebound, and the Hawks played a quick counter-attack. As a famous block chaser in the league, James retreated quickly and blocked Paul near the corner. The latter passed the ball to the middle while running. Joe Johnson took the ball and took 3 steps. He attracted the backup defense in front of the reasonable collision zone, changed direction slightly to the left to avoid hitting anyone, and threw the ball to the backboard with one hand, and it bounced to the back. The ball bounced at the right height. Shannon Brown followed from behind and jumped high. He caught the basketball with both hands, drifted a little bit with his body tilted, and raised his legs backwards. He slammed the ball into the basket with a very stretched movement. 11-13. Shannon Brown's dunk was amazing, and he roared to the sky after landing. This season, his goal is to participate in the dunk contest and strive to become the second dunk king of the Hawks in 4 years. Looking back, Shannon Brown continued to foul Ben Wallace, sending Big Ben to the free throw line. Compared with the inexplicable last round, Big Ben was under more pressure this time. The fans behind the basket made all kinds of noises to interfere with him. Under pressure, Big Ben missed 2 free throws again. The fans behind the basket clapped their hands and celebrated. The whole Phillips Center was full of joy. The Hawks attacked, and his teammates opened up the space. Paul did not look for a screen, but directly challenged Mo Williams. He changed direction on the wing and shook out half a body and made a quick stop jump shot. 13-13. The Cavaliers attacked. James and Big Z played a pick and roll to get rid of Batia's defense. He took the ball to the baseline on the left, stopped and dribbled the ball to his right hand, took a step to 45 degrees, attracted Batia to chase him, and gently sent the ball to the middle, which happened to be passed to Big Z who was following. Big Z took a step and jumped up after receiving the ball and scored the ball before Joe Johnson made up for the defense. Whenever facing the Hawks, Big Z would become the Hawks' breakthrough point, and it was difficult to fight back on the offensive end, including this shot, which was also very difficult to play. After changing the lineup to a small one, the Hawks' offensive environment on the court was much wider. After passing the ball several times, Joe Johnson was misplaced and singled by Wallace. He easily completed the breakthrough with continuous cross-step dribbling, but the subsequent layup was deflected under the Mother's defense, and Big Ben grabbed the backcourt rebound. In this game, James played a huge role on the defensive end. He could not only retreat to the basket to protect the frame, but also fill in various positions on the court. It was his outstanding performance on the defensive end that helped the Cavaliers maintain a slight lead in the first quarter. 29-33. The second quarter started, and both teams sent out their substitutes. Compared with last season, the Hawks' substitutes have declined, mainly because the outside world is not very familiar with the 2 rookies of the Hawks. However, when the game really started, the fans suddenly found that Batum, who had been low-key before, performed very maturely. His defense was above the standard, and he always stuck in front of Zerbiak when defending. His running position on the offensive end was also very bright, and he cooperated very skillfully with his French fellow countryman Dio. Not only did he receive Dio's pass twice to score, he even fed Dio in return. Is this a rookie? Or the 26th pick? This is the common voice of the Cavaliers coaching staff and the Hawks fans at the scene. However, Mike Brown and others were heartbroken at this time, while the Hawks fans at the scene were more like the joking tone in "Let the Bullets Fly." Oh, Batum seems to be another magical choice of Kenyan in the draft. His mature handling on the defensive end doesn't look like a rookie at all. Zhang Heli said regretfully. You may not believe it, but Batum was selected by the Rockets and traded to the Hawks. Batum's outstanding performance directly helped the team overtake the score and earned himself the opportunity to play the entire second quarter. Also staying on the court was his French fellow countryman Dio, although he did not perform well in the training camp and preseason, especially in personal offense. But Dio is still an irreplaceable role in the Hawks. His pass is the lubricant of the Hawks offense. With his connection, others can score more easily. This is also the reason why Kenyan always put Dio in the starting lineup in the past few seasons, unless he met Duncan. In Kenyan's tactical system, his core competitiveness on the offensive end is greater than the loss on the defensive end. In other words, Garnett and Batia can help cover up a considerable part of Dio's defensive problems. Once Anderson becomes the person in this position, not only will his own ball handling ability deteriorate, but Batia can only be a fixed point shooting point in the bottom corner, and Garnett will return to the position of the superstar who is least good at attacking. At the end of the first half, the Hawks overtook the score 65-59. Zhang Heli, who has always had a low opinion of Dio, changed his words. Dio has no outstanding singles ability in this regard. His shooting is not stable, and he also needs Garnett to help him on the defensive end. But when he comes on the court, he can make the Hawks offense smooth. This is a true genius, and ordinary people can't learn it. In a sense, Dio and Garnett are also a perfect match. Only someone with strong defensive ability like Garnett can cover up most of Dio's defensive loopholes. On the offensive end, Dio can also make Garnett play comfortably. As a host for a long time, he usually lets the guests play yoga, but now he has begun to steal his own words and express his own opinions. In the second half of the game, Kenyan put Dio into the starting lineup, and Batia came on the court, and together with Garnett, they implemented a Ryan Chainboat style of defense against James. Big Ben once again became the offensive black hole of the Cavaliers. If the Cavaliers had any gains in the opening game, it was that the fact that Ben Wallace was unreliable had already defeated the Cavaliers. In this game, he was completely targeted by the Hawks. The Hawks could double team James unscrupulously because Ben Wallace was not good at handling the ball. It was useless to give him space. After 3 quarters, the score difference reached 14 points, and the balance of victory clearly fell to the Hawks. In the fourth quarter, James insisted on playing and led the team to compete with the Hawks. It's impossible for him to be defeated by the Hawks in the opening game and not appear in garbage time, right? The season is still long, and there is plenty of time for rest. Throughout the game, James' performance was not bad, scoring 32 points, 9 rebounds and 11 assists, which was a near triple-double. The data was gorgeous, but after all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and it is difficult for one person to compete with the entire Hawks team. What's more sad is that the Cavaliers have been limited by salary space in recent years, and there is not much room for adjustment of the lineup. Usually, they repeatedly use junk contracts to exchange for junk contracts with stronger combat effectiveness, but longer contract years. Therefore, the helpers the team finds for themselves are mostly some outdated stars, or some players whose star quality is not enough. Look at the Hawks again. They can find a treasure like Batum at the 26th pick. The rookies selected in recent years can all play a role, and the worst can also take away the team's junk contracts in the trade. In other words, the Hawks are poor plus stingy. If the team has money, they can open various contracts to keep the players, and that Hawks team will be even more terrifying. Unless I cooperate with Kenyan. Chapter 317 A perfect start. At the press conference after the game, Kenyan started to show off. We have reached the finals for 2 consecutive seasons. Paul also played in the 2006 World Championships and the 2008 Olympics. The team's performance in the training camp and preseason was not good. I also realized that we were not in the best condition. But fortunately, under the stimulation of the championship ring, we got back the feeling of the game in time. I hope the fans will be satisfied with today's game. It is normal for Kenyan to show off when he beat the Cavaliers, who were highly favored by the media in the league, in a non-best condition. After the press conference, Kellyanne returned home and cooperated with Huo King-shu to do post-match analysis, and once again mentioned the current situation, that the team was not in full condition. James' impact can indeed hit our soft spots, but maybe because we have fought too many times, those places that were hurt have formed the strongest armor. When guiding Huo King-shu to write the press release, Kellyanne also deliberately showed off. To put it bluntly, it's like an old couple's understanding of each other. You know my strengths and weaknesses, and I understand your depths. James is indeed strong, but in the Cavaliers, that's the most he can do. Unless the Cavaliers can break through Kellyanne's cognition and make an unexpected deal, or change a particularly awesome head coach to create tactics for James. Huo King-shu rolled his eyes at Kellyanne, revised his sentence, and wrote it in his press release in a different way. Ask you a question you've never loved. Don't dream. Huo King-shu didn't even look at Kellyanne, staring at his Toshiba notebook. Oh, Kellyanne's tone was a little lonely. Half a minute later, before Kellyanne's reply, Huo King-shu frowned and looked at Kellyanne with a bitter face. Ask. Kellyanne looked at her and didn't say anything. Don't joke with me. Huo King-shu pretended to be fierce and hit Kellyanne. Oh haha, he is already a husband, so he still has to be careful when joking. If I go to other teams in the future, what are your plans? It depends on the company's arrangements. I only signed a 1-year contract with Xinglang. Huo King-shu said. Of course, as long as there is a website in China willing to buy NBA broadcasting rights, Kellyanne can ensure Huo King-shu's job. The information Huo King-shu dug out from him is a benefit that other reporters on the scene can't get anyway. Will it affect your continued college education? I'm a senior this year, Huo King-shu said. Unlike Kellyanne's hard studying Cologne, Huo King-shu's family is well off and his family gave him money to go abroad to get a good degree. In this era, the degree of a foreign famous university is still very popular among flower growers. She doesn't need to read 4 books as thick as there's in her dictionary in a semester like Kellyanne. She just needs to be honest in school and don't cause any trouble. When she graduates from her senior year, the school will issue her a graduation certificate and invite her parents to the school to take pictures with her. For a rich and beautiful girl like Huo King-shu, going abroad to get a good degree is not for finding a job, but often just for her parents to have face when chatting with partners. When asked which university is your daughter from, Georgia State University is still very impressive. Similarly, it is not important for Huo King-shu's parents how much money he makes from his job. Where he works is more important. Special correspondent for Xinglang in the United States certainly sounds more prestigious than manager of 20th company. Therefore, having established a connection with Kellyanne and found a very respectable job in the media circle, Huo King-shu and her parents have already achieved their goals. Whether or not to go to graduate school is not that important. Even if Kellyanne falls one day and can no longer make it in the NBA, it is not too difficult to spend money to buy a degree. Most master's degrees from American universities are just like that. No, you have the idea of leaving the Hawks. Huo King-shu noticed something and asked. Before that, it was more or less heard that the contract renewal between the Hawks and Kellyanne was not going smoothly, and there were some voices in the outside world accusing Kellyanne of asking too much, but Kellyanne never made a clear statement. Huo King-shu only regarded it as a game in business negotiations, and did not really think about it in depth. I can only say that I don't rule out this possibility. Kellyanne nodded. I don't want you to be caught off guard if this really happens, so I'll let you know. Oh. Huo King-shu nodded. Okay. It's a wise decision to leave after winning 3 consecutive championships. After officially working in the sports media industry, Huo King-shu made up for a lot of knowledge about the sports world and came to the conclusion that the moon is full and then it wanes, and the prosperity is at its peak and then it declines. Many seemingly invincible teams have actually been in crisis for a long time, and they are only a step away from collapse. That's not what I said. I'm going to buy a team and become the boss in the future. Can I just win 3 consecutive championships and then go for it? Kellyanne said self-deprecatingly. Competitive sports require passion. Who said that 3 consecutive championships is the end? Humph. Huo Kingshu couldn't stand Kenyan's official tone and turned his head to continue working on his manuscript. After defeating the Cavaliers in the first game, the Hawks played their second game away from home, flying to East Rutherford to play against the Nets. Richard Jefferson stayed with the Nets because the Bucks chose to trade with the Suns. The Nets are still dominated by Harris, Carter, and Jefferson on the outside, while Kostick and D'Alembert on the inside play more blue-collar roles and do a good job of eating cakes. This configuration is suitable for completing offense more efficiently against opponents of the same level, but it is at a disadvantage when facing higher level opponents, especially when facing teams with strong inside players. Kostick and D'Alembert are both inside players with relatively average athletic ability and are not easy to defend. Therefore, Kenyan put Dio back into the starting lineup and adopted a 5-out position on the offensive end. All players roamed outside the restricted area. After pulling out D'Alembert and Kostick, the outside players cut to the basket and scored. The defense could not limit the Hawks' offense, and the Nets' own offense was also difficult. In the first game of the new season, Harris scored 24 points and 8 assists, which was quite amazing. However, facing Paul, Harris's agility advantage could not be brought into play, and Paul was repeatedly defeated. Richard Jefferson also played very frustrated under the care of Battier. The Nets could only rely on Carter's strong play to support. Almost without any challenges, the Hawks won the game with 124-101 and won 2 consecutive victories. On November 3rd, the Hawks returned to their home court and faced the Wizards without Arenas. The General was affected by injuries and missed consecutive games. The Wizards played better team basketball under the leadership of Butler and Jameson. The results were not bad, but the impact was obviously insufficient when facing strong teams. In the game against the Nets yesterday, the Hawks did not suffer much loss, and the players gradually entered the state because of the start of the season. Facing the average Wizards, the game was also very easy. It was easily won with a score of 110-91. On November 5th, the Hawks began their first westward expedition of the season, and Kenyan had to leave home for a long time. However, for him and Wang Lifan, they have already adapted to this kind of life. The occasional separation also makes the two people's relationship more fresh, which can be regarded as a correct mentality to maintain their relationship. The first opponent of the Hawks' westward expedition is the average Hornets. Since being divided into the West, the Hornets have never entered the playoffs. Although the situation of strong in the West and weak in the East does exist, the Hornets are so weak that it is not just a problem of the division. Mashburn was basically reimbursed after minimally invasive knee surgery. Byron Davis was traded away by the team. In the past 4 years, the draft conferences have selected Marvin Williams, O'Brien, Asileo, and Eric Gordon respectively. Among them, O'Brien and Asileo are absolute duds. Marvin Williams and Eric Gordon are good choices, but they are just good. At this position, the team also has better choices. If Paul was put in this Hornets team, maybe he could easily activate this group of teammates. At least he could lead the team into the playoffs. But Kenyan's first step when he came to the Hawks was to intercept Paul and make CP3 the core of his team, and even David West of the Hornets did not play well. This season, the Hornets' season goal is to trade new players. The team now has potential new players at other positions, but the point guard position is overall weak. There are many good point guards in the 2009 draft. Curry, Rubio, Jeff Teague, and Flynn all have their own characteristics. If they can pick one of them, the Hornets will see the dawn of this wave of reconstruction. Unable to beat the Hawks on the court, the Hornets fans focus more on the performance of young players. Marvin Williams dared to fight against Garnett's defense and scored 18 points and 8 rebounds. This number 4 pick in 2005 has been like this for the past few years. You can say he is not good, but his data contribution is acceptable and his performance on the court is not bad. But you can say he deserves it, because he really can't play the role of the boss. In comparison, Eric Gordon, who was just selected by the team this season, performed even better. Round-faced Gordon later became known as a pitcher, but when he just entered the NBA, he was an out-and-out dunker who was good at attacking the basket after the sudden attack. Facing Joe Johnson, who moved slowly and was more disadvantaged in lateral movement. Round-faced Gordon was very determined to attack, making 9 of 22 shots and scoring 24 points in the whole game. Although inefficient, he dared to fight, which still gave Hornets fans some hope. Although it did not help to win, at least Gordon could digest the shooting rights. Durant of the Thunder was also inefficient in his rookie season, and he has obviously evolved in the new season. Don't worry and swing boldly. This is the expectation of Hornets fans for Gordon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Hefty Insider. November 7th, the Hawks visited Sacramento to challenge the Kings. The Kings market has always been a mystery. When the team was strong, the team had the highest attendance in the league for many consecutive years, and fans in San Francisco were willing to drive 2 hours to watch the game. In later generations, the team's consecutive failures made them completely fail in the competition with the Warriors for the fat piece of San Francisco's market. The Warriors have laid a solid fan base in San Francisco and settled in San Francisco openly. From this perspective, Curry's significance to the Warriors may be the limit of a player's relationship with an NBA team. In this game, the Kings, who have had a poor record in recent years, also began to be stabbed in the back by fans. As the second largest gathering place for Chinese in the United States, Sacramento is called Second Port by Chinese, and a considerable number of Chinese are happy to live here. When the Kings fans could not stand the team's declining performance and were unwilling to go to the stadium to watch the game, many Chinese bought tickets and came to the stadium to support Kellyan. This is not the first time Kellyan has been treated with courtesy in Sacramento. He also waved to the local Chinese in a friendly manner and thanked them for their support. After sending Artest away during the off-season, the Kings have become a completely bad team, with all the players abandoned by other teams. Don Green, who was not wanted by the Rockets, Sammons, who was not wanted by the 76ers, Kevin Martin, the least famous player in the league, and Mike Bibby, who the team was about to give up. To be fair, this Kings team was quite tenacious. In the first half, when the score difference was pulled to 18 points by the Hawks, they fought back in the third quarter. With a more positive attitude and Kevin Martin's resolute touching porcelain, they fought with the Hawks for a long time and once narrowed the score difference to 5 points. But this Kings team lacks talent. Among the 5 starting players on the court, except for the discussion of who is stronger between Brad Miller and Dio, they are lagging behind the Hawks in all aspects. Such a gap in strength is not fatal if the Hawks just underestimated the enemy and did not make obvious strategic mistakes. The final score was 93-105. The difference was not as big as many people imagined, but the Hawks still took the victory away from home. At the press conference after the game, Kellyan made a special trip to thank the fans in Sacramento. Whether it is a win or a loss, it is always meaningful to get the cheers of the fans. I'm very grateful to the Chinese community in Sacramento. They make me feel at home. This is really special. After 5 consecutive wins at the start, the Hawks ended their westward expedition, but they are still playing away. The team visited Chicago to challenge the Bulls, whose strength has improved significantly. In the first 5 games of the season, the Bulls had 2 wins and 3 losses, with an average record. But the fans are not worried about the future of the team at all, because the team's number 1 pick Rose is really talented, and he is adapting to this league quickly. From 9 points and 7 assists in the first game of the opening game to his current average of 14 points and 8 assists per game, Rose has been improving his performance step by step. Unlike Durant, who used crazy shots to upgrade his experience points, Rose is working hard to activate the team's offense while showing his extremely exaggerated personal talent. Just like Bulls teammate Luol Deng said, the sky is his limit. Facing Paul, who has the potential to be the No. 1 point guard in the league, Rose did not flinch. He made shots from inside and outside and scored 23 points, 3 assists and 4 rebounds. The breakthrough with explosive visual effects made Paul, who has the strength of 1 defense, very embarrassed. But this did not bring a victory to the Bulls. Under Kellyan's arrangement, The Hawks insisted on defending Rose alone. Although they could not limit his scoring, they cut off his connection with his teammates. Rose's own offensive efficiency was acceptable, but his teammates were completely locked by the Hawks. Facing the challenge issued by the aggressive junior, Paul responded positively, shooting 8 of 17, 3 of 8 3-pointers, 3 of 4 free throws, and 22 points. However, his 9 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals were much more comprehensive than Rose's, creating many scoring opportunities for his teammates. Under Paul's organization and connection, 5 Hawks scored in double digits. Joe Johnson scored 23 points. Garnett scored a double-double of 17 points and 11 rebounds. Battier and Anderson scored 12 points and 11 points respectively. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Bulls 114-103 and won 6 consecutive games. After the game, Kellyanne praised Rose by name. "I think Durant and Rose are the most talented newcomers who have entered the league in recent years. They represent another form of basketball." However, compared with Rose, who was in a hopeful environment in the Bulls, Durant was much worse. After selecting Westbrook, the team arranged for him to play the number 1 position. Westbrook was not so used to it, and Durant could not support such a CBA teammate. The team suffered 6 consecutive losses in the new season. They are firmly in the 2nd place in the league. For the team, there are only 2 things to be happy about. First, Durant is really a historical talent. At least there is no problem with this cornerstone of the team. Second, the fans in Oklahoma City are as enthusiastic about the team as ever, but the failures one after another are really a consumption of their passion. After defeating the Bulls, the Hawks ushered in the first rest period since the start of the season. They will have 3 days off. Kellyanne gave the whole team a day off, and the players cheered. 3 consecutive away games, flying outside for 6 days in a row, is still very tiring for the players. Necessary rest is very important. The players got a rest, and Kellyanne was still busy with his side job, shooting commercials. Kellyanne's popularity in China needs no elaboration. His outstanding appearance also ensures that, even if he does not have the aura of a national player, he can still be favored by advertisers. In the annual Forbes list of Chinese celebrities, he will definitely occupy a place in the top 3, competing with Yao Ming and Fang Shiling. This does not include Kellyanne's own investment income. In addition to shooting commercials, another thing Kellyanne is very concerned about is the launch of the concept of Bitcoin. On November 1st, Satoshi Nakamoto officially proposed the concept of Bitcoin. Although it has not been officially released, the prototype has appeared. For a long time in the future, Kellyanne needs to pay close attention. Once it is officially released, he needs to stock up. When hackers stir up trouble in the global network world and specifically ask for Bitcoin as the only currency for ransom, when the bigwigs on Wall Street take action, marketing and hype, it will be the time when Kellyanne's net worth will double, and he can do whatever he wants. Well, in the final analysis, Kellyanne was too focused on basketball in his previous life. Before crossing over, he didn't know other ways to make money, which made the crosser lose face. On November 13th, the Hawks, who returned to their home court, suffered their first loss of the season. The team lost to the New York Knicks 106-113 at home, which was a big upset. O'Neal and Zach Randolph, the hefty inside players, have always performed mediocrely when they joined forces in the Knicks. The two's performance on the offensive end is sometimes good and sometimes bad, but on the defensive end, it is absolutely 1+12, especially when defending against pick and rolls, which can't be defended at all. But the inside players of the Hawks, whether it is Garnett, Dio, or the 2 Andersons, are extremely disadvantaged compared to these 2 people. They can't carry it at all. On the offensive end, facing the bottom defense of O'Neal and Randolph, the team's several players who can output steadily in the mid-range had a mediocre field today and failed to hurt the Knicks' defense. Kevin Love, a white inside player selected by the Knicks in this year's draft, whose basketball IQ is comparable to that of Larry Bird, continued the Knicks' offensive output in the substitute lineup. The Knicks' operations in the past 2 seasons have made clear the team's goal, to snatch James from the 10-year free agent market. All transactions and signing operations are carried out around this goal. Except for rookie signings, no contract will be given after 2010. No matter how much loss it suffers, the team is willing to trade contracts with longer contract years in exchange for contracts that expire in 2010 or even before. The team is even talking to Marbury about buying out his contract and would rather give him all the money than get rid of this cancer. This operation with clear season goals has actually improved the team's combat effectiveness. After all, the players who have been exchanged know that their future is not in New York, and they also need to consider future contracts, so they will work hard. In addition, the operation of selecting love can be described as unintentional planting of willows, scratching a first prize. If there is no subsequent smart operation, the Knicks may be able to beautiful again. After losing this game, the Hawks' record was caught up by the Cavaliers, with both 6 wins and 1 loss. The Cavaliers' performance was also strong enough. After being beaten by the Hawks in the opening game, the Cavaliers won 6 consecutive games under James's lead. In 6 games, James averaged 32.5 points, 9.1 assists, and 7.7 rebounds per game. His excellent record and gorgeous data helped him occupy the top spot on the MVP list. The Magic, which Kenyan paid more attention to, achieved a record of 5 wins and 2 losses, ranking 3rd in the East. Occasionally, fans talked about the player whose trading value was closest to James, and 80% of fans voted for Howard. In the new season, Warcraft officially grew into the league's #1 center. The data of averaging 24.3 points, 12.8 rebounds, and 2.9 blocks per game could not reflect his huge deterrence on the defensive end. In the 7 games of the season, the Magic's rebounding data in each game was at least 6 points ahead of the opponent, and the team's advantage in the interior was terrifying. At the same time, the problem of Stojakovic and Turkoglu's mediocre outside defensibility is not a problem next to Howard. Warcraft arranged it clearly for them. As for fans' doubts that Howard's offense relies on his body and his skills are not good enough, this is not true for Howard now. Because relying on his body alone, Howard is enough to annihilate, destroy any opponent. In most games, he can crush the opponent's inside line. Does it matter whether he relies on his body or his skills? Chapter 319 Paper strength does not represent real combat strength. The Hawks' confidence was not dampened by the Knicks ending their 6-game winning streak at the start of the season. In a long season, there will always be some games that are out of their control. The key is to summarize the problems in a timely manner and focus on the next games. On November 15th, the Hawks faced the challenge of the Milwaukee Bucks at home. During the off-season, the Bucks made adjustments to the lineup, sending away Mo Williams, who had a similar style to Reed, and 1+1, 2, and then Rob Marion, who was entering his contract year, from the Suns with Yi Jianlian and Bobby Simmons. In terms of the player's status, the strength has been significantly improved. But except for a very small number of superstars whose personal abilities are really strong enough to hold any system, the performance of other players on the court must please their own adaptation to the tactics and cultivate tacit understanding with their teammates. For example, James Posey, who was introduced by the Hawks in the early years, actually performed very averagely during his time on the team. He missed many open shooting opportunities. You can't say that he didn't work hard. It was simply that his style of play was not suitable for Kenyan's running and gunning system. The combination between Marion and the Bucks seems very good, but the actual effect is also very ordinary. In the Suns, the ball is mainly concentrated in the hands of Nash, who is responsible for allocating offensive resources and creating offensive opportunities for his teammates. Stoudemire is the first offensive point and the opponent's key defense target. Marion, as the team's third person, plays more of the role of switching defense core, second shot choice in positional battle, and fast break counter-attack pioneer. In the Bucks, the star player Michael Reed is more inclined to the role of a shooter, and the floor flow point guard Ridner's organizational ability is also very different from Nash. The team needs Marion to take on a more important role and adjust more ball rights, have more tactical positions, and play better data to win a better contract. This is what Marion expected to get when he came to the Bucks. However, when it comes to the game, it seems to further confirm that Marion is just a system player. He does not have a strong ability to hold the ball and play singles. His shooting ability, after being left open on the outside, is also average. At least the Hawks are confident and bold to let him shoot 3-pointers from the outside. The extremely smooth small floaters during the Suns period are also difficult to perform without space. In the new season, Marion's data has not increased but decreased, averaging 14 points per game, with a poor hit rate of only 40%. The poor offensive performance also affected Marion's mood on the defensive end. He also failed to show his all-around side on the defensive end. During the Suns period, facing the Hawks, Marion usually went to play against Joe Johnson, and often achieved good defensive results. In the Bucks, Marion hard-topped Garnett, exposing all his shortcomings. If he continues to play like this, let alone the maximum salary, it is hard to say whether Marion's next contract can exceed $10 million. The Bucks were losing ground. After the Hawks' main players clocked out in the third quarter, the substitutes were still strong. In the fourth quarter, they scored 34-23, which humiliated their opponents. The final score was 132-87. The Hawks defeated the Bucks by 45 points and avoided a losing streak. 7-1. In the game on the same day, facing the Celtics, James was in great form, scoring 49 points from inside and outside, helping the team to defeat the Celtics head-on. Although they lost miserably in the opening game, a 7-game winning streak still allowed the Cavaliers to keep up with the Hawks in terms of record. The league usually does not allow one team to dominate alone. James and his Cavaliers were the league's opponents in the East to snipe the Hawks. It can even be said that 23 vs 24 is the scene the league wants to see, and the Hawks, the grindstone, are the ones who are stealing the show. The Celtics, who were very successful in history, were completely miserable because Kellyanne snatched away Garnett. O'Neal's data last season fell, and many fans who don't watch the game said that he sacrificed himself for the team. As a result, this season, O'Neal continued to decline precipitously, and his singles ability declined greatly. The Celtics' offense is completely supported by Pierce and Ray Allen. Perhaps the only good thing is that Rondo is growing as fast as in history, and he is good at both offense and defense. He has the potential to become a top point guard. On November 16th, the Hawks challenged the Charlotte Bobcats in a back-to-back away game. The team rested for the first time this season, and 3 starters rested. Battier, Garnett, and Dio did not go to Charlotte with the team. Garnett is the team's key protection object. Historically, Garnett suffered a serious knee injury in 2009, ending his peak period. To be frank, if Garnett had played in the 2010 finals before his serious injury, it would have been difficult for Gatzel to regain his form. Battier's rest gives Batum more opportunities. Although Kellyanne may not stay with the Hawks next season, out of his professional ethics, Kellyanne is still completing the team's replacement of the old and the new according to the normal team building plan. If it was just for the championship, he would have gone all in on the team's draft picks to improve the team's combat effectiveness and the future of the team in one fell swoop. Kellyanne's story in Atlanta is perfect. He hopes that when he leaves, he will leave hope for the team, not a mess. Dio's consumption is a bit high due to weight loss, so giving him a rest is a benefit. Anyway, the Bobcats are not very strong. Under Snyder's rule, the team failed to make the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons, which is a huge blow to the Bobcats. Because of the all-in Iverson, the Bobcats did not have the draft pick in 2007. In the 2008 draft, they chose DJ Augustin, whose playing style is somewhat similar to Iverson, but whose strength is far inferior. This was almost a waste of the lottery pick. The strength of the Bobcats did not improve much in the past summer. The 3 main players took turns to rest, and the Hawks were still able to suppress the Bobcats. Batum showed his characteristics different from Battier. Although he was not as experienced as Battier on the defensive end, and his outside shooting on the offensive end was not as accurate, but Batum's scoring methods were more comprehensive. He could use off-ball running to find opportunities for mid-range jump shots, cut to the basket to steal chickens, and even find opportunities for mismatched defense after off-ball pick and rolls. And in terms of passing the ball, Batum was also better than Battier. In the whole game, Batum sent out 5 assists. For a newcomer, this performance really reflects his skills. Batum's performance made the boss Joe very jealous. If the Bobcats had such a forward support point, Iverson's scoring ability could be better released. Not to mention that the price the Hawks paid to select Batum was so low. A good coach can hold up half the sky. 99:108. The Hawks, who rested 3 main players, defeated the Bobcats away, and the second wave of winning streak seems to be about to start again. The Bobcats need to face a new round of reconstruction, and then work hard towards the first playoff trip in team history. 8-1. On November 20th, back at home, the Hawks ushered in the challenge of Garnett's old team, the Timberwolves. Atkins returned to the Phillips Center and hugged the old brothers of the Hawks coaching staff before the game. As beast-type teams, the Timberwolves and the Hawks have a good relationship. They have completed trades in the past 2 seasons and each got what it needed. The Hawks got Garnett and completed the hegemony of 2 consecutive championships. The Timberwolves rebuilt at a high position, obtained a large number of reconstruction chips, and also found new core players for the team. However, the Timberwolves, who hold many high draft picks, have done a very poor job in drafting in recent years. In the 2007 draft, the team insisted on choosing Horford, even though Bynum and David Lee were available, and David Lee was pushed to the bench, causing the team's immediate combat effectiveness to decline. In the 2008 draft, they chose Beasley, whose playing style was similar to Gay's, but forced Gay to move to the second position. And both of them had a hard time playing. The team's team building ideas were in chaos, and Atkins, as the head coach, was also to blame. 2 consecutive assistant coaches of Kenyan went out to venture, and they all suffered a certain degree of failure, which also made Kenyan's coaching team, which was praised as a god, not as popular as before. Everyone knows that it is Kenyan who is awesome, not others. Perhaps it is a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. These wolf cubs may have their own ulterior motives when they meet other opponents, but against the defending champion, everyone fought hard, as if to prove something to Kenyan. Facing Batia's defense, Beasley showed his strong singles ability and scoring skills, vaguely showing the shadow of Melo Anthony. Bynum pressed Dio in the low post and played with shark-like dominance. In the 3.5 quarters of the game, the Hawks played very hard, and the score was always closely caught by the Timberwolves. The team's poor performance also made Kenyan throw the tactical board on the sidelines for the first time this season. Crazy output to the players. Maybe Kenyan's anger during the timeout played a role. Maybe the Timberwolves' mentality fluctuated in the last moments of the game. Or maybe the Hawks had more experienced players in the game. In the late stage of the game, the Timberwolves were obviously not up to par and were in a state of being slaughtered 108:99. The Hawks defeated the Timberwolves at home, winning 9 of the first 10 games of the season. Beasley made 12 of 26 shots in the game and scored 31 points, setting a record for the highest score of a rookie this season. However, compared to Rose's success in the Chicago Bulls, the Timberwolves have many problems. No wonder Billis cursed the American national curse when he was selected by the Timberwolves. After the game, David Lee, who had lost his starting position in the Timberwolves, pulled Kenyan to talk a lot. David Lee found it very difficult to accept the Timberwolves' poor performance and chaotic team building ideas. Like Marion, he has entered the last year of his contract and cannot produce good data. It is difficult to get a big contract. David Lee's current situation is really not good. Chapter 320 The Emperor's New Clothes. November 22nd, the Hawks welcomed the strong enemy Phoenix Suns at home. The reason why the label strong enemy is marked is that the Suns had a rather ordinary start this season. The team only achieved 6 wins and 5 losses at the start of the season, ranking 8th in the Western Conference. After Terry Porter took office, he corrected D'Antoni's left-leaning route of fast-paced offense and defense, and worked hard to slow down the Suns. Driven by this policy, the team sent away Marion and exchanged for the promising Lee. At the same time, they picked up the blue-collar inside player Robin Lopez at the draft to increase the height of the team. The Suns have long adhered to the run and gun tactics and 7-second defense, emphasizing speed and space. V-shaped positioning. After the pick and roll, the inside line goes down, or mid-range shots or attack the basket. There are certain requirements for the shooting ability and speed of the players in the loop. In terms of technical style, Lee is quite compatible with this Suns team. Even if he is pushed to the center position, which he is not good at, he can play a certain role. However, the actual situation is that Terry Porter took the initiative to slow down the Suns and let the team slow down to fight a positional battle. As a result, Nash played uncomfortably, but he could still guarantee efficiency. Stoudemire himself did not rely on fast breaks to score, but he could still guarantee his firepower. Jason Richardson was also okay, but the performance of players like Barbosa and Yi Jianlian was difficult to meet expectations. The defense has not improved much, and the characteristics of the offense have been lost. This is Kalyan's evaluation of the Suns team. Because it is a China derby, CCTV broadcast this game as expected. The starting lineup of the Hawks is still Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett, and Dio. Looking back, the first step for the Hawks to rise was to dig Joe Johnson from the Suns. I wonder if the Suns management will regret letting go of the singles Joe to avoid the luxury tax when recalling the 2007 finals. When facing the Rockets or the Suns, Yoga will not stand for the Hawks without thinking. For the Suns, Robin Lopez is a starting center in this game. Yi Jianlian is on the bench. Coach Report also attaches more importance to defense. Lopez is needed to do more dirty work, while Yi Jianlian can take on more scoring responsibilities after coming off the bench. At the beginning of the game, Stoudemire won the jump ball. The Suns were in position for the positional battle. Nash held the ball and played a pick and roll with Stoudemire. Garnett switched to defend Nash. He opened up the distance and passed the ball to Stoudemire in the middle. Stoudemire received the ball without stopping. Facing Paul's defense, he used his height advantage to shoot a mid-range shot. The ball hit the inside of the basket and bounced out. Battier grabbed the rebound and the Hawks immediately counterattacked. Dio quickly advanced to the front court. Under Richardson's defense, he changed direction to the left one step before the free throw line and passed the ball from behind to gently send the ball back. This pass was so concealed that Richardson didn't even see what was going on before the ball left his hand. Garnett followed up with an empty cut and made a three-step layup. He got rid of Lopez with his speed and scored easily. After losing weight, Dio's agility returned a lot. This kind of rapid advancement on the counter-attack has not been seen for a long time. The Suns' offense can only play pick and roll stiffly. Nash used a large change of direction to shake off Garnett and scored a layup before the defense came up. Nash played this ball very beautifully. If it was Iverson who completed it, it would be fine, but it was Nash who completed it, which made people feel very distressed. Nash has a good scoring ability, but when you pin your hopes on Nash to complete a difficult score, it means that the Suns are in a very passive position. Joe Johnson received the ball on the right and played against Bell. He pressed in with his back against Bell's defense. Bell was not strong enough to move. He was a little overwhelmed by the continuous resistance. He subconsciously grabbed the shoulder of Joe Johnson, who turned around and pulled him down. This move is somewhat dangerous. That is, Joe Johnson plays the floor flow without the force to jump. The damage caused is not great. Joe Johnson's height and strength are obvious advantages in the second position. Except for a few people, they all have the advantage of size. After 2 free throws, the ball was changed. Nash crossed the half court with the ball and handed the ball steadily to Stoudemire, who was pulled to the corner. Facing Garnett, whose defensive style was somewhat restrained, Stoudemire chose to force the bow, using explosive power to break through from the front. Although Garnett gave him half a step of space, the opponent's offense was still within his control. The painful thing is that Dio's defensive handling at this time did not form a tacit understanding with Garnett. He took the initiative to come over to help defend the frame and missed Robin Lopez. Stoudemire was rough but delicate and cleverly passed the ball. Robin Lopez received the ball under the basket and was fouled by Joe Johnson and stopped the attack. Little Low made one of 2 free throws and Joe Johnson's foul was worth it. Looking back, Joe Johnson received the ball and challenged Bell in the left corner and made a quick stop jump shot 6:3. Facing Joe Johnson, Bell was obviously helpless. Nash dribbled the ball across half court, and when everyone thought he would pass the ball, he suddenly shot a 3-pointer from the left. Paul retreated too far back, and when he saw Nash jump up and rush out to interfere with the shot, he was too slow, and the 3-pointer went into the net 6:6. This shot was quite like Curry's, and Kellyan gave an exaggerated expression, somewhat helpless. The Hawks attacked, and Paul played pick and roll with Garnett again. He took the ball to the right and attracted Stoudemire to switch defense and passed the ball to the middle. Garnett squeezed Bell with the ball and rushed to the basket. He took the ball and jumped up to dunk with one hand, but was fouled by Lopez Jr. Lopez Jr. also made a big move. In order to relieve the force, Garnett lay down directly on the ground. After resting for 20 seconds, he turned over and started doing push-ups. Is this to express that an old horse is still ambitious and a martyr is still ambitious in his old age? Kellyan didn't quite understand, but as Garnett's coach, he put on a serious expression and took the lead in applauding Garnett. Kellyan took the lead in applauding, and the fans at the scene followed and applauded Garnett. This is like the emperor's new clothes. In fact, many people don't know what happened, what Garnett meant by doing push-ups, but seeing Kellyan applauding on the sidelines, they thought there was something special, and seeing other people around them applauding, they also applauded. The reaction of the audience made Garnett very satisfied. When he was shooting free throws, he deliberately paused to listen to the applause from the audience. I'm wearing the flashiest clothes, and I'm very emotional. If someone comes to take pictures, remember to put your hands in the pocket. The Hawks scored easily. In comparison, although the Suns slowed down, they still carried out offensive tactics around Nash. In the next attack of the Suns, Nash used the pick and roll to cut into the restricted area of the Hawks and made a hand-to-hand pass from behind, handing the ball to Richardson. The latter easily cut into the basket and scored a layup. The most successful trade made by the Suns in recent years is to trade Harrington for Jason Richardson. Although the Dunk King does not have the singles ability of Joe Johnson, he is excellent in both catching the ball and shooting and running without the ball on the offensive end. He can form a good linkage with Nash, which is something that Bell and Hill do not have. In the past few seasons, if D'Antoni had not deliberately given Marion some scoring opportunities to reward his contribution on the defensive end, Richardson would have been the second scorer of the Suns. The Hawks attacked, and the Suns adjusted their defense, using Bell to defend Paul. Richardson played against Joe Johnson, and Nash went to defend Battier at the small forward position. This arrangement obviously underestimated Battier's scoring ability. The Hawks' outside line adhered to the principle of whoever played against Nash would attack, and Battier took the ball and went straight inside. Relying on the size advantage to forcefully suppress Nash, he eventually caused the opponent to foul. Seeing that Battier, the worst offensive player of the Hawks, could easily kill Nash, Porter was somewhat speechless. The perfect point guard in his mind is exactly Paul, who can score offensively, organize the whole team, and even defend in a mismatched position on the defensive end, rather than Nash, whose skills are all on the offensive end. This is also Porter's limitation. In addition to physical fitness, Nash's combat effectiveness is not inferior to Paul. He clearly has a treasure in his hand, but he does not use it to his strengths, and avoid his weaknesses, but covets other people's treasures. In the second half of the first quarter, Porter was still adjusting the team's defense, but the point that remains unchanged is that as long as Nash is on the court, it is destined to be a natural defensive loophole. You will definitely not be able to play the balanced offensive and defensive basketball that Porter wants. The defense could not limit the Hawks' offense, and the offense was slow to find the feeling, and the Suns gradually fell behind in the game. After the first quarter, the team ended with a score of 25-33 and 8 points behind. The second quarter was the time for the substitutes of both teams to perform. The substitutes are also a point that many people mistakenly think the Hawks are weak, but in fact they are very strong. Batum has grown rapidly, and fans and the media are optimistic that he will replace Battier next season. Chalmers' performance is not outstanding, but he is definitely a qualified backup point guard, and compared with Berrier last season, Chalmers and Shannon Brown have a better match. With Chalmers, Shannon Brown can attack the basket recklessly, and Chalmers can open up space for him. Perhaps he was stimulated by the setting of Huakshamedia. Yi Jianlian's shooting touch in this game is quite good. He hit 3 goals in 4 shots at the beginning, and his performance was outstanding. But the situation of the Suns is that it is definitely not possible to just rely on Yi Jianlian, not to mention that Yi Jianlian is a substitute. However, after the voice of this game, the voice of fans, especially Huaxia fans, about Yi Jianlian starting, began to be justified. Sometimes, international players always receive special attention and special expectations from young fans. Chapter 321 The True Young Guards. The score difference was widened to double digits, and Porter hurriedly took back Stoudemire to stabilize the situation. As soon as the little bully came on the court, he completed a pick and roll with Barbosa, received the ball at the free throw line, rushed to the inside, and completed a dunk against Anderson. Birdman's defense was very hard, but Stoudemire's impact was really strong. His threat of speeding up, after receiving the ball in the face two-frame state, was no worse than that of Raymond Kemp. After Anderson landed, he staggered back several steps, before stabilizing his body. The score was still behind, and Stoudemire had no intention of pretending, after completing the dunk, and quickly returned to defense. The Suns have been aiming for the championship in recent years, and Stoudemire has been trying to improve himself, especially on the defensive end. Compared with a few years ago, he has indeed worked harder, as can be seen from his increasing number of blocks year by year. But blocking is not the only thing about interior defense. Stoudemire's defensive habits are still bad. He rarely sticks to the opponent's player in the penalty area as soon as he gets the ball. He is more accustomed to using his excellent bounce to block the opponent. Such operations can certainly contribute to some consecutive top 5 shots, but the actual defensive effect is not as good as a blue-collar inside player. A good fighter has no illustrious achievements. Take snooker as an analogy. The continuous high difficulty, explosive balls, and combination balls from the far table are indeed dazzling, but fundamentally it also shows that the positioning skills are not solid. The real top masters will make the situation more and more simple. David Anderson pulled out of the three-point line to Chalmers to do a pick and roll. Stoudemire stayed on the penalty area line to switch to Chalmers, and was led to the penalty area by Chalmers. Seeing that there was no good opportunity, Chalmers walked to the baseline with the ball, attracted Stoudemire's attention, and then knocked back to the penalty area. The Australian who followed up forced a jump to attack the basket, but was fouled by Yi Jianlian. In this ball, Stoudemire's defensive position selection had problems, and Yi Jianlian's foul, after assisting defense, was more of a scapegoat. However, Treport didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction with Stoudemire, and in the end, Yi Jianlian took all the responsibility. David Anderson made one of 2 free throws, and the Hawks led by 9 points. 42-33. The Suns attacked, and Dragic sought a pick and roll with Stoudemire, but started early before Stoudemire was in position and hit a long 2-pointer from the 3-point line. 42-35. After the draft bottom fishing Dragic, the Suns management was extremely excited and openly said that Dragic was the second best point guard in this draft after Rose. The two sides played back and forth a few more times, and the score difference was between 7 and 10 points, and no one took advantage. But this balance means that the Hawks have the upper hand. As a rookie, Dragic's performance is indeed good. He handles the ball very well, combining the stability of European players and the offensive power of American guards. Even Zhang Heli is quite praiseworthy of him. Dragic has really learned a lot from Nash. It is especially important for young players to have such a veteran to guide him. Let's say that if Yi Jianlian could meet a veteran like Garnett to guide him in the early days, he might have developed better now. Goldfish only have a memory of 7 seconds. Zhang Heli seems to have completely forgotten that Yi Jianlian came to the league with the position of Nowitzki's successor, not to mention that the Hawks could not select him. Even if they selected him, Killian let him play as a substitute, and domestic fans would not be named Ken, and changed his surname to Zhang, unless he and Garnett were blackened. Chinese fans still have a strong mentality of protecting their children. Let alone Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, just say the Chinese Jeremy Lin. In the future, any player who competes with him for a position or a head coach who does not reuse him has been blackened or discriminated against Chinese people. When the main lineups of both teams returned, the Suns still couldn't beat the Hawks. Although the Suns under D'Antoni didn't have an advantage against the Hawks, they could at least fight back and forth. Tripporter took the initiative to slow down the Suns and did not adjust the team's lineup structure in time. to solve the problems of insufficient height on the wing and Barbosa's little use in positional warfare, which to a certain extent castrated the Suns. In the second half of the second quarter, Garnett exerted his strength on the defensive end and firmly pinned down Stoudemire. Last season's frequent rest in the regular season brought him a second championship ring and a second MVP trophy. Garnett was more convinced of Kellyan. Not only did he accept Kellyan's arrangements and give more performance opportunities in the regular season to his teammates, he would also take the initiative to paddle on the court and selectively exert his strength. The Hawks also played an 18:9 advantage in the second half of the second quarter and pulled the score difference to 17 points in one go. In the past few seasons, the Suns were the most aggressive team in the league. Falling behind by more than 10 points was not a big deal for the team, and they could catch up with the score in one wave. But under Porter's rule, the Suns no longer seem to have this magic. In addition to Nash and Stoudemire using their personal abilities to score, the Suns lack stable and efficient scoring methods. Players such as Richardson, Bell, and Jianlian cannot play their own characteristics. Nash's scoring ability is not bad, and his shooting is also very funny. Stoudemire has a historical level of face-to-face singles ability, but if they are forced to fight on their own and constantly force their personal offense, it is really not a suitable style of play for them. In the third quarter, the Suns played very hard. While the game lost suspense, Yoga and Zangheli in the studio also sighed and lamented that Jianlian met the wrong person and joined the Suns, which is currently in some turmoil. Obviously, during the off-season, everyone was optimistic about Jianlian's prospects in the Suns. In the forum, some fans expressed their hope that Kellyan would find a way to trade for Jianlian, help find 100 ways to use Jianlian, and list 100 reasons why Jianlian fits Kellyan's tactical system. The score difference widened to more than 20 points in the third quarter, and the game basically lost suspense. In the last quarter, Kellyan sent all the substitutes to play, giving young players more opportunities to perform. As a result, it was Dragic of the Suns who shined. Facing mob charmers of the same class, Dragic frequently used pick and rolls to pass his opponent inside and outside shots, and scored 13 points and 6 assists in a single quarter, helping the Suns to recover some points. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Suns 118:105 and won 4 consecutive games again. 10-1. Looking only at the final score, you may think it fits the strength comparison of the two teams, but if you watch the whole game, it is not difficult to conclude that the two teams are no longer on the same level. The Hawks are naturally maintaining their championship level and are currently the top 2 hot team. If the Suns can't find their offensive form in the past few seasons in time, they may only be a team on the edge of the playoffs. The only thing that Suns fans are happy about is Dragic's performance. In this game, Dragic scored a double-double of 19 points and 10 assists, completely defeating Chalmers on the opposite side. Based on the current performance, it is not completely aimless to say that he is the second best point guard among the rookies of this year. You know, Westbrook, who was forced to move to the point guard position and practiced hard on the Thunder side, is still synonymous with brainless at this moment. After the game, Kellyan and Jianlian did not leave the court immediately. They were interviewed by CCTV reporters one after another. To be honest, this victory is still very easy. I don't know what happened to the Suns, but this is indeed the easiest game I have won since I played against the Suns. Ganel successfully restricted Stoudemire in the second half of the second quarter. This is a very important note for our victory. I have nothing else to say. At this time, Kellyan was a little difficult to speak. He had to leave some room for Jianlian's fans, but at the same time, he couldn't be too hypocritical and say how difficult the game was. What good suggestions do you have for Jianlian? The CCTV reporter asked. Be more proactive in communicating with teammates, work harder to adapt to the team, and don't leave yourself any way out. Kellyan said, I don't know if I'm observing him wrongly. I think he doesn't communicate enough with his teammates on the court, and I even think he can't understand his teammates' English with accents. Regarding the topic of Jianlian, Kellyan didn't speak in an official tone as usual, but pointed out the other party's problems directly. This is already Jianlian's second year in the NBA. not to mention the doubts about his age as a foreign player in the second and third years of his career. If he doesn't make rapid progress, he must at least find a way to develop and prove to the league that he deserves to stay in the NBA. If he delays any further, Yi Jianlian's opportunities may become fewer and fewer. After the interview, Kellyan thought Yi Jianlian would take the initiative to find him, but he didn't. In fact, Yi Jianlian had approached Kellyan long before he participated in the draft and even trained with Badman Anderson, who was in the suspension period at the time. Kellyan directly poured cold water on Yi Jianlian, suggesting that he should not be arrogant and try to protect his mystery and try out as he should and enter a team that really needs him to fight and develop after careful consideration with a suitable draft pick. However, this proposal was eventually abandoned by Yi Jianlian and his management team. Yi Jianlian insisted on training only with a chair, showing his dynamic talent through a chair. As he wished, he joined the Bucks with the 6th pick and forced the other party to sign an unequal treaty to ensure the starting position. Then, he was exposed bit by bit. Slow shooting speed, insufficient static confrontation, single offensive means, easy to get injured under high intensity confrontation, introverted personality and dull relationship with teammates. Problems were exposed one by one. The huge pressure also had a great impact on his mentality, causing his mental burden to become heavier and heavier, and his performance became increasingly mediocre. If Yi Jianlian was on the Hawks, could you teach him? Sitting in the car, Huo Qingshu had been talking to Kellyan about Yi Jianlian, and she also raised her own questions. It's hard to meet the expectations of fans across the country, Kellyan said after half a minute of silence. After a day of rest, the Hawks came to Indiana to face the Pacers, a small Eastern Conference team. Having gotten rid of O'Neal's big contract in time, and in exchange for Al Jefferson, the new generation's best low-post offensive player, the Pacers, who are lightly equipped, have recovered their competitiveness. They have achieved a record of 5 wins and 6 losses in the new season, and there is hope to return to the playoffs. However, facing the top Hawks, the Pacers still seem too immature. In the matchups of the 5 positions on the court, they do not have a clear advantage in any position, and this game is still too difficult for them. In order to prevent Edge from playing with confidence, the Hawks did not arrange for Garnett to rest in this game. However, after establishing a relatively large lead in the first half, the team still let Garnett play for 2.5 quarters before clocking out early. The data of 14 points and 7 rebounds is also simple enough. Facing Tinsley, Paul became the focus of the Hawks offense. In the whole game, he scored 28 points, 9 assists and 3 steals, which was a completely MVP level performance. However, perhaps a failure of the MVP competition last season made Paul realize the reality that it is difficult for the Big 3 team to compete for the MVP. It is not ruled out that the Cavaliers' excellent record this season has brought James closer to the MVP. Paul's desire to deliberately brush data this season is not as obvious as last season. Just like the 28 plus 9 in this game, if it were last season, he would have to make up 30 plus 10. In fact, that would be even more boring. The final score was fixed at 93:115, and the Hawks won a big away game, 11-1. In the subsequent games, the Hawks defeated the Pacers, Raptors, and Clippers, ending the November schedule with only 1 loss, and were far ahead, 14-1. The Cavaliers started the season with an excellent record of 12 wins and 3 losses, and their performance was also good. James averaged 29.9 points, 8.4 assists, and 7.9 rebounds per game, and his performance was comprehensive. He also successfully won the Eastern Conference Player of the Month in November. This season, the league has praised James to an exaggerated degree. Obviously, the Hawks are the defending champions, but the topic of 23 vs 24 has become more and more hyped, and it seems that the two teams have already booked the finals in advance. The Cavaliers have won all 7 home games this season, and how much of the home court whistle is also the focus of Kellyan's private research. He must ensure that the Hawks can beat the Cavaliers at a 0-15 start. On December 1st, the Hawks suffered their second loss of the season. As a guest at the Rose Garden, the Hawks lost to the Young Guards 104-112. Last season, the Trailblazers had already risen quietly. This season, Roy and Aldridge continued to grow and have become one of the most talented duos in the league. Although Odden, known as the key to the next center era, did not show the legendary dominance, he still provided the team with above standard frame protection. Coupled with outstanding players such as Webster, Fernandez, Blake, Channing Frye, Otero, and Bayless, this team has both talent and tactical awareness under the polishing of McMillan. This is also the reason why Kenyan has always regarded McMillan as an opponent. The game was very intense. At the critical moment, Roy and Aldridge were tougher than the Hawks' big three. Huang Mamba hit a series of difficult fadeaway jumpers against Batia's defense, taking away the Hawks and creating an upset. Compared to the Thunder's three young players who relied entirely on their talents in later generations, Kenyan admired this Trailblazers more. Chapter 322 Three-Party Transaction. December 2nd, the Hawks came to Oklahoma City to challenge the Oklahoma City Thunder, which is at the bottom of the league. Since Durant was selected in the 2007 draft, the Supersonics/Thunder team has been building a team around Durant. The team sent away all the combat power and all the high draft picks obtained by playing badly were invested in the players with the best physical talents. The team gave Durant, Westbrook, and Jeff Green enough ball rights and also freed up a lot of salary space, saving money and being able to renew the contracts of these players in the future. Since the start of the season, the Thunder has only achieved a dismal record of 1 win and 14 losses, ranking at the bottom of the league. But this season, they just have an NBA team, and the fans in Oklahoma City have given them full love and support. The Thunder's market is almost full, and the atmosphere is warm. Although they lost the last game, it does not affect the Hawks' rotation plan to let Garnett rest. The Hawks' main target is Westbrook, who Yang Yi said, plays with his head on his waist, and Anderson's rim protection is enough. In his rookie season, he showed his ability to score from all angles. After hard training in the off-season, Durant's scoring became more efficient. However, his weakness lies in dribbling. It's funny to say that an NBA player can't dribble. Even a pure blue-collar player like Perkins can complete extremely smooth breakthrough layups on the field without relying on his body by dribbling alone. But under the intensity of the NBA's confrontation, Durant's ball handling ability as an outside attacker is not up to standard. It's true that he can shoot from anywhere, but his ability to control and break through with the ball is not as good as that of James and Pierce at the small forward position, let alone Artest. Under Kenyan's highly targeted defensive arrangement, Westbrook and Durant didn't play very smoothly. The two of them contributed 10 turnovers together, which affected the team's offensive efficiency and gave the Hawks a lot of counter-attack opportunities. However, the Thunder are not afraid of making mistakes now. General Manager Presti hopes to see that these talented players can find their own problems and grow rapidly under the training of a strong team like the Hawks. After 2 or 3 seasons, when these young people grow up, the Thunder will soar to the sky. 15-2. After another round of westward expedition, Kenyan, who returned to Atlanta, got 2 days of vacation. In addition to accompanying Wang Lithan home for dinner, Kenyan also studied the draft report sent by the scout team. At present, the Hawks' record is smooth sailing, but there are indeed undercurrents inside. Kenyan and Garnett have not reached an agreement with the team because of salary issues. The two did not react much on the surface and usually laughed it off when asked about this question, but in fact they all have their own ideas. It is hard to say what the status of Garnett is. After all, it is still very risky for a 33-year-old veteran to enter the free agent market, even if he is Garnett. Objectively speaking, Garnett has a merit bonus in the Hawks, and the team has more reason to give him a high salary. If the Hawks openly refuse to give it and are forced to enter the free agent market, it will be difficult for Garnett to get a bigger contract. But Kenyan, who has not yet reached the age of young coach and is just a baby coach but has already held 2 championship trophies, is different. Whenever he releases the news that he has not yet completed the contract renewal with the Hawks through Zuyi, at least half of the teams in the league are interested in him. As for the highest salary for a coach plus independent team building ideas, it is not a problem. especially the New York Knicks, not to mention how many times the New York media has hyped that Kellyan will go to New York one day. Even Isaiah Thomas, the temporary head coach of the Knicks, will pull Kellyan to say a lot of words of appreciation after each match with the Hawks. The enthusiasm shown is that as long as Kellyan agrees, he can fill in the number on the check. The 2009 draft is the most underestimated year in history. In addition to Griffin, other rookies in this year are generally underestimated, which also makes the draft picks not very valuable and can be traded with relatively low chips. No matter which team Kellyan goes to, if he operates normally, he is sure to get at least 2 players with all-star potential, including an MVP. As for the other MVP, he was the 3rd pick, so it is not easy to snatch him. Looking at Curry's draft report, Kellyan had many pictures in his mind, which are timeless. On December 5th, the Hawks visited the Palace of Auburn Hills to challenge the Detroit Pistons. Since the league cancelled hand-check in 2004, the Pistons' combat power has been gradually weakened under the adjustment of the rules, and in 2006, the departure of Big Ben made the Pistons basically withdraw from the ranks of championship contenders. In the past few seasons, it is a bit too much to say that they are lingering on. After all, they are also the top 6 teams in the league in terms of performance, but it is obvious that the Pistons have lost the competitiveness of the previous seasons. In this case, the Pistons are still seeking change. In the summer, the Pistons almost reached a deal with the Rockets to Billups plus Prince for McGrady. Joe Dumars hoped to change the team's current situation by introducing superstars and help the team get out of the current dilemma. However, the deal was not finally reached. The Pistons lost both the player and the team. Several players involved in the trade rumors also had a rift with the management, which also contributed to the promotion of the Crown Prince Stuckey. The Pistons' record has declined this season, but they are determined to face their old rivals, the Hawks, and are determined to prove that the team still has hope in this highly watched game. Facing Paul, Billups, as always, formed a terrifying suppression and used the 3 threats of shooting, passing, and breaking through to suppress Paul. On the Hawks side, Garnett, the team's important inside fulcrum against the Pistons, did not activate his state in time. Facing the defensive McDyess and Rasheed Wallace, he only scored 17 points and 8 rebounds, which was disappointing. The Hawks eventually lost to the Pistons 91-97, suffering their 3rd loss of the season. 15-3. On December 6th, the Hawks visited Washington and went to the White House before playing the game. As the NBA champion, he was received by O'Neal, who had just taken office for a month. Ao Guanhei just won the election on November 4th and has just been in the White House for a month. Kellyan is probably one of the first Chinese people to visit the White House. Because of this special significance, this matter was actually reported in the news. For this matter, Keguai and UNU even made a special call to report the good news to Kellyan. In fact, what achievements Kellyan has made on weekdays, and how many games he has won, except for die-hard fans and female fans, ordinary passers-by don't pay much attention to. Often after he wins the championship, the official will publicize and guide, and then make a serious sensation among non-fans and non-fan groups. Then, this time it was reported in the news, and people all over the country knew that Kellyan was received by Ao Guanhei, and the two took a photo together. As for what Kellyan felt when he met a person who only lived in the news, I can only say that it was like a dream. He has long passed the stage of the Marquis of the past is nothing but dirt, and knows too well what the other party's position means. Although the relationship with Kellyan himself is not particularly large, he is the top leader of the world's #1 country after all. After the White House trip, the Hawks faced the Washington Wizards the next day. After a fierce battle, they defeated their opponents 118-105 and avoided a losing streak. 16-3. In the summer, the Wizards gave Arenas, who played only 13 games last season, a 6-year, $110 million contract. As a result, the general suffered a knee injury again, and his return date is uncertain, which directly labeled the Wizards as a sucker. In order to make room for Arenas signing, the Wizards let go of many strong role players, which also caused the team's strength to drop sharply. The miracle of Butler and Jamison barely dragging the team into the playoffs last season is unlikely to continue this season. If there is no sucker to take over Arena's contract, the Wizards' future will be dark. Next, in the home game against the Jazz and the away game against the Knicks, Paul scored a double-double of 25 plus 12 and inadvertently raised his personal season data to 20 plus 10, which is almost the standard data for Paul in every game. Paul's wonderful performance also allowed the team to easily win these two games. On December 12th, the Hawks visited the North Shore Garden Arena and played against the Boston Celtics away. In this game, the Hawks encountered a tenacious resistance from the Celtics. This situation has occurred in many games this season. The opponents were more active when facing the Hawks and even took out the playoffs to fight the Hawks. This also caused the Hawks to have a lot of unnecessary consumption. In the first 3 quarters of the game, the two teams were tied. The Hawks' offensive state this season is not very stable. Dio and Garnett have successively encountered low periods, which have affected the team's competitiveness on the court. On the Celtics side, not only did Pierce and Ray Allen score steadily, but O'Neal also returned to his peak despite the trade rumors and played at a very high level. But at the critical moment of the fourth quarter, the Hawks, who had lost twice this season because no one stood up at the critical moment, finally stood up. Facing Rondo, who often hit him, Paul burned his own little universe and turned into a Super Saiyan, hitting the opponent twice in a row and hitting the mid-range, and when the Celtics chose to double team, he rationally passed the ball to help Garnett score under the basket. A 6:0 climax helped the Hawks establish a slight lead and then kept the score difference firmly locked until the end of the game. In the end, the score between the two teams was 115:111, with a difference of only 4 points, which shows how difficult the game was. 19-3, but no matter what, losing is losing. After the game, several Celtics were called to a meeting by fans, and the first to bear the brunt was the former All-Star power forward O'Neal. The Celtics fans at home ignored O'Neal's performance in this game, booing him. Strictly speaking, since joining the Celtics, O'Neal's performance has not been very good, not worthy of the title of Big Three, and it is even more incomparable with Garnett's 2 consecutive FMVPs on the Hawks. In addition, in the early years of the Pacers and the Celtics met in the playoffs for 3 consecutive seasons, it is not uncommon for O'Neal to be disliked by the Celtics fans. On December 14th, the league announced the latest ranking of the strength list, and the Hawks continued to top the list, only lost one more game than the Hawks, and the Lakers, currently ranked first in the Eastern Conference, ranked second. In terms of strength, the two teams are well-deserved T0 level, much stronger than the teams behind them. The Cavaliers surpassed the old strong teams such as the Spurs and the Mavericks to rank third. So far this season, the Cavaliers have been undefeated at home in the Quicken Loan Center. This is the confidence of the Cavaliers. It was also on this day that the league announced a big deal. The Nuggets, Pistons and Bobcats reached a 3-way agreement. The Pistons sent Billups, McDyess and a 2009 first-round pick to get Iverson from the Bobcats. The Nuggets sent Andre Miller, Kleser, 2 first-round picks in 2009 and 2011, and got Billups from the Nuggets. The Bobcats sent Iverson and got Andre Miller, McDyess, Kleser and 3 first-round picks. Almost immediately after the transaction was completed, Zuyi contacted Kellyan and asked him what he thought of the transaction. The Nuggets should be the winner of this deal. Kellyan said without hesitation, Billups is an underestimated commander. His joining is likely to further activate the Nuggets attackers. I'm optimistic that Anthony will perform better next to Billups. The Bobcats should be betting on the value of these draft picks and making room to train Augustine, but I'm not optimistic. Moreover, even if they pick up a high draft pick with Jordan's draft level, haha, I'm not optimistic. Kellyan smiled awkwardly, but at least the Bobcats save money. Maybe this is the purpose of Boss Joe? The Pistons are likely to fail. Iverson is no longer the Iverson of 3 years ago. This deal basically ends an era for the Pistons. Kellyan said, but Iverson's contract expires next year. If he does not renew his contract, the Pistons will also be able to free up salary space. Kellyan gave his professional opinion to Zuyi for reference. Some of his views seemed a bit unexpected, and Zuyi also needed to consider them repeatedly. How are you doing? After summarizing Kellyan's views, Zuyi also showed concern for Kellyan. Nothing has happened yet. Kellyan shrugged and said helplessly, when I find you to spread the news, that's when I decide to leave the Hawks. Honestly, do you have any candidate teams? Zuyi asked. No. But I can admit that I already have a relatively complete team building plan for the 2009 draft. Unlike when he tried to avoid the mixed team like the Trailblazers in 2005 to avoid being overwhelmed, Kellyan has now accumulated enough prestige to handle any problem and clear any player with ease. Building a team is indeed easier for him. Chapter 323 Christmas War Outpost, December 15th. With only 10 days left until Christmas, the topic of Christmas War began to heat up in major forums. This year, the league has arranged a total of 3 Christmas Wars, namely the rematch of the finals between the Hawks and the Lakers, the fateful duel between James and Anthony, and the Bull-Horse War that is always a clash of the two. Among them, the most watched is definitely the dialogue between the Hawks and the Lakers. The two teams are at the top of the Eastern and Western conferences respectively, and their strength is unrivaled. The Hawks have won consecutive championships and are the most powerful team in the past few years. At present, they have even reserved their strength in most games. In other words, many opponents can no longer force the Hawks to give their all. The Lakers are led by Kobe, who has the strongest individual ability in the league today. After experiencing the failure of last season, the whole team is holding their breath and vowing to take revenge this season. At present, it is too early to talk about the finals. The Christmas War is the best opportunity. Because the Christmas War is imminent, in order to adjust to the best state on that day, the two teams have conserved their strength in the previous games. In the game against the Mavericks in Dallas, the Hawks suffered their 4th loss of the season. After a season, Kidd and the Mavericks have gradually gotten used to each other. After Terry changed to the 6th man, the team originally planned to let the white shooter Matt Carroll start. However, Courtney Lee, who was traded from the Magic, became a surprise for Carlisle. He is big enough, agile, has an above-average 3-point shooting, good cuts and attacking the basket, and can even hold the ball and play when the team needs it. Little Lee Fideo quickly became the starting player in the Mavericks, and also made great contributions in this game against the Hawks. He switched to pull, and achieved good defensive results. But the most fundamental reason why the Mavericks were able to beat the Hawks was Terry's explosion. Even if the Hawks increased Cephalosha's playing time to limit Terry's explosive touch, they still couldn't suppress the explosion of the Jet. In the whole game, Terry made 12 of 25 shots and scored 32 points. More importantly, this guy scored in a string. When the Hawks were trying to build their advantage, Terry made 6 of 7 consecutive shots, suppressing the Hawks and severely damaging the team's morale. Although the loss in this game was a bit depressing, Kellyan was quite accepting of the team's loss to some strong enemies in the West. How should I put it? He really regards the Lakers as a long-term opponent. From a long-term perspective, he must hope that there will be more strong teams in the West to attack the Lakers. If a certain physical advantage can be established before the two teams officially meet, it can also be regarded as a victory in details. After a day of rest, the Hawks returned to their home court to face Garnett's old team, the Timberwolves, and won an easy victory of 116-97. After reaching a deal with the Hawks and rebuilding at a high level, the Timberwolves are not without resources. In fact, in the three-way trade with the Hawks and the Heat last season, they were the biggest winners, and they picked up a lottery pick for free in a junk contract exchange deal. But the Timberwolves' luck is always just a little bit off. In the 2007 draft, Ogden and Durant were T0 level rookies, but they just happened to be drawn with the 3rd pick. In the 2008 draft, they needed a point guard, but they just happened to have the 2nd pick, which was a world away from Rose. In the interior, there are Bynum, David Lee, and Horford. On the wing, there are Beasley and Gay, and the team also has a point guard Randy Foye, but there is no suitable point guard. It's also their own fault. They could have used the 3rd pick in 2007 to choose Conley, but they chose to play it safe at this time and chose Horford, who has the strongest combat effectiveness. The Timberwolves team building ideas are chaotic. After years of playing badly and failing to turn things around, the Timberwolves players themselves are a little desperate. Especially David Lee. Although he was a substitute in the Hawks, he could win games and feel his progress every day and felt that his career was full of hope. He was promoted to the main force in the first season of the Timberwolves, and he also played good data with Bynum. But after Horford joined the team in 2007, David Lee's career took a sharp turn for the worse. He was reduced to a substitute and was not valued by the coach. Now he only hopes to be traded as soon as possible or leave Minnesota in the free agent market. After the game, the Hawks coaching staff invited former colleagues to supper as usual, and several people talked a lot, including the issue of Kellyan's contract renewal that some people are concerned about. Kellyan does not mind his attitude being known to others. He is not making trouble or putting pressure on the Hawks management, but is really considering his future. On December 18th, the Hawks defeated the Bucks 103-96 away, 21-4. After the run-in at the beginning of the season, the Bucks' recent performance has improved. In the last 5 games, they have won 4 games and lost 1 game. In this game, the Bucks also caused a lot of trouble for the Hawks and led for 3 quarters. The floor-flowing point guard Ridner played beyond his level, making 5 of 7 3-pointers, 7 of 12 shots, 2 of 2 free throws, and scored 21 points, 5 rebounds and 8 assists. Michael Reed scored 28 points, 4 rebounds and 4 assists. His flexible running and solid passing of Ridner were more efficient than when he and Mo Williams were shooting at random. But at the critical moment, Paul stood up and scored 3 consecutive rounds against Ridner, helping the Hawks to win. In the final penalty shootout, Paul and Joe Johnson made 6 of 6 free throws to lock in the victory. Comparing the strength of the two teams in recent years, it is normal for the Bucks to lose to the Hawks. But if we trace back to the interview with Kellyan in 2005, the development curves of the two teams in recent years are really a world of difference. The Bucks are tepid. Apart from Marion, who is not good enough to judge now, there are no highlights in the draft, trades or free agent signings. The Hawks' success is like a cheat. If the Bucks chose Kellyan as the head coach, they might have used the number 1 pick to select Paul under his insistence. Michael Reed might be dissatisfied and leave, and the Bucks would have enough salary space to hit Joe Johnson. After Paul, TJ Ford and Mo Williams can be sent out as bargaining chips to strengthen other positions, and the Bucks foundation is even better than that of the Hawks. Thinking of Kellyan's interview with the team, the Bucks fans still feel sorry. Although Kellyan's love with Atlanta is due to Wangleton, since Kellyan came to Milwaukee for an interview, it at least shows that the Bucks are within his consideration, but the ranking is behind. In the final analysis, it is the team itself that missed this opportunity. Back in Atlanta, Kellyan held a meeting with the team management on behalf of the coaching staff and briefly discussed the team's current situation and the areas that need to be strengthened in the future. The current team's lineup is strong enough, and I'm not the kind of coach who needs to trade when there is a problem. Give young people more opportunities. I think there is no problem that cannot be overcome. Kellyan pretended to be cool, pointing out his ability to select and train young people, and emphasizing that he can fill many lineup deficiencies with tactics. In the past few seasons, we have achieved great success. Of course, we also hope that this success can continue for a long time. Larry Sander naturally took over and hinted at the issue of contract renewal. The two sides are actually pulling back and forth. From Kellyan's perspective, the reconstruction of the Hawks was completed by himself. Not to mention the various magical operations in the 4 drafts, just activating Dio, maximizing the value of Josh Smith, and then sending him high in exchange for Garnett, including various rotations in the regular season to reduce the team's consumption, etc., are all difficult for any other coach to do. But in the eyes of the owner-wrestler, Kellyan certainly made great contributions, but behind the team's success, his own financial support is also the key. This season, he will pay luxury tax for 2 consecutive seasons, and the amount paid is also about $15 million, which is a huge expense. Including Larry Sander, who is mediating in the middle, he also has his own little calculations. He certainly hopes that Kellyanne will continue to lead the Hawks to achieve good results, but at the same time, he also hopes that the management will have more control over the team and not turn into the top-down influence of Ferguson in Manchester United. Wrestler and Larry Sander have their own plans. Their confidence is that Kellyanne has created his own foundation in Atlanta, and it is not so easy to leave. Little did they know that as early as 2006, when Kellyanne chose to renew his contract with the team for 3 years, he had laid the groundwork in advance. This special year of 2009 gave birth to the most underestimated draft in history. If it is handled properly, many miracles can happen. On December 20th, the penultimate game before the Christmas game, the Hawks ushered in the challenge of the Houston Rockets at home. Before the start of the season, the Rockets robbed Artest from the Kings through a magical operation. The domestic media said that the Rockets had formed a big three and even compared it with the Hawks. They believed that the big three of the Hawks had stronger personal abilities, but the Rockets' role players were better. The Rockets' goal this season was definitely not just the second round. However, after the start of the season, the Rockets' running in has always been problematic. It's not that Artest's thorny nature, which fans have been worried about, has come back and made trouble in the team. It's that there is a problem with McGrady, who has been steadily declining in recent years. After the start of the season, McGrady first suffered from injuries and missed some games in succession. After his comeback, he was slow to find his form. The breakthroughs that occasionally appeared in the past few seasons are no longer found, leaving only helpless pull-ups again and again, and even an occasional dunk can make fans talk about it. His hit rate once dropped to 39%, which is worse than Kobe. It is precisely because of McGrady's poor performance that Artest looks handsome. Artest, who does not mess around, not only improves the pressure of the Rockets' perimeter defense, but also effectively relieves Yao Ming's pressure with his ball handling offense, helping the Rockets maintain the 4th place in the Western Conference. Referring to the current situation of strong West and weak East, which is quite extreme this season, the Rockets' performance can be ranked 3rd in the Eastern Conference. CCTV will set aside a special time slot to broadcast the match between Kellyanne and Yao Ming, even if it is not a regular broadcast day on Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, or Sunday. The seats in the cafeterias of various universities are filled with college students who skip classes to watch the game and listen to Zhang Heli telling everyone ghost stories. Wow, Paul's pass was reasonable, and all the opportunities were created. It's too easy for Garnett to score when he receives the ball in this position. If Joe Johnson is one-on-one, then Artest is not afraid of him, but Joe Johnson kept running without the ball today, bypassing the Rockets' defense, and Artest is not easy to defend. He can't race with Joe Johnson with his body size. Oh, Yao Ming made a mistake in receiving the ball, and Alston's ball was low. Brooks's play was messy. From the commentary of Yang Jian and Zhang Heli, we can judge that the game situation is one-sided. Many fans were fooled by the unscrupulous media and really thought that the Rockets had reached the championship level. Little did they know that, if the Hawks really got serious, the Rockets in front of them were far less resilient than they imagined. McGrady is gradually declining. Scala and Barnes are both functional players. Alston's data is pretty good, but his actual efficiency is average and his function is relatively simple. The Rockets' serious players are Yao Ming at the end of his peak and Artest, who plays well in his contract year. Yao Ming really beat most opponents this season and is good at dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. In Kellyanne's opinion, at least this season, it is more convincing to call him the first center than Howard. In this game, he also suppressed the Hawks in sideline, played 39 minutes, scored a large double-double of 29 plus 12, and even overshadowed Garnett's 24 plus 7. But apart from Yao Ming, the Rockets were completely suppressed by the Hawks in other positions. Paul and Joe Johnson teamed up to score 47 points, firmly suppressing the Rockets' backcourt. At the power forward position, Garnett also firmly restricted Scala's spinning top. The Argentine scored 8 points with 4 of 8 shots. The efficiency is acceptable, but the output is insufficient. The final score was 109-94, and the Eagles won at home, winning another Chinese derby, 22-4. After the game, Yao Ming took the initiative to meet Kellyanne for supper and talked about his plan to acquire the CBA Shanghai Sharks. In 2002, Yao Ming participated in the draft and entered the NBA as the number 1 pick. The Shanghai Sharks, which lost the core of the team and the version bug, have lost their competitiveness since then. In the past 6 years, they only entered the playoffs in the 2006-2007 season, and the team has been losing money year after year. The Western Group, which took over the team in 2007, has now planned to withdraw its investment. As the only CBA club in Shanghai, an international metropolis, the Shanghai Sports Bureau decided to matchmake and find a good buyer for the Shanghai Sharks. Yao Ming, who has good financial resources, a shrewd mind, and has done a great job in developing his own commercial value, has plans to acquire the team. Making money is one thing, but more importantly, when his body is no longer able to represent the national team, he wants to find a way to re-enter the domestic basketball world and regain some of his own value. At the same time, this acquisition is also anxious for the leaders and thinking about what the leaders think. Whether from a special project or a regional perspective, it has a good political impact. In the hearts of basketball fans in Shanghai, Yao Ming has considerable influence and is expected to stimulate the team's market. In the United States, Yao Ming has certain connections and can select the best foreign players for the Sharks. In terms of management, Yao's team has laid a foundation for Yao Ming that is difficult for ordinary athletes to achieve. It is definitely an elite team. Yao Ming is confident that he can turn losses into profits, but he also intends to bring people in and share risks. Kellyanne, who is also an industry insider and has a sharp eye in investment, has become his ideal partner. This is really not a coincidence. My father is from the Suzhou Sports Bureau. The old man used his connections to get me a lot of provincial and municipal titles. When the leaders met me, they also gave me a lot of suggestions. I turned around and went to Shanghai to invest. I think it would be difficult for the old man to do it. After a moment of hesitation, Kellyanne declined Yao Ming's invitation. His long-term plan is to buy an NBA team. The next 3 to 5 years will be a period of frequent transactions for NBA teams. He needs to make money as soon as possible to get a qualification to enter the game and distract himself from the CBA team. Even if Yao Ming can make money by selling the Sharks in the future, it is a waste of money for him. In addition, the team operation and league mechanism of the CBA and NBA are completely different, which will not help him practice at all, which is also the reason why Kellyanne refused. That's right, I can't cause trouble for your father. Yao Ming nodded and immediately passed the topic. Although I can't partner with you, if you need any help, just ask. In some places, maybe I can still help answer questions and solve problems. Kellyanne quickly spoke up to repair the relationship between the two. In the last game before the Christmas game, the Hawks visited the Toronto Raptors and narrowly defeated the Toronto Raptors 124-119, welcoming the Christmas game with a 4-game winning streak. 23-4. This season, many opponents played particularly hard when facing the Hawks, and the Raptors were no exception. In the first half of last season, due to the dramatic change in the lineup, the Raptors did not achieve the expected results. The problem of weak inside line has always troubled the Raptors. In the middle of the season, the team traded for the fake number 1 pick Kwame Brown to improve the hardness of the team's restricted area, completing an important step of finishing the finishing touch, and the team's lineup became more balanced. After someone took care of the dirty work, Bosh dared to play more freely against Garnett. Lewis, the second in command of the team, was also a problem that the Hawks could not solve on the defensive end. Battier was not good at defending this kind of tall and thin shooting monster. The inside and wing could not take advantage, and the backcourt golden double guns were still the bottom line for the Hawks. Paul's performance was as stable as ever, delivering a solid data of 22 points and 10 assists. At the same time, he restricted TJ Ford on the defensive end, limiting the opponent's shooting to 3 of 11. Joe Johnson scored a game-high 32 points, and in the most crucial fourth quarter, he made 6 of 9 shots, helping the team win the game. Chapter 324 Christmas War. As the winner of the finals last season, the Hawks got the chance to play the Christmas game at home as usual. The Phillips Center also became the most watched venue on Christmas afternoon. Because it was an afternoon game, the time was slightly different from the players' usual games, so the players needed to spend more time to warm up. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the fans had just started to come in one after another, and the Hawks players were doing simple shooting training on the court. On the other hand, their opponent, the Lakers, did not drive the team bus slowly into the underground parking lot of the Phillips Center until 40 minutes after the Hawks started training. Because it was a regular season, there would not be various small moves to disturb the mentality like the finals. However, although it was late, the Lakers still took the game very seriously. After Phil Jackson said a few words in the locker room, the whole team changed into training clothes and went to the other side of the court to start shooting training. Many people between the two teams have a long history, but the grudges in the finals last season are still there, and they did not say hello to each other. When fighting for the ball, it can be seen how much both sides value this game. Garnett and Gasol are concentrating on the referee's movements and jumping with all their strength. Gasol encountered a lot of criticism after being hung up by Garnett in the finals last season. American fans called him Spanish Rabbit and Chinese fans called him Housewife. If he doesn't win Garnett head on, Gasol can't get rid of these insults. Gasol won the jump ball and successfully passed the ball to Ariza, who passed it to Kobe. As soon as Kobe received the ball, Paul led the defense. Facing Paul, who has strong stealing ability and is also ruthless, Kobe did not dare to be careless. He bent his body and protected the ball and dribbled across half court to the right. After half court, Kobe dribbled the ball horizontally and elbowed Paul. Paul took a step back in pain, but immediately came back. At this time, Batia should have switched defense, but Paul, who suffered a loss, got a little excited under the atmosphere and challenged Kobe directly. Seeing Paul overestimating himself, Kobe passed the ball to Odom, who was standing outside the left 3-point line, then pushed Paul to the low post, easily occupied a favorable position, and then decisively received the ball and easily turned around and made a jump shot. The opening was a one-on-one between the star player, which was undoubtedly more in line with the fans' expectations. Back to the defensive end, Kobe also took the initiative to match up with Paul. Compared to Paul's matchup with Kobe, which was completely overestimating his own abilities, Kobe's move was intended to endorse Fisher. After all, Fisher was abused by Paul in the finals last season. The ball kept changing rhythm in Paul's hands, and Kobe's eyes were like torches, staring at Paul. Kobe pressed his body, and Paul pulled the ball with his left hand, but it seemed that he did not do it well, and the ball almost got out of control. Kobe put pressure on Paul again, and his whole body was completely attached to Paul. His right hand was trying to steal the ball. At this moment, Kobe felt his chest hit. Paul used the space created by the collision to change direction, and then accelerated, and threw him behind him. Facing Odom, who came to defend, Paul made a quick stop and passed the ball directly. Dio received the ball under the basket and scored easily. 2:2. The Lakers attacked, and the ball was hoisted into the penalty area. Gasol received the ball and slashed it several times. He turned his body and forced sideways with Garnett's defense and scored a rebound. The Hawks launched a counter-attack. After several passes, Paul rushed into the inside, attracted two defenders, bounced off the ground, and passed the ball to Joe Johnson next to him. Joe Johnson did not hesitate at all and jumped up to shoot. Odom, who came to help defend, blocked it from the side. Kobe on the outside picked up the ball and rushed forward. Batia couldn't catch up with him at all. Facing the opportunity to perform a fast break, Kobe glided and dunked, shocking everyone. 2:6. Paul brought the ball across half court and raised his hand to make a gesture. Dio, Batia and Garnett immediately moved to the left. Joe Johnson ran out from the left alone. Garnett's position just blocked Kobe, who was chasing him. After Joe Johnson broke away from Kobe's defense, he came to the right alone. Seeing Gasol, who was defending, he did not show any mercy. He changed direction and rushed into the inside from the baseline. When he stepped into the 3-second zone, he suddenly jumped up and stayed in the air for a while. When Gasol, who was chasing behind him, fell down, he flicked the basketball in his hand with one hand and hit the backboard into the basket. 4:6. On the way back to defense, Paul took the initiative to reach out and high-five Joe Johnson and shouted, "Good shot." Attack and defense changed. Gasol and Odom completed the inside pass. Garnett showed EPO while level defense. While interfering with Odom's shot, he also grabbed the defensive rebound and handed it to Paul immediately. Paul crossed half court with the ball, facing Fisher's defense, and dribbled quickly continuously. Swish. Suddenly, Fisher started to accelerate and immediately retreated and slid to defend, but his body was blocked. When Fisher bypassed Garnett, Paul had already changed direction and passed Gasol. The Lakers' defensive system had been disrupted. Odom's defense completely missed Dio, who received the ball under the basket. Kobe behind him did not foul after weighing the pros and cons, but watched Dio pass the ball into the basket. Kobe was very different in this game. In the first ball of the opening, with his previous temperament, he basically would not fall to the low position, and he must show his skills to eat Paul alive. And this ball, if it were the previous Kobe, he would foul and fight anyway. However, the pressure brought by the Hawks made Kobe choose a more rational way of playing to seek the possibility of defeating the Hawks. Back to the offensive end, the Lakers once again implemented the triangle offense tactics, creating an opportunity for Kobe to eat Battier alone, receiving the ball, standing up, suddenly shaking his shoulders left and right. Battier unconsciously stepped back half a step. Kobe stood up and jumped up and shot a three-pointer in a chic and unrestrained manner. Swish. The ball went into the net. Then, the Hawks responded. After half court, Paul directed his teammates to run, and after breaking into the inside, he passed the ball to Joe Johnson outside the three-point line. The latter did not let Paul's pass become useless, and the basketball went into the basket accurately. 9:9. Attack and defense change. The Lakers' ball possession finally came to Kobe after continuous transmission. The rhythm of dribbling was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The ball passed back and forth under Kobe's crotch. After a little trial, Kobe turned his back again. Bang! Kobe used his back to hit Battier behind him. Battier could only grit his teeth and hold the Black Mamba. Battier's tenacious defense prevented Kobe from finding a good offensive opportunity, but his disadvantage on the defensive end was still obvious. His shoulders suddenly shook. Battier's center of gravity was a little hesitant, and his body shape unconsciously changed a little, and at this time Kobe turned over and leaned back. Battier immediately moved his feet and rushed forward, but he was still a beat too late, and could only watch Kobe throw the ball. But this time, Kobe's shot missed, and Garnett directly grabbed the defensive rebound. Looking back, the Hawks once again disrupted the Lakers' defense through Paul's advantage over Fisher, creating space for Garnett to score easily. The latter shot from mid-range and hit it accurately. 11:9. The scores of both sides rose alternately. After the first quarter, the Hawks led the Lakers by 3 points, 31:28. However, at the beginning of the second quarter, when both sides played against each other with a rotation lineup, the Hawks, led by Shannon Brown, played an 11:3 attack wave, which widened the score difference in one fell swoop. The partners beside him changed from Berrier, who was as good at attacking as himself, and Tucker, who had average shooting ability, to Chalmers and Batum. The biggest beneficiary was Shannon Brown. This bench bandit of the Hawks this season is now an invited guest of the league's slam dunk contest. He released his passion for the game in the game, and used his impact to constantly ravage Vujacic's defense. The situation was not good. Phil Jackson replaced Kobe to control the situation. Kellyan also arranged for Sefolosha to replace Chalmers, and Shannon Brown to play the number 1 position, and the task of connecting the offense was still given to Batum. Sefolosha and Batum are both good perimeter defenders. Although Shannon Brown does not have much game experience, his physical fitness is quite good, and can make up for some problems. Coupled with the Birdman Anderson in the interior, the overall defense of the Hawks is quite good. Through the power of the team to limit Kobe's counterattack, the effect is remarkable. However, Sefolosha, who just came on the court, was a little cold-handed. He and Batum missed 3-pointers one after another, which also prevented the team from widening the gap. Phil Jackson reluctantly replaced Gasol and Odom to help the team close the score. The appearance of the two inside players echoed Kobe's attack, and the Lakers began to exert their strength. At this time, it was Kellyan who made some mistakes in the command of the personnel dispatch, and failed to replace Garnett in time, and the score difference between the two sides was slowly forced to close. When Kellyanne replaced Garnett in the middle of the second quarter, the score difference was only 4 points. Fortunately, after returning to the court, Paul made great contributions. With the help of Garnett's cover, Paul went directly to the basket. Facing Gasol's defense, he not only completed the pull-up goal, but also caused the latter's foul. Paul, who lost his center of gravity, fell directly to the media area at the bottom line, knocked over a bunch of photographic equipment, and also made the coaching staff and fans on the scene very worried. But fortunately, they were all hard injuries, and they would be fine after a little pain. Paul also quickly stood in front of the free throw line and hit the free throw. This 2+1 is just the beginning. The last 4 minutes of the second quarter undoubtedly belonged to Paul. In 4 minutes, Paul's outstanding performance of 7 points, 3 assists and 2 steals helped the Hawks re-establish a 9-point lead. In the first half of the game alone, Paul scored 15 points, 9 assists and 3 steals. This highly watched game was played well, and he showed more exciting performances than usual games to attract more fans. Garnett, who is a bit playing dead on weekdays, also played the most exciting game recently. The data of 10+6 in the first half is acceptable, but more importantly, Garnett suppressed Gasol and Odom on the defensive end, and interfered with Kobe on the assisting end many times. If Garnett can play in this game in every game, the boss will most likely be willing to give him $48 million for 3 years. Of course, don't forget that Kellyanne is also in the contract year, and he also needs to renew his contract. I forgot to post it yesterday. I wish all the parents who provide food and clothing a happy new year, and I especially thank the book Friend Go to Yours. There can't be any characters. The reward from the old brother is really awesome. Chapter 325 The Strongest Opponent. During the halftime break, Kellyanne praised the team's performance in the first half. The 9-point lead was not big, but both the starting players and the substitutes had a certain degree of suppression on the opponent. After paddling for a few games, when it was time to exert their strength, the Hawks' heavy punch was still quite powerful. The only mismanagement was Kellyanne himself, who got the main players back a little late in the second quarter. But the flaws did not outweigh the merits, and the progress of the game was still under the control of the Hawks. The fans on the scene were very satisfied with the first half of the game, and the cheers of the fans did not stop as soon as the second half of the game started. At the beginning of the third quarter, it was Kobe who took the lead. Facing Batier's defense, Kobe's figure flashed suddenly, and in the middle of his body, his slender body had come to Batier's left side, took a big step forward, and left Batier far behind. He took another step, put his feet together, jumped into the air, held the ball with both hands, and flew towards the basket in front of Garnett, who was taller than him. Garnett raised his arms high, symbolically blocking Kobe's attack, but actually accepted the reality of being dunked. Bang! Kobe slammed the ball into the basket with both hands, then deliberately pulled the basket hard before jumping down. Then, intentionally, or unintentionally, he gave Garnett a murderous look. The Hawks attacked. Garnett fell to the low post to receive the ball, and played one-on-one with Gasol. Kobe grasped the opportunity to double team, and rushed to the ball at the right time. A suspected foul action forced Garnett to make a pass error. Kobe tapped the ball into Fisher's hands. Paul fouled in time to prevent the Lakers from playing a quick counter-attack. Then Garnett complained to the referee, indicating that Kobe's double teaming just now was suspected of being a foul. The Lakers attacked in a positional battle. Kobe sought a pick and roll with Gasol. Batier and Garnett simultaneously double-teamed Kobe. The latter predicted Kobe's passing route and intercepted the ball in turn. Before Kobe could foul, he threw the ball to Batier in front of him. The latter scored a fast break dunk and hit back at Kobe. 63:54. Generally speaking, Kobe would only condescend to play a pick and roll when facing the Hawks. His pick and roll cooperation with Gasol was not very skillful, and from the perspective of technical characteristics, the power of the pick and roll between Kobe and Gasol was just so-so. Odom passed the ball across half court and habitually passed the ball to Kobe on the wing. However, he suddenly accelerated at the moment of passing the ball and went straight into the side of the penalty area. Dio was careless and did not keep up. Joe Johnson came up from the bottom corner to fill in the position, leaving Ariza standing in the bottom corner empty. Teeter received the ball, raised his hand and shot a three-pointer, hitting it accurately. 63:57. Compared to Radmanovic, Ariza is a better player. He has better physical conditions and is a standard wing player. He can match up with all wing players except heavy small forwards. He is also more athletic and can pose a threat in counterattacks. In positional battles, his catch and shoot 3-pointers are also pretty good. When Kellyan rebuilt the Hawks, Ariza was the most ideal candidate for the small forward position. It's just that they were not destined to be together, and now he is standing on the opposite side of himself. His shortcoming is that his ball sense is relatively poor, and his ball holding ability is almost unreliable. He is only a 3D player, which is a very reliable existence. Paul's continuous change of direction directly tore through Fisher's defense, attracted Gasol's backup defense, and then sent a crotch pass, assisting Garnett under the basket to make a reverse layup and score. A beautiful pass. Gasol is already flexible among big men, but when facing a player like Paul, there is still nothing he can do. Fisher is really at a disadvantage against Paul in this regard. Yoga said with emotion. In the first half of the game, Zhang Heli kept praising Kobe, and Yoga was forced to stand on Paul's side, making the commentary of this round as balanced as possible. After all, although the Lakers have Sun Yu, Kellyan is still on the Hawks. When his teammates were humiliated by Paul, Kobe couldn't wait to help get back the field. In the next Lakers attack, Kobe held the ball, but played against Battier. The ball was carried back and forth to his left hand, and his body tilted to the right. Then, almost instantly, his body shook suddenly, and his left hand took the ball. The ball bounced on the ground, and came to his right hand. His left foot stepped out, and the unity of man and ball said goodbye to Battier, whose center of gravity was still on the left. Beautiful footwork, completely fooled Battier. Zhang Heli exclaimed. Garnett once again became the only obstacle between Kobe and the basket. When he was less than 1 meter away from Garnett, he suddenly stopped and quickly raised the ball with both hands. The Wolf King restrained his impulse to jump up, but his center of gravity unconsciously moved upwards. This adjustment gave Kobe space. Kobe created a time difference and jumped when Garnett forcibly regained his center of gravity and even consciously leaned towards Garnett. Beep. The referee immediately blew the whistle. Hearing the whistle, Kobe threw the ball into the basket with satisfaction. Sure. Kellyan smiled bitterly on the sidelines. Kobe's response to this ball was quite strong. After the free throw, the score difference was narrowed to 5 points. 65:60. The game continued, and back to the defensive end, Kobe and Fisher switched positions to defend, which would increase Kobe's consumption, but the Lakers could not let Paul continue to chase Fisher to explode. Joe Johnson pulled to the top of the arc to receive the ball, and carried Fisher to break through. Fisher, who was very stable, was good at pushing people, but Joe Johnson himself did not rely on breakthroughs. After dribbling continuously to find the rhythm, he made a straightforward mid-range shot and hit it accurately. 67:60. Whether it was the finals last season or this game, Fisher's point was the Lakers' natural floor on the court. In many games, at the critical moment, Kobe would push Fisher away and defend the opponent's breakthrough knife himself. Against the Hawks, Kobe took the blame for Fisher in advance, but Fisher was also at a disadvantage against Joe Johnson. In this case, if it was Kellyan, he would have replaced Fisher with a forward and arranged Odom to perform the ball control task. But Phil Jackson still has a preference for his old servants. Fisher's key ball attribute is very strong, and he helped Phil Jackson many times at critical moments, so the Zen Master has an inexplicable trust in him. But reflected in the game, the Lakers suffered a lot on the defensive end. Fisher was facing Joe Johnson, but he couldn't affect the opponent's shooting. When he switched to defend Battier, the latter also grabbed the front court rebound and made a tip-in. After 3 quarters, the Hawks widened the gap to 12 points. 86:74. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Phil Jackson finally satisfied the expectations of Chinese fans and briefly arranged for Chinese player Sun Yu to play as a shooting guard in the transition period. However, under the intensity of the NBA, Sun Yu's breakthrough speed was not fast enough, and his relatively weak shooting ability was even more unqualified for the position of NBA shooting guard. His defense was also a little irritable, and he was even fouled by Chalmers. In a strong team like the Lakers, young players sometimes have no chance if they make mistakes. Sun Yu was replaced by Vujasic, and Zhang Heli said regretfully, "It's not easy for him to lead the rhythm to Black Phil Jackson. After all, he didn't admit that he liked Kobe and argued that he was a Zen secret. Of course, basically no one believed it. In addition to defense and running and jumping, Vujasic is an all-round improvement of Sun Yu, including Sun Yu's proud skill of picking up girls. Although Sun Yu plays with flowers, they are all wild models of the 18th line. Vujasic is a serious pickup of Sharapova. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a strong ability to attract money. She is the most profitable female athlete in the world. In the NBA, except for Jerick, no one can compare with Vujasic in picking up girls. In the matchup between the substitute lineups, the Hawks continued to have the upper hand and the score difference continued to widen. When the main lineups of both sides returned, although the Lakers played very hard, they still could not narrow the score difference to less than 10 points. Good shot. Garnett dunked Gasol from the front. It can also be seen from the game that the Hawks really held back in the past few games and did not play with all their strength. Yoga sighed reluctantly. The first few games include the one with the Rockets. Chinese fans and the media really don't want to admit that the gap between the Rockets and the Hawks is so big. The Hawks ate hot pot and sang songs, and they beat the Rockets. There are 4 minutes left, and the Lakers are not easy to catch up. Zhang Heli also said regretfully, from his professional perspective, the gap between the two sides can be seen more clearly. Of course, the gap of 15 points in 4 minutes is not easy to catch up. Kellyan was completely sitting on the Diote on the sidelines. He arranged for Sefolosha to replace Battier, who was fouled out, to face Kobe. He is another defensive stalwart. Compared with Battier, Sefolosha has no advantage in size, but he has better mobility. He can not only defend Kobe closely, but also keep up with Kobe's pace when running without the ball. In desperation, Kobe made a good shot, but it still couldn't change the reality that the Lakers lost. The final score was 112-104, and the Hawks won the Christmas battle at home, which was called the finals preview by the media. After the game, Kobe, Phil Jackson and others returned directly to the locker room without any greetings to Kellyan. Of the Lakers team that Kellyan once led, only Kobe, Odom and Vujasic remain in the team. Walton was traded away and then signed back. Neither Walton nor Vujasic are valued by Kellyan, and Odom and Kellyan have a good relationship. As for Kobe, it can only be said that he is now deeply trapped in grievances and cannot extricate himself. At the press conference after the game, Kellyan was in a very good mood. Strictly speaking, it can be said that this is a direct dialogue between the two best performing teams so far this season. Judging from the game scene, we did quite well, and the players' performance makes me confident in the impact of the 3 consecutive championships. Fans are saying that the positive attitude shown by the Hawks in this game is something we haven't seen in the previous regular season games. Do you agree with this statement? When competitive sports are integrated with commercial element, the sports spirit of go out in every game and treat all games equally is just a spirit, not a standard. Not only did the Hawks consciously adjust their state, but the Lakers also held back in the previous games. It's just that we are the ones playing, and I see it more thoroughly. Just talking about this game, the Lakers are in better shape than 90% of the games this season, but they just met the Hawks. On the other hand, if they were not opponents, the Lakers and the Hawks would not have forced themselves to be so strong. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.